Look how
And
professional.
that's right. What is up, beautiful people? We are here again, the hardest working fish stream. And this time, I am joined by Corey. Corey at home. You got Corey from Corey Co-op? No, Corey at home. This is the real Corey. You know the meme? We've got that at home.
Y-
Yeah,
Corey
that's
with
what
an
we should.
E, I think is that what we're going for? Like I had to do that in school when my best friend was also Corey, so there was
Really?
Corey and Corey with an E.
Well,
Yes.
I've always been Nicholas with no H. So, I feel like whenever I meet someone that has a name spelled differently than everyone else, I gotta, show respect.
Yeah,
No
but
E.
now it's another Nick. It's very hard. But yes, I am not that Corey. I'm a different Corey.
Yes.
I look different too.
Well, I was gonna
Wrong
say
coast.
Corey from GWAPA. That's what I was gonna go with, but then for some reason I saw the acronym in my head and I forgot how to pronounce it. So then,
Yeah, GWAPA. It's
yeah.
okay, but half the time I forget what it stands for.
Come on, bro. Really?
Yeah, I'm like Greater Washington. Is it area or aquatic? Yeah. So I am that person. It is Greater Washington Aquatic Plant Association.
I feel you.
I came prepared this time.
Well,
And
that is what I am relying on you to come prepared for, because I feel like most of the things we talk about, I'm just gonna have to let you explain.
yeah, and honestly, I'm gonna plug your Discord a little bit. I am in the Discord. And I'm in the chat right now. I am Little Brown Frogs. So that is the nerdiness. If you're wondering why some of these stories sound familiar, and you're like, wait a second, I read something like that in the Discord. Yes, you did.
Yes.
Half these silly little jokes came out of conversations on some of the Discord stuff.
It's the smoky Discord rooms, man. The smoky Discord
Smoky
rooms.
Discord. Yeah, so some conversations are more out there than others for sure.
Listen, it's all about getting together and brainstorming. What's up, Mick? How's it going? And I saw Jesse in there, hardest working. So I mean, man, I don't even know where to start. I mean, what do you work
With
on
that
today?
like ridiculous description, or
Yeah,
the
ridiculous.
okay, no, here's the good one for the chat. Uh, what bullet point on the preview, the little, oh my God, brain fart word
The thumbnail.
photo that you put a thumbnail. There we go. How many people actually read the thumbnail?
Well, someone said they wanted to learn how to read, so I think that was at least one person. 'Cause I did put how to read. Don't actually expect you to teach. I mean, are you familiar with phonics or something? Like, is that something?
That is not my science.
Okay.
I'm not as good with that.
Okay.
So
Well,
I'm not going to be helpful there. But the what was it? Fish ethics in D&D.
yes.
That'll be a fun one.
Yeah. Well, honestly, oh, what, George? You're not late. We just
Not
started.
even a,
Yeah,
not even vaguely.
George usually comes like when I'm like 8 hours in, and about to get off.
God, we are not going that long. I have to go to sleep and work tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, I think
well,
this is what I want to start with because I actually can't even pronounce it. But in the thumbnail, it's the A word, the one for things that have a larval stage in that is in salty water. Could you pronounce that word?
Amphidromus.
Okay. Yeah.
And I will be clear, Amphidromus is one way to pronounce it. The wonderful part about science words is that a whole bunch of people read them out of books and don't know how to pronounce it. We just kind of go with what works with how we learn to say those parts of words. Like, so I learned it as amphidromus, but I have had it pronounced to me differently. And they're just like, well, that's what I learned in my ichthyology class, my fish class. And I'm just like, cool. And is that the right way? Should I change it? And they're like, I knew what you meant.
So
So it's
I can
more.
pronounce things however I want. Is what you're freeing me to do.
I mean, like as long as you're willing to be like, hey, this is how I know how to pronounce it, or even better, my favorite one is I've never said this word out loud.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing
Yeah.
my best. Like
Featherfin was saying
most
that
of
a
the
lot the other day with the catfish names.
oh God, I so some of them like just because of all the scientific names I've done for like a lot of the amphibian work that I've done in the past, or like just sciencey stuff because I've been, in science most of my life, and I'm just like, there's some things that I'm like, yeah, that's how you say it. And then others I'm like, who put those letters together in that order? That's just mean. Like,
Yeah.
or like clearly it was some sort of like translation from like a Cyrillic name or something like that. And I'm just like, I do not have the proper like experience in that language to know how this is,
You're not gonna break down
even
like
supposed.
what the Latin word every single word means. Like this is sheep in Latin, and this is right angled square, and
Well,
you know.
so that's the hard part. Like, Aratus, I know means golden in Latin, but a lot of these scientific names are named after people. And then, people have some very weird names. And then you're
Yeah.
just like, I don't want to be disrespectful to like how that person's name is pronounced, but then
Right.
also it's how that person's name was translated into often like a Latin or Greek meaning or like ending or something like that because there's all these taxonomic rules. But I know more about the taxonomic rules than I do how to pronounce a bunch of them because I'm just like, that has to be somebody's name, and I'm not even gonna
Fair enough.
like it's like the wild horses that start with a P. Even at the Smithsonian Institution where they're bred, they're like, yeah, we call them P horses because that group of letters, I want to say it's Przewalski, but it's
You
just like
think
it's
I
one of
know?
those like I'm like I'm pretty sure something in what I'm saying is incorrect and I'm not quite sure where it is, but I'm like pretty sure it's still not. And we're all just like because it's not it's a name that um is not a language that we normally speak. I'm like I'm not even convinced like my mouth can make the appropriate sound for
Right.
that. It's like the African tetras I have are ngoko in Ngoko. And the only reason I feel comfortable even pronouncing that is because I've worked with a number of people who are from Nigeria and Uganda who helped me realize like the mouth feel of saying that NG
Yeah, I was gonna say
to make it a little bit smoother.
I know the word you just said out loud. I never heard it out loud in a way
Yeah, so
that
that
sounded correct to me. I was like, oh yeah, okay, yeah,
yeah, it's starts with the like your mouth starts with the N and then says go. Like it's not you're not necessarily pronouncing the N, but like your mouth is like you're saying N and then you say go and that's where that like ngoko kind of comes
okay,
from. And I'm not doing it anywhere near as accurate as like somebody else would do it. Like Japanese has a TSU, like that it's not really a letter, but it's like a group of letters that are often said together and it's like it almost comes out as like skew, but
hmm.
it's like there's a little bit of a T in there. It's not SU, but there's a little bit of a T in there, and but like learning how to say that was
So
it's
you
the same
find
thing.
yourself picking up a lot of like grammar rules from different languages just so you can say these different scientific
Yeah,
names. Okay,
yeah,
wow,
and yeah, and it depends on just what you're getting into. Like I enjoyed, I'm a military brat, so I like was picking up accents really easily. So some of that is just like, okay, if I can see somebody who's like that's their native language and they're pronouncing it, I can work to get there eventually.
all right,
Um, and then I took Japanese in college because I was an anime kid.
of course,
Nerd,
of course,
different
nerd,
flavor of nerd.
nerd. Well, we were
Yeah,
having
extra credit. If you,
It's funny. Featherfin was trying to explain the difference between nerd and weeb, and we're just like we're very. He was like, "I'm not a weeb. I'm a nerd. That's different." I was like, "I don't know, man. I don't know.
I will admit that I'm probably old enough that I'm not even gonna assume I know if I would actually be a weeb or not. I feel
I'm
like I should look that
actually.
up.
I'm with you too. I could not. I couldn't tell you. I haven't been to a
I,
con, so I feel unqualified.
I'm like, I feel like I should.
Don't look it up now.
No, I did because I'm
I
like, I
knew.
hear this often enough.
Bro, you said you weren't gonna be able to focus on the chat. I already see you
I
talking in the
literally,
chat while you're
shh,
talking. Come on.
captain's in there. Of course I'm gonna talk.
Oh,
No, I looked up weeb. I that would be a lot more accurate to me when I was in college.
okay.
I would argue because like I'm really good with chopsticks. I also just had poke for dinner, so I'm like I'm still not
Oh shit, I love
like
poke.
yeah. So I'm just like that was like Japan and Hawaii getting together and having some okay maybe not great history there, but it's still some good food. Um, Yeah, so I am not what a modern weeb would be for sure, but I
Okay.
definitely in college probably would have been called a weeb.
Well,
And then I moved on to other nerdness.
I was about to say in college, were you already on to the dart frogs, the fish? What were you keeping then?
Oh, oh no, no, that started even before. So, oh, you want the life story. So,
No, in relation to the fish.
yes. No, I mean, it gets there. So, like, they're always connected for me. So I'm a military rat and lived internationally when I was really young. And like the big thing that kind of stayed with me because obviously like I had five different elementary schools. So the thing that stayed with me was the fact that I could go outside and, chase lizards
Mm,
or find a turtle or something like that. And it didn't really matter where we were living, I could go out and find something. And that was what I did growing up. I always wanted to like reptiles and amphibians were a little bit easier for me to catch than fish.
right.
But the being out in nature was always there. So the first fish was probably around like first grade when we tried to have a community tank, and each member of the family, and I have like an older sister, so both my parents, me and my sister, got to pick out fish.
Hey.
And like my sister picked out a beta, if I remember correctly, and then I'm like, I'm pretty sure my mom was the one who picked up the upside down catfish, and then I'm like red tail
Oh,
black shark all the way.
wow.
Like I know
Not
today
quite a
this was a
nano fish.
horrible. And there were guppies in there and everything, and I know now that was a horrible mix and never should have been done. But like to this day, red tail black cats are like love, like Libio bicolor are just, and I've seen them full grown too. And I'm just
Mm,
like, one day when I have room, I still want to have at least one full grown adult because they're just, I still think they're beautiful fish, even though they're not really good to
yeah.
go in like a, it was like a 20 or 29-gallon tank. Like it
Yeah.
was it was
With
bad, but
some
I should
guppies. Hey,
have.
actually 2029, that that's probably better
I
than
mean, he
some of
was,
the.
yeah, he was only this big, and he didn't get full size. But like, I mean,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they're big, and
Yeah.
upside down catfish are not exactly tiny when they're full grown. Aren't they like 4 inches plus?
I don't know. The one that I have cuz it came with the
Thank you,
tank
Captain.
and the guy wasn't sure if it was still in there.
Yeah.
Apparently it is still in there. I like just saw it for the first time in 9 months. I really don't know how big it
Oh,
is,
yeah.
but yeah, bigger than two
I
inches for
think they're
sure.
really cool. I
Yeah,
think they're really cool. Like the pattern on them is really cool. But I'm like, I joke that in like some parts of my personality I take after my mom. Like I like the weird stuff. So of
yeah,
course she doesn't want like the normal fish. She wants the one that swims upside down. But she also she's a dog trainer. She was a special education teacher and then a dog trainer. And the dogs that she really liked to work with were like the the more stubborn breeds and the dogs that had like anxiety issues and stuff like that. Maybe
mm,
like behavioral issues that she was working through. And I'm just like, that upside down catfish was so you, so
yeah.
you. But
See,
I still have the book that I had this little book at the time that we are kind of trying to decide which fish, and it was like my first fish book. I'm tempted to kind of walk over and grab it. Like I still have it.
wow.
And I still have it where I like went to the library and I took notes in there. It's one of those
Notes.
TFH like tall skinny thing. It's a light blue. Um, and the funniest thing about that book actually is the fish that I fell in love with. There are two fish in there that I fell in love with. The splashing tetra, which I've never
Okay.
had. I've never actually because every time I've
Really?
seen splashing tetra come in, they're the spotted, not the
Yeah.
ones that jump out and lay eggs on leaves.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I
Those are
want
cool.
that one. It lays eggs on leaves. It's weird. I'm like, I'm there. And then the other one were pearl danios.
Mm.
And the so
You've had those?
to age myself a little bit, 30 years ago, I fell in love with pearl danios in this book. And I didn't get my first pearl danios and see them in person until AGA about a year and a half ago.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
What
and so
took you
that's
so
why like when
long?
I never, funny enough, like even though I worked at like a PetSmart in college and everything, I never saw them.
Wow.
They just they never came into my store. I didn't see them at the local pet stores. Or they may have just come in and been like the ugly little silverfish that, when they're put in a badly lit tank and everything. Like I don't remember ever seeing them.
All right.
And then when they came up at AGA, I was bidding on every bag, and I ended up with like the last one that had the full-size adults that I think all the others were bred from. So most of them have aged out at this point because I think they were very late in life. And Daniel's not always super long-lived, especially the fast ones.
Right.
So most of them have aged out, but I did, yeah, I was up at Rick's in Frederick last weekend or the weekend before and picked up another set of 8 that are
I mean, you wait like
one
30
of the
years to have them. You
they're
know, you
like,
got.
yeah, no, I'm never like I will always
you,
have a tank of them at this point.
yeah, you gotta keep
Like,
them. Speaking of the takes behind you, Captain said nice racks behind you.
yes,
Parentheses.
yes,
Yeah, you got a very
yeah. So like the
organized
pearl.
system back there.
Oh, that's cute that you think it's organized. It looks good right now.
It's got
This is what
labels.
when you those are handles. These are Sterilite gasket
Oh,
containers. Those are
okay.
handles. Yeah, they're not labeled.
My head canon
Or-
said they were labels. Okay, never mind.
no, I've
It's
got I've got little post-it
disorganized.
notes underneath them. I've got little post-it notes underneath
Okay,
them.
okay, that's
So
still organized.
these are the pearl danios. Oh God, this is really hard to do backwards.
No, you're good.
These are the CPDs. Um, jeez, these are have Barreras in them and a couple
Okay,
of pygmy catfish,
which
and
Ferrers?
the Ngokos are up here,
Nice.
and
Which
then pretty much everything else has Amanos and stuff in it. Pretty much
wow.
Amanos.
All the
Oh,
everything else.
and then this is my jerk. This is a croaking gourami.
Oh, why is it the jerk?
Have you met a croaking gourami?
I
They're
haven't.
just kind of natural. They're
Really?
just kind of naturally jerks.
How
No,
they compare to sparkling gouramis?
they're sparkling gouramis but bigger. That's why they're jerks.
Okay, because I also agree sparkling gouramis were jerks for me, and everyone's
Oh
like they're
yeah,
so
yeah. No.
peaceful, and I'm like, what are these people talking
Okay.
about?
So
I had
let's
a
go back
like
to the thumbnail.
okay.
Let's transition back to the thumbnail.
Okay.
Um, the yellow Neocaridina, giant on the thumbnail, is not one of my shrimp. I've had yellow Neocaridina, and Nick knows this story. I've had yellow Neocaridina once for about a minute. And the reason was this was 2010, 2011 when I had first gotten into GWAPA. They were, I mean, this is a while ago. You knew that
I
they
was
were
gonna say,
really uncommon at this time.
yeah, I was gonna say that must have been expensive back then.
Well, so somebody in GWAPA, like this is the wonderful part about being in your local fish group, right? Like somebody just floods the local market basically, and you can get them for cheaper. Now, sure, they weren't $6 a shrimp, but they still weren't. I still
Right.
want to say I spent like 15 plus bucks on it.
Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do these Neocaridina. They're the first ones I'd ever tried, and they are a beautiful lemon yellow, and I really like yellow for whatever reason in a tank. Yellow's a really nice color. So I was like, cool, this is gonna be really fun. But the only tank that I had that was already like seasoned and cycled were a bunch of 2.5 gallons that I had for my Barreras and sparkling gouramis. So I was trying to breed sparkling gouramis, and I had Barreras as dithers. So I split them between a couple of these tanks where I usually had like either a pair or I had like 3 to 5 younger sparkling gouramis I was trying to pair out. And that's when I learned sparkling gouramis are little wolves. And even though the Neocaridina were the same size or bigger than the sparkling gouramis at the time,
Oh man.
they dismembered them in front of me.
Not dismembered.
And oh yeah, they ripped all the legs off, all the antenna off, and then basically like got in underneath the shell to like rip them apart. It was horrible. It was
Wow.
so bad.
I mean,
So
if you're a different kind of person, you might have been like, "Huh, $15 well spent."
I
What a show!
that was I raised Moena and Daphnia to feed them like that. I did not put in really expensive Neocaridina to feed them, and I was just like in horror because I didn't realize my number because I noticed like the numbers weren't doing well, and I'm like, did I not drip acclimate them right, or like what is it? Like these weren't blackwater tanks. So I was trying to figure out like what was going wrong with the shrimp because they were disappearing. And then like I found a dead one and I'm like, oh my God, I'm clearly screwing up somehow. And then I found out it wasn't me, it was the sparkling gourami
Yeah,
when they dismembered it in front of me and I was just like,
yeah,
oh
brutal.
my gosh, you guys. Yeah, so I mean I love anabantoids. And I think sparklings are still some of the most beautiful fish when you get the right light on them. I've always wanted a croaking gourami. I do have a large rimless tank that was supposed to be a biotope. It's now going to the African Tetras. I'm still going to try the biotope,
Ugh.
but I was ordering some other some Amano shrimp, and I'm like, sure, let's throw some croaking gourami in there. Unfortunately, only one survived, and it looks like it's turning out to be a male. He's probably about like an inch and a half now.
Okay.
Should get about 3 inches, and they are
Wow. That's a lot bigger.
I feel like I feel like I have a trend of liking fish that look really shitty in person but are iridescent, so when you get the light on them just right, it's like the pearl danios, the croaking gouramis,
Yeah.
the African tetras, any of the African tetras that are like the Congos, which the Ngokos are very similar to the yellowtails, which also have the rainbow scales on them like Congos.
Right.
They are so underrated, and they're still some of the most beautiful fish when they color up and show iridescence. This guy is like flared a couple of times, and just I can see the red already in the fins, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna be
Yeah.
so pretty. And he doesn't beat anybody up. He's not staying with anybody right now because unfortunately all my other fish are like stupid fast, and he's like, you're making me sick just watching you zoom back and forth.
Yeah.
Um, but he's gonna go in with a bunch of Barreras and a Trichostigma, the
Any
Harlequin
neocaridina?
rasborogenus. No, they last about 5 seconds. I don't trust him with
That's
Amanos.
crazy. Oh wow.
I
Johnny.
wouldn't I
Jo-
wouldn't put him.
Johnny said he's. I still can't get my sparkling gouramis to breed yet.
I did drop their pH down. Um, categorize him as himbo. I'm sorry. I looked over just to see. He's a little too smart to be a himbo. A himbo is what my leopard gecko is,
Oh
Captain.
really? Okay.
He's currently staring at the hornworms that are on top of his tank, and he's been there for 45 minutes because he figured out where they were. He's the most adorable himbo, and his three brain cells turn off
Wow.
when it comes to hornworms. Only two of them turn off for crickets. He does keep his brain, but he's
Not into
yeah.
crickets. I don't like crickets either. My cat keeps
He likes
killing them.
crickets, but he likes crickets, but there's something about hornworms in particular that like every brain cell just turns off, and he's just like food. I'm trying to think. So sparkling gouramis, I would say you're not going to throw them in a tank. They're not just going to magically breed. They're going to be a little bit more work than a domestic beta because a domestic beta will breed just about anywhere. Um, I think the most of the places where I'm going to see like a sparkling gourami, a croaking gourami, and the middle-sized species that I'm blanking on the common name right now, that genus tends to be a lot of I just kind of lump them into rice paddy fish. So I
Mm.
expect them to go from a seasonal change. You got to give them some sort of seasonal change. And for me, it was doing a little bit more still water, letting it get a little bit more acidic. And then they would get a lot of fresh water all of a sudden, and it would be less acidic because it's all the rainwater kind of coming in. Um, like think a flooded rice paddy, and all of a sudden they have
Yeah.
all this water, and then it means they have all this food. And then that was usually what was triggering them. I'd have to like, it's been a long time then since I've like purposely tried to breed them.
Yeah.
I'd have
For
to look
me, it
up
was just
notes. But
a tank with a ton of floating plants. My water's already pretty soft, so that probably helped.
yeah.
And I don't. I was. They weren't in a tank I was heating either, so probably the
Oh
temperature was
yeah.
changing all the time.
Yeah. And when you have it, so I've never been keeping stuff in a basement, so I didn't have as stable a temperature. So I would get a lot warmer in the summer and then cooler in the winter. So that was helping as well. So as long as I did the seasons along with that,
Mm.
I mean, it worked like a charm on a bunch of poison dart frogs. It did work with a few fish as well. So not the super stable basement temperatures, but definitely
Right.
in a room with a lot more fluctuation. And that's the nice part. This room also has a lot of like nothing ridiculous, but if I just let it go,
Enough.
like
Yeah.
currently
Yeah.
everything's unheated. I do have to turn the heater on for the Ngokos. They do need it like 77-ish. And now that we've started to get cooler weather, it's dropping a little bit too much in here. But yeah, it was um, uh, for the most part that seasonal change like is great. It's going to be better for the Danios. It's going to be better for the CPDs. I
Yeah.
did see a comment about colored Amanos.
Yeah. I was gonna. No. Let me read the chat, man. You're
I'm
such a
trying. Okay, I'm
liar.
turning it off. I'm
You
turning it
said that.
off.
No, you can have it up, but come on, man. You're like, oh, I won't even be able to see the chat. Don't worry. Yeah, Louise
I've
asked,
been doing
does
better. I'm looking at you, man. I'm looking at
no,
you.
does Corey have the scoop on the colored Amano? I have the orange, lemon limes, and now the snow whites. But would love to know more about these variants popping up.
Still missing a color too. Um,
Oh,
Yeah, so that Corey's and tough. Co- Corey's been digging into this for a couple. This is like
I was
two
about to
years
say you
into the
missed a
project at
color.
this
Like,
point.
oh, okay. There's another one.
Dan's fish, the golds that are coming in from Europe. I'm assuming he's bringing them in through what is it, Aquarium Glacier.
Is that different
So
than the
there's
lemon limes?
yes, so they're coming from two different groups. So the I'm going to call them the EU golds. They're coming from Europe. They're probably a German breeder, knowing Aquarium Glacier. So some people in Germany were breeding and had been for a number of years breeding Amanos.
Oh, these do look a
Um,
lot different. Sorry.
yeah, yo,
No, I'm
yeah,
doing
they're
it.
they're funky. They're funky looking. Like they have orange on them. They have black blotches on them. Some of them don't have orange. They're weird. And I didn't have a lot of luck with my group, but I think that was a problem on my end. I was having a lot of water issues because I have stupid high GH but no KH whatsoever.
Yep.
So I've been dealing with that. Um, so these, so that's one group. So a group in Germany has clearly been breeding them enough to start line breeding stuff. The other ones that were mentioned that are actually showing up in stores, London Town being our local one that they're popping up in. Although I think Capital Exotics has gotten them a couple of times as well. So they go by a couple of different colors. I'm going with orange, lemon, and then snow. So snow
Okay.
is about the only one consistent. It's not snowball, it is snow. The oranges have also been called red. And then you do have like the lemon lime and or
Yeah.
lime, and that's a funky color name. I think we need to standardize these a little bit.
I
I'm
don't think
probably
it's.
going to
I
start
those are
calling
the only
them,
ones I have. I have some lemon limes, so I think they're all females.
yeah, yeah. Well, we need to fix that. So those are coming from Taiwan, and they're coming from the same breeder in Taiwan. My understanding is that it's a group that was already exporting Amanos. Taiwan obviously has a lot of wild caught Amanos. Or wild Amanos there. So they were exporting wild Amanos. They started breeding the wild Amanos and pretty quickly picked up these. When you're doing tens of thousands of Amanos, like it's pretty easy for you to pick out like the one oddball and start breeding it.
Mm.
So
They do make a
snow,
lot, I guess.
yeah. Well, so the funny part is they're not making that many. It's so low on their priority list that they don't care about competition. Like me breeding them is not going to be significant competition for them. It's pretty crazy because they're selling internationally and they're also a distributor for a huge amount of fish. And this is what London Town was telling me. Like Amano are an afterthought to them. Amano don't make them huge amounts of money. They're just nice to haves. So they have bred these where snow is genetic. The eggs are white
Right.
instead of being like gray. The lemons, the eggs are also white. So I wonder how related it is to snow. It's going to take some breeding crosses to figure that out.
Mm.
But at least one part of their color is also lacking color in the eggs. I found this out because when my girls first saddled up, I thought they were infected with something. And I'm like, oh, no, 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 that's eggs. Because I knew to expect it for the snow. I didn't expect the saddles to be white on the yellows.
Right. So
Um,
is that
and
white
then
even through the yellow color? It's like that white.
so the yellow color isn't super strong, especially when they're younger. Like it's clearly yellow, but it's not like Neocaridina solid
Right.
color, right? It's like the blues, how you can kind of like they're transparent blue versus like the solid color that you get on the red. So the thing that we have to think about with the Amanos is like these are super, super early in their selection. The oranges are like Neocaridina 30 years ago. Like think the original cherries. That's
Okay.
what the oranges are. Like so when you're like, oh, they don't seem super different from a regular, it's like, yeah, they're kind of not. They need a lot more work to be like compared to a modern cherry, even like a Sakura or like a mid-grade cherry, like they like a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, they look pathetic. Well, yeah, but look at cherries 30 years ago. The first ones we got weren't all that spectacular either.
So like
So
how recently did they start on these colors? Like is it that like super recent?
like I mean, they've only been getting imported for like a year or two.
Okay.
This is really recent. This is
Yeah,
this
that's
is
really
like you
recent.
guys are seeing the yeah. Captive bred Amanos, just in general haven't been around that long. Like people have managed to get them back to freshwater. Uh, I mean, the earliest signs I've seen have been like 2005, but like the amount of work that they put in there was just ridiculous. It's not sustainable. And we've made like a lot of there's been a lot more information and a lot of things that have happened on the hobby side to make this more, you know, potentially viable. And like just to be clear, people who have not talked to me in Discord, me breeding Amanos is a business. Like you were seeing the start of my business. So I'm not going like this being mostly Amanos, this is not a hobby project. This is the start of a wholesale business. So um, but at the same time, I'm not really hiding anything. Avatar Aquatics has a great like how to breed a mono shrimp thing.
Right.
I've added to it a little bit, but like for the most part, like the information's kind of out there now.
Yeah.
It's a lot of freaking work.
Well, people thought it like you see. Well, one Louise did say that she's been grabbing ones from Glacier, but hasn't seen the gold yet. So maybe.
There's orange on them, but it really depends on which ones you get. I just put a note in there saying, hey, I want the biggest variety of color because I'm looking to breed them. And I did get some with orange. I'll have to dig up the colors on them. But like there's also just a funky amount of black on them, which will be interesting to line breed. So
A lot of
what you guys
potential.
can't see. Oh yeah. So this is 5 gallon Sterilite bins. So they're about like the 19-20 liter Sterilite gasket bins. So these are kind of like temporary tanks. What you guys can't see is on this side is another 4 foot rack that's going to be all 10 gallons. So there's going to be 8 adult breeding groups of 10 gallons, 4 of which are going to be colors, 4 of which are going to be wild type. So they will be coming from different locations. There's going to be some true wilds coming in, probably that should be Taiwan. There's going to be captive bred Taiwan, and there's also going to be captive bred Indonesia now.
Hmm.
Win from Splashy Fish was telling me about that.
Oh
I
wow.
don't know if they're going to end up being the same
Well,
species.
Captain
That should
Bread
be fun.
from Cruise Areas in the chat says we breed Amanos and brackish. So you might have a fellow Amano breeder in the chat.
Okay, so that's not going to be the same species then. So the thing is, Cruz, are you talking about experience, your personal experience, or are you talking about what everybody says on the internet? Every time somebody says brackish, I correct them.
Really? So wait, so
So
the
yes,
Amanos they don't they're large because I was gonna say when you said it just started happening recently. I'm like
yeah.
I think just recently people even realized it was possible to breed them too. Like
We've so there's a paper from the 1980s in Japan
or like
about getting them actually fully.
on like the hobby level, I guess, where if you told someone you bred them, they
That's a
believe
lab.
you.
We've known since the 1980s in theory how to do it. And that paper is actually available. Like you can read the full thing for free. You don't have to pay money to get into it.
Wow.
So we kind of um, we do know how. Now there's a caveat. So like this great green jar is does not have larva in it, but did have larva previously in it. So that jar is Tetraselmis, and it is the larva. The reason I'm being specific about brackish is that there's two things going on. One, people assume because there's a saltwater larval phase, fresh plus salt equals brackish, and that's kind of a way to explain it. And I'm like, that's not fair. They don't live in brackish. The adults are full freshwater. They do not want any salinity. The larva being brackish is a problem because the original paper from the 1980s clearly stated they cannot handle full saltwater and they need brackish. The Taiwan animals I'm working with will die in brackish and need full salt. They need 30 to 30 ppt. So if Cruz is saying that they're running at a different salinity, so here's the other problem. Pretty sure that the Amanos that are in the hobby are a species group and not one species. So there
Interesting.
is a Amano shrimp in Japan that has a brackish larval stage, 100%. But there's also the one that is Amano in Taiwan is needs saltwater. That's why the one in Indonesia, I'm interested, does it need salt? Like what is its salinity level?
That makes sense because there's a lot of like algae eating random Rudolph shrimp that like are very have
Mhm.
Amano like qualities, but they're not calling them Amano shrimp, so it makes sense that there'd be like a group of them
Oh
that
yeah,
are
there's a lot of lookalikes. Like the green lace is the one that like looks just like an Amano, but it has filter hands. Oh, if anybody has them, I want some, please. Rachel got me in on that idea back when she posted about them forever ago, and they aren't really imported on purpose anymore. But So we have the problem that's best described through Caridina typhus, which is a shrimp that has similar distribution as Amanos in this really funky, like, how did they get in the Indian and the Pacific Ocean? It's really weird.
Hmm.
Typhus is known to be a species complex of at least 5 different species, and they all look the same. They're incredibly hard to tell apart, and one of the easiest ways to tell them apart is where you caught them.
Great.
And if you overlay a mono shrimp over that distribution, you kind of go, oh, if they follow the same trends of like currents and where you're going, you're like, oh, okay, so that means a mono shrimp are most likely a species group as well. So I know for a fact that Taiwan need full salt.
Okay.
I have no idea what the Indonesian ones are going to be like, and I don't know that I can get Amanos from other locations. If anybody's importing them, please let me know. But um, it's very funky. A lot of people say like that 1980s paper from Japan, and they're like, "This is gospel." Anybody who says that their salt water is wrong. These were literally in Avatar Aquatics even explains it.
Wow.
He
So wait.
tried that. His
Wow.
larva died.
So how do
But
you know if
also,
it's Taiwan or not? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Go
oh,
ahead.
because you asked where they got imported from.
Okay. So this is
It's a
this
cheat.
this is like you have to ask. You can't just like buy it a
Yeah,
mono shrimp. Be like, okay. Like you have to
yeah.
ask for the. Are there golds from? Like, are there colors from both places? Can it be like, oh, if it's
No.
a yellow one, it's got to be the Taiwan one?
Yeah, it is. It's a completely man-made color and it's only coming from that one distributor in Taiwan at this point.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's one company. Now, not to say there aren't going to be other companies at this point, but right now it's that one company created them and they're the ones all the ones in the US that you're showing. You'll see those 3 colors kind of show up together. It's all the same distributor, exporter from Taiwan.
Gotcha.
So the EU golds are probably only coming from Aquarium Glacier because they're coming from a German breeder.
All
And
right.
as of right now, we don't have a lot of other stuff. I've spent a lot of time around people who've done a lot of selection for other shrimp that have given me entirely too many ideas. So I'm not saying it's certainly not going to stay that way if I have anything to say about it.
Okay.
Uh, but that's why I'm like mainly focusing on them, and then the next one will be other critters that have a similar lifestyle just because if you can replicate it in one, it's like really easy for me to be like, oh, you have a saltwater larval stage? Cool, Stephadon. You're getting in the party too, as long as I can get a
All
breeding
right.
group.
Well,
Um,
is it reliable?
Nerites can be
Sorry.
the same way.
Is it reliable enough? Like on the species front, you say it's like a species group. I was just saying like, okay, aquatic arts, it has a species listed on the lemon lime caridina. Like, is that accurate? Or is that the species they call all of the amanos, like
Um,
the
it's a species we call all the Amanos because
caridina
unfortunately,
multidentata?
yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if Caridina japonica ends up being valid again in the future. That's probably what the one that truly has brackish larva is. But until somebody really does, I mean, even the typhus, like somebody did the work to figure out, like, yeah, they're clearly different species, but it's too much for us to go deeper into this in this paper. Like, that's going to have to be like a paper for
Right.
each one, genetic work. And genetic work has gotten cheaper, but the expertise to understand the genetic work has only gotten harder because, there are not enough scientists to study all the things. So you have to have somebody who already knows a lot about like Caridina genetics to be able to sort through and even know which part of the genetics to look at. So
Hmm.
without funding and stuff like that, and is it that important? It's an algae eating shrimp. Who cares? It does its job.
I mean,
And
yeah. It can't be
like,
eaten. So
yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, who's going to put the money into that? Who's already doing like a shrimp research lab? Do they even have that like bandwidth to take some of that stuff on? Like I care. I would like to know because I'm just a nerd and the more you know about something like that, like I don't mind taxonomic changes because it tells you something more about what's going on. Um, and labels are meant to be changed. If you wrote it in permanent marker, that's on you.
right.
Learn how to erase it to write a new
Yeah.
one. Uh, so I kind of expect that It'll probably be a species group. As long as those shrimp cross with each other, I am going to cross Indonesian and Taiwan genetics and whatever other island I can get some of the stuff imported from. I am going to cross them, and they probably will end up having some species differences or population differences. But like most animals that have been bred with us for like a long time, uh, it's not unusual for the aquarium strain to be multiple different localities or potentially multi very
Right.
closely related species
Right.
bred into each other. Like
Sure.
even my leopard gecko, there were multiple. We didn't know it at the time. We imported a whole bunch of leopard geckos from the wild. We didn't know there were a whole bunch of different species.
Oh
So the
wow.
modern day domestic leopard gecko is actually multiple species.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
impressive. Louise said, "Yeah, I had no idea collection points determine breeding/water requirements. Fascinated."
Yeah, and I like to make it worse. I bet Japan has both. I bet it has like, because if you look at Japan, where they were collecting from was a very big, brackish, marshy area, but they have other parts of Japan that just are like freshwater straight to the sea. Now,
Hmm.
Taiwan's much smaller. They don't have a lot of marshy areas. It's a lot of stuff that's straight to the sea and a lot of species that you see in nearby areas that don't live in like these big estuaries that are these saltwater mixing areas, like the Chesapeake Bay. The Chesapeake Bay would have the potential to have some species that are brackish water larvae, but like you go to a river that just like dumps directly into the ocean with speed and doesn't have this huge delta. Um, Totally could just be fresh to salt water.
Interesting. So it really is like, because when I think about like, oh, it just needs some salty water, like they're on their way to the speed of how they get to the salt
Mm.
is really like if it
The
needs
flow of
full salt
water.
water, if it needs full salt water, it doesn't mean that it can handle brackish water. Like it needs full salt water.
Yeah, and like that's the big thing with them. And I know you're going to yell at me because I saw Cruz's comment about freshwater and brackish water. The thing with Amphidromus is that they can do different salinities at different times of their life, but that doesn't mean they can do all the salinities throughout their life. Amanos are freshwater. The adults are not brackish. They do not do well in brackish. At least the ones that I've been working with that are from Taiwan that have the distinct like very fresh water, very salt water. But pretty much all Amanos that we have do not put them in brackish water. That's a great way to kill them. Ones that do, they have some related shrimp in Caridina, no less, that do actually travel down to saltwater. Um, because Amphidromus is kind of a very flexible lifestyle. There are some that to get their larvae closer to water will actually travel down closer to where the salt water is, often
Wow.
going into slightly brackish to
Okay.
release them to get them faster to the salinity that they need. But Amanos, I think they're the Amanos with full salt water are fast flowing rivers. That's why they're very good at gripping things. They love water flow. Pan shrimp are the same way. They're all these like very fast flowing rivers. The river does the job. They don't need to go anywhere near saltwater. Even brackish, they don't have to go
Hmm.
anywhere near it.
Interesting.
Where, yes, but my Clithon snails will they want to be in brackish before they will lay. So the adults actually do travel back and forth
Clithon.
just
Okay.
to make my life
So, because
complicated.
because I had gotten larvae from my bamboo shrimp once, so that's what started me like, oh, I want to try and do some of these. So it sounds like my first hypothesis, like, okay, let me look at the water, the
Mhm.
flowing. You're like, okay, the river, like that could be a good hint, at least
Yeah.
if not day one, full salt. Like, hey, after day two of them being larvae, like you better get into full salt because it would have been there by now. Like that's why that's a thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got somewhere between 2 and 7 days to get those into saltwater.
Okay.
And now Amanos are nice. You can literally just dump them into salt water. Those larvae are so tough that they'll take the as they don't like explode from osmotic change like a bunch of others, thankfully. I
Jesus.
don't recommend that for a new species. Um, but granted, also like some of the any of the fan shrimps, the larger guys, give you so much larva. It's all a grand experiment. I would give them a couple days in fresh because they have some either like Stephanons don't molt. Like every larva has a stage where they molt and kind of go into the next stage. Stephanon gobies need to be in that stage for a day or two, and then they don't even feed. until they hit salt water, and then they molt and then they're eating, but they
Wow.
will not even eat in fresh water. So I think the shrimp are very similar to that.
Also,
Um,
just thinking of a fish
and
larva molting is bizarre. It's like
Yeah,
reptilian.
marine fish get weird. All of this is like stuff that goes in the egg from most freshwater. Like so that's the thing. Remember, all the freshwater stuff that we work with came from salt first, and a lot of it just got put into the egg. Um, so let's say we're working with your vampire shrimp, right? So first off, they're very generous. They're very big shrimp. You got
Yeah.
a shit ton of them. I
My
would
my
start
fish ate
doing
very well the day that they released the larva, and I was like, well, I got no way to.
my CPDs have been eating so well because that's where the some of my adult Amanos are, and they've been eating so well. But just to make up for it, the Amanos eat their eggs, so it's just a big nutrient circle now. Um,
Perfect. But they're
I
generous.
would take some of yeah, the Amanos are more generous. I would take the larva and I would be doing like this is what I'm going to do with like steephodons and stuff like that too. Is set up jars of different salinity. I would give them 1 to 2 days in fresh water, and then I would be a little bit nicer about transitioning them just in case. And then I would probably take a very small amount of the potentially a couple thousand that you have gotten, and I would dump them straight into salt water and see if they explode. They
Wow.
probably won't.
Science.
So, but science. I mean that's how Avatar figured out he didn't need to transition them. He like one day he just like dumped them in and they were fine.
Yeah.
I've done it repeatedly now. They were fine. Like I put the tiny amount of fresh water in the jar and I fill the rest of it up with salt water. And I'm like literally just pouring in with a pitcher. Like I'm not giving them a chance to, like this is not a drip acclimation thing, which blows my mind because if you do not drip acclimate the adults, they might die.
Wow.
Um, but it's the larvae are just funky in their biology. But like I would test any of these new Amphidroma species with different salinities. It's pretty standard to do like there's whole like lab setups of like how they're like we do like 4 different salinities and these are the setups and you'll usually know pretty quick on which ones thrive and which ones don't.
Wow. Okay. So,
And yeah,
what are the? Is there like a certain number of different salinities you want to test that you go to? You're like, oh, this is my 1.2. This is my 3 point. Like you use the same ones each time.
I use PPT just because that's easier for my brain to wrap around for some reason. So when you guys drop the like
Oh,
1.026 or
that,
something,
I
I'm
was
like,
just
uh-huh.
making that up. I have no idea.
So, but there's 2 ways to measure it, and my brain only seems to accept one. So I so the full salt water that I'm using for the Amano larva is 30 to 35 ppt. So that's considered full marine salt is 35. 30 is a little bit on the light side, but I do that because some of the algae I grow tend to like 30 better. But if they can make it to 30, so like if you do like 30 as your top end, that's basically full salt 30, 32.
All right.
And then I would probably do like 15, 20, 8. So like I would take um the cheap way I would do is basically take my full salt water and then you're basically just cutting it down by like adding a little bit more fresh water. So like even breakdowns of it. So you're getting like easy way to do brackish is basically like I would do like a gallon jar and like my first like full salt water, another gallon jar where 1/3 of it uh, or 1/4 of it is replaced with salt water, and then 1/2 of it is replaced with salt water, and then 2/3 of it is or 2 3/4 of
All
it.
right.
Is,
So
sorry,
I
brain.
what is your 1 gallon jar wholesaler? That's I'm already. I need to go buy some 1 gallon jars now. So like my brain is telling me.
There is Uline, but there's also one on Amazon that's about the
Oh
same
my
price
god, you
with
actually
shipping
had
included.
one. Okay, wow. It
I
really is
don't play.
that deep. It really is that deep.
Uline gives you bulk discounts. And see, like if you're just buying a pack of 4, there's an Amazon link that's about the same as Uline shipping. But when I upscale and I start doing 1 gallon jars by like the dozen, no man, I'm going Uline carton because that
Oh
bulk
my.
discount starts.
Oh my gosh, you could get the
Don't
one. I was
play.
just looking at you get the one free item on Uline if you order a certain amount. Do you know what you're gonna choose? The lawn chair or
Please, I already
something?
have their free items.
Okay.
No, what I get last time? I got like one of their box cutter things. Like no, I usually opt out of those because I usually if it was useful to me, I
What?
already have it.
Okay, next time tell me. Okay, I'm I could
Okay,
I
I'll
still have space for junk that I'm never gonna use. It's fine. Oh,
I just clean house, but like my only place for
well,
junk is this. This is my travel. It's a little wheelie tray that has everything on it, all the food and everything that I need.
I love this. You're really up. I mean, look, you got to make space for the 1 gallon jar, so I get you can't have all the junk
Yeah,
around here.
this whole top shelf is going to be 1 gallon jars at some point, and
Oh,
then like the 3 shelves below it are just going to be all the Sterilite. So this big Sterilite that's up here is going to get moved down. I've got jars sitting here for some reason because I just my organization scheme failed me at that time because I had more airlines in that spot. So I'll move them around. I also have saltwater snails. So like bright green was an old larva thing, and then right next to it I got little dove snails that are full saltwater. They go
nice.
hang out with the larva to eat all the crap on the bottom.
I feel
Got
like
cleanup
that.
crew for all my salinities.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man. I feel like that kind of goes into what Luis said, because like, wow, okay, you're just collecting all the salty critters, but Luis was acting. What made you super geek out about Amano's the challenge? You can tell you really enjoy this. Whoa, 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 whoa. I wrote the description. You did poison dart frogs. You said for 25 years. That doesn't. That seems like pretty focused. Yeah, that seems pretty focused to me. Okay. Wow. Oh. Yeah. Wait. Give me 1 second. 1 second. There's no, no, no. They're saying that they can't hear something. Oh, they can hear me, but they can't. Okay, 1 second. I just gotta fix something. See, man, the moment they couldn't hear you anymore, everyone got mad. See, come on. Wait, say something.
Saying something, saying
All right,
something.
all
Nick,
right.
save me.
We're back. We're back. We're
Nick,
back.
save me.
We're back. Don't
Video is
worry.
frozen.
Nick, save me. No, we're back.
We
This,
hear each other just fine.
yeah, the Discord capture just broke.
Oh, an
That's all.
isopod.
That's all. The Discord
Oh,
capture just broke.
okay.
That's all. We're good. We're good. Everyone's
And we're back.
woo. We're back. We're back. Call your friends. It's safe. It's safe. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so what was the last
Where did
thing
you
I
cut
was
out?
ranting
Yeah.
about?
Luis had said, "Darn, I didn't get her answer. She's frozen on the screen, sipping her drink. When did you sip your drink?"
I've been sipping my drink a lot. I don't know where are we talking. Okay, I've bred all the frogs. I'm bored now. So now
Yeah.
I'm on to fish.
Yeah.
And yes, I like the I like the weird things. Amano is definitely for the challenge.
Okay.
Amphidromus in general is for the challenge. It's a really weird. I like the weirdest biology. I like aquatic tree frogs. Like that kind of just does not make sense in your head. I like that kind of shit.
Okay. Yeah. It sounds like my internet just sucks. Do you have a new challenge that you're up for? You do IT,
Dude,
right?
IT is my day job. I refuse. But also, I did have a truck out front with like the diggery thing, so I'm like, please tell me you're not ripping up the road in front of my house because of the problem.
Wow. Okay. Well, listen, at least you're able
Yeah.
to tell people directly that kind of thing.
Yeah, if my section just cuts out, you know why. Yeah, I primarily did poison dart frogs. The joke is I did poison dart frogs because I wanted to work with Adelopus. And Atelopus are basically like the toad version of a poison dart frog because they are poisonous and very colorful. But but there's a running theme. Their tadpoles are hillstream tadpoles. So like I
Hillstream
love hillstream
tadpoles.
stuff.
Okay,
Yes, they
that's
have these
different.
huge sucker mouths. They're biofilm feeders. So like one of the reasons I'm like Auschwitz feeders is because of those tadpoles. And then I'm like, oh, like so Stephodon, my love of Stephodons came actually from working with the Atelopus.
Wow.
So
I would
yeah,
not have
it's
connected tadpoles to Stephodon gobies, which I say Stiphodon.
very similar
Now I
bio
feel like I have to say
Stephodon.
Stephodon. You said Stephodon.
No,
Now
I
I feel
mean
like I've been saying it wrong. Now I have to change my whole
no,
life
you're
because of you.
right. That is an I, not an E. I
Oh
think you were more
no,
accurate.
no. I listen.
No,
You,
that's
I haven't
another
worked at a
word that
zoo.
I didn't work at a zoo with Stephodons. Stiphodons.
I'm just saying you
Stiphodons.
worked.
No, I think you're right. Stiphodons.
Listen.
Di-
Don't
eh?
don't put this on me. Don't put this on me now. No, no, no. We're going.
You're correct, man. You're correct, and you're gonna like it. That is an
No.
I. I am incorrect.
Oh
Suck it
my.
up, man.
They're gonna hate me for this. I mean, your sound went out like for 2 seconds, and they were added. Now I get to correct things. This isn't gonna go over well.
That's a word that I only read in books, man. Like that's what I was saying earlier. Like
Well,
don't
you're not
don't
talking
assume just
about
because I'm saying
Stiphodons with your Amano friends. You're not saying Stephodon to them, and they're
none of
like,
us know how
it's
to none of us know how to pronounce that shit. We read it in books. We're just like, yeah, the cute little goby thing. How do you pronounce it?
okay, okay.
However you want, as long as it gets the point across. No, but
Hey,
like pronunciation wise, yes, that is an I. It's probably Stiphodons.
hey, quick. How did you like my description? I did.
That's why I have the chat open, man.
Okay, because I see someone that didn't read my description because Maven said, "Oh, I ask you then, do you do paludariums? I want to turn a 90-gallon into one. Any tips or tricks for stocking the whole ecosystem?" And that's one of the first quotes in the description, man, that you have done paludariums. Okay, but you can
Yes,
answer the
that was
question.
my first hobby talk ever was polydarians. That was 2011 GWAPA. That was my first presentation ever was polydariums. The title of the talk was Invisible Waterline because the thing that ticks me off about polydariums is how you can always tell where their waterline is because it's aquatic plants, waterline, non-aquatic plants, things that would drown.
Right.
Um, I got into GWAPA originally from Gazanfar bringing me in from one of the Poison Dart Frog forums because he's just like you love polydariums. Let me show you where the cool people are and have all the cool plants and everything. So that's how I got into GWAPA and probably like
So that's like
over half the plants I've ever.
an elite cult recruiting, man. They're like, come on over to where
Oh
the
yeah,
cool
no, he
plants
he
are.
didn't play. Yeah. And he does like Hoya and orchids and stuff now. So like I mean, if you think about it, most of the plants that we grow in our tanks, other like very few of them are obligate aquatics, like required to stay in water, right? Like, okay, so hornwort not going to grow out of water. I think like one of the physidins is aquatic only, will not grow out of the water. But like almost everything else, if you give it enough moisture, yeah, like Java fern in a poison dart frog terrarium, yeah, talk about a fern that won't rot. Like that's amazing.
Really?
Um, yeah, yeah. So I started pulling stuff that from just planted tanks. That's one of the reasons that I really like a Anubias and a lot of the aquatic aeroids. It's because I've been using them in polydariums. Man, glass frogs and Anubias are just like mwah, perfect. Like I would never use another plant for them. They're so good. Um, anytime that I was working with like a tree frog that had weight to it, like an Anubias leaf is so stiff that either you had this giant philodendron that would like eat your house, or you have this Anubias that had this like perfectly stiff leaf, and then you flip it over and it's all frogs underneath, because it's
Interesting.
strong enough to do that.
So you
Yeah,
found
so
some of the
like,
aquatic plants are actually like a little bit more useful for the dart frogs
oh
than
god,
like
yeah.
some tradition. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, almost any like any like semi-aquatic thing I was working with, it's just like, man, if you don't have an Anubias with that, you're missing out. Like, here, just like pick your size. I'll find an Anubias for you. There is an Anubias for
It's
everybody.
perfect you're saying this because honestly, my Java ferns and Anubias are fine, but like they're kind of boring in the aquarium. Like, I mean, they're cool, but like I feel like in a terrarium, yeah, they'd be a lot more interesting, especially a frog interacting with
Yeah.
them. Like, would be a lot cooler. I can get
Yeah.
that effect from like sword plants and stuff. Like, I don't need.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the bulbitis is another one that's like really awesome like that.
Yep.
So I don't use floating plants too often in there because I found I found a bit of an awkward thing with floating plants. I love floating plants. They're in every tank that I have that doesn't have an Amano in it because the Amano killed them all. Um, and it's like they're nutrient export for me. So like they're the best thing that you can do for nutrient export. It's like hornwort, floating plants. That's how I keep my water clean. Uh, but if you do that in a polydarium with a poison dart frog, who most of them do not live directly around water. They're out in the rainforest away from puddles, right? Like their whole evolution is to get away from water, especially if that water has fish in it. So their whole evolution is about laying eggs on land, taking care of them, transporting their tadpoles to water that is so tiny there's no fish that would ever live in there, except for that one freakish killifish that lives in a tree in the Amazon.
Wait. So that's
uh,
why like I always find tadpoles like in puddles on the side of the road. Like that's intentional. That's like just
yeah,
random.
they're trying to take temporary water bodies where there aren't fish because
Oh
the
my
fish would eat
gosh.
them.
But that seems so
Yeah,
risky
yeah.
because temporary. Like
It is. Oh, it is. It's a
okay,
game.
that seems
Yeah,
really
yeah. No, no, no.
risky.
It is. And those frogs know it because some of those frogs will be up and out of the water in less than a month. And then others will basically see how far development they can get before the water level starts getting too low and too nasty that shows that it's starting to evaporate. And no matter what size they are at that time, they'll like explode with like growing legs and be up and out of the water.
I just
Yeah,
heard explode and
there's
I
some
immediately thought of the larva exploding. I thought that was gonna
legs.
happen, but no,
No,
with
no,
legs.
no. It's like legs
Okay.
everywhere, and they're up and out, and yeah, you'll
So
be
wait,
like
no
1 week
matter
you'll be like,
what's
oh, tadpole,
what
no
like
leg.
tadpole space they're in, they can just do legs at any time if they have to.
Some species are flexible like that.
Okay,
They'll basically like speed up the development.
interesting.
They'll fast forward it. Because they would rather come out of the water small and a little undersized than just not come out at all and die. Those are
Okay.
usually the gray tree frogs that do that.
Wow. Okay.
And then spadefoots are like, let's see how fast we can do this, and are anywhere between like 2 weeks and like 4 weeks. So
A
they do
bet.
like extra temporary water.
Beto is like he's way behind. He's like, so dart frogs are being kept by hobbyists.
I
We gonna
I
tell him?
I'm not even for about 50 years, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and fish people were the first ones to bring them in. They came in with some of the big wholesalers from South America. They
Really?
actually, the first ones I think came in
Intentionally?
with some of the big discus. Yeah, no, intentionally. So,
Okay.
like a lot of people think it's like reptile hobby side. Poison dart frogs started with fish. So a lot of the early poison dart frog keepers were fish people.
Oh, that makes a lot
Yeah,
of
so
sense actually.
discus and killifish people. Yeah.
Okay. They're talking about the poison coming from what they eat. Is that accurate?
Yes, they do not make it themselves. It is from what they eat, and it varies depending on species on what they're actually eating. Ants is just kind of a overdone um, thing that only counts for certain species. A lot of times, it's actually more related to beetles and mites that they're eating
Beetles
because
and
ants
mice.
fight back. Ants fight back and are
Interesting.
assholes.
Ants fight back against frog. What are they gonna do against a frog?
Numbers, man, numbers and little angry grabby bits, and they're wasp relatives, right? They can bite and sting.
Wow.
So ants will often defend themselves by just like smothering something and just attacking it. So it depends on the type of ant and it depends on the frog, and they tend to be a lot more specialized about what they eat than a lot of us give them credit for.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, like only certain species and only certain ants, because some of those combinations do not end well. Can end
Wow.
very badly. So if you have a
Okay.
poison dart frog, do not feed them your local ants. I've seen people kill their frogs by feeding local ants because the local ants will swarm them and kill them because it's not the right family, it's not even the right genus, and all this other stuff, and that connection
I
didn't
never would have
didn't go over well.
expected that ants would actually be able to beat the
Well,
frogs.
it's a defense thing. They can overwhelm just by numbers. You've never
Wow.
seen one of those videos? I'm not
I
linking
hate
you those
them.
videos.
I hate ants. I hate ants. I had a
I hate that whole family.
yeah.
Ants, wasps,
My
ants and wasps all together. Like,
siblings tied me to a tree when I was a kid, and then ants crawled all over me. So I've always hated
no.
them. I had a traumatic. And then that one, there's like one MacGyver episode where like it's
Oh
ants
yeah,
and they're
yeah,
eating the whole, and that like scarred me. That was like the
yeah.
scariest thing ever.
No,
Like,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah,
Nope.
yeah, that was
Yeah,
so
I
terrifying.
loved MacGyver growing up. That's no,
I
no.
literally got nightmares.
Yeah, ants for me is like I always did something where like you kick an ant hill and then all of a sudden they're like swarming and they're trying to crawl all over you. That's like no, that's no. Mm-mm. And then they're like stinging you and biting you, and I'm like, nope, that's nope, I'm done. Mm-mm. I don't mind termites as much as long as they're not eating my house, because they don't tend to do that.
Anike said, "Can we go back to the fish that lives in trees?" And then I think someone else was like, "Wait, what
Pretty
about
sure that's a
killifish?"
killifish.
Really?
Well, yeah, killifish people are cool. I'm pretty sure, isn't it a killifish that lives in a tree? Yes, I'm gonna Google it. Don't yell at
Uh
me.
oh. Uh oh.
Uh,
Hurry up. Well, speaking of yelling at you, Kathleen said most people can't say beta and liar, Lire, and you're worried about Stephadon. Now I
Stiffodon, come on.
no, no, no. I'm going with yours. Also, how am I supposed to say beta and Lyre? How do you say those? Beta, beta.
Liar and beta.
Okay.
Beta, it really depends on who I talk to, you
Now,
asked.
now, now I'm questioning every like. Do I know how to say those two words?
All
You
right,
better if there.
scientists were startled. Hold on. It's
It
science in
better
here.
be real, cause you're.
2007. Fish that live in trees, science blog, with a reference.
Okay.
Scientists were startled last month when they discovered that mangrove killifish, a fish native to Florida, Central America, and the Caribbean, spends weeks of the year living in the rotten branches of trees, fully out of the water.
Wow.
Yeah, they typically lives in pool of water made by man, blah blah.
Ah, crap. Wait 1 second, guys. 1 second. I pressed the wrong button. Give me, give me 1 second. Oh my god. I'm a terrorist to the stream. Oh, a terrorist to the stream. Like, just pretend nothing happened. Okay. No, 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 no. That was me.
Fish and trees.
Yes.
It's a thing.
Okay. They live in the branches. That's I think you were saying.
Yeah, I think it's a. It looks like it's a. Uh. Don't do it, Nick.
No,
Whatever
we're
you're
good.
doing, stop
No, we're good. We're good.
it. Yeah, it's. I think it's a dry season,
Okay.
and they're essentially able to breathe air because of something that their gills do.
Wow. Mickham says, "Yep, Cryptolebius mammoratus, 66 days in rotten
Yeah,
logs is the record, I believe." And Luis said, "The
yeah.
guy running this show sucks." Okay, listen. I know my internet connection apparently is dying, and someone said it's been choppy for the last 2 streams. I'm like, no one said anything to me. Come on.
Rude.
No one said anything. Usually,
Rude.
the good thing though is usually when it's choppy, it's not the audio, it's it's the video. I just care if people can
Yeah,
hear. So whatever, man.
yeah.
Drop the
They
frames.
do see the most important thing on YouTube is audio. That's why you guys are getting the headset, so you don't get the buzzing of my ear thing behind me.
Exactly. The science scene has to be on point and audible. So wait, if they just started in the last 2 years, like with the Amano, when did you start breeding the Amanos?
Uh, well, I started gathering them up. So I want to say I went hardcore last November is when I started getting them, and they were coming in, especially the colored ones, they were coming in very small. So I've been getting some of the wild caught ones from Aquahuna to start experimenting with. I'm also I got some like full size one from GWAPA member John because he had a big beautiful tank full of them, and had a couple of his females bury up, which learning experience that did not go well, surprisingly enough.
Okay.
But I learned a lot about nutrition for the adults from that one. So I've been like slowly gathering. I got some from London Town. I got some from Aquatic Arts. So I've got slowly been building up, kind of getting to know them a little bit. And then I'm going to get my breeder rack like fully set up so that I will then go probably buy the rest of the um, breeding stock that I need. So I have some. I've been mostly experimenting. I'm trying to get my process down a lot because there's like the really messed up one is like losing a batch. They are in salt water for an average of about 25 to 35 days.
Wow.
And I was
That's like simultaneously a long
20.
time, but then also I'm like, oh, that's not too bad.
It's
But then it
it's not
is.
too bad, right? I was on day 21, and then they crashed. And it was really bad because it was one of those things where it's like, do what you say, not what you do. With salt water, if you these are largely like I just put paper towel atop the jar to keep like dust and stuff from going in there, so there's still air exchange. Then they have like a little rigid airline tubing in there that bubbles. Uh, what I wasn't doing was I forgot to draw a line on the side on what the water line was. So I lost track of how much had evaporated and their salinity went way too high. So
Hmm,
like I lost them for stupid reasons.
I
I
see.
lost another batch because I think I had the density too high. Like it was okay up until a point, and they can often crash within 2 days once you hit a certain point.
Okay.
So learning experiences, yeah, it's tricky because you got to get your balance of how many are in a jar. I'm using 1 gallon jar, not 3 gallon. Once you like the size of your container can vary things a lot. Lots of experimentation still going on.
So I'm gonna assume you just know what this word is. Okay, Cruz says,
Cheetomorpha?
"Come on, man. Come on, just give me a chance. I gotta do something here." I'm assuming that I didn't just Google it and that's algae.
Yes, it is a marine algae phytoplankton. It is actually not one I use. No, I'm going to be mean to you and I'm going to give you one that's really good.
Okay.
So I have to look it up. Sorry. Go into a website and I can't give you the website because then you'd know what I'm doing.
No, you're fine. That's totally
Okay.
fine. Mick said Achilles are. Oh, this is someone asked if Achilles were in the labyrinth group. No,
Wait, no, Cheetomorpha. Wait, no. Cheetomorpha is not that is not the Cheeto I was thinking of.
you like getting snacky or?
Cheetoceras is what I was thinking of. Cheetomorpha is, oh my God, I'm brain farting.
Oh,
I'm too busy trying to look up
here I was. You're thinking
this
you're
word I want you to say.
thinking of a dusty orange snack. There's actually two Cheeto algae. What are the odds of that?
I come up with shorthand because saying some of these is just like an absolute pain in the neck.
Yeah. Well, luckily, apparently, you just never say anything out loud. So I mean, why even
Che-
bother?
Cheetomorpha I did, but now I'm like
Wait,
blanking on what I
how
should
are
be
you
doing.
typing in the chat while you're supposed to be googling something? You're typing in the chat.
I
Nick,
did
say this
Google.
one.
I type
Uh,
faster.
okay, that was
Cheetah.
wait,
Okay,
that was Sarissa. Dalasiosira. Yeah, Dalasiosira. Yeah, I said it.
you want to know
Now
why I am laughing so hard?
what?
I have no idea how to say that out loud.
Okay. Thank God. Thank God.
That's why I made you say it. I have Thalassiosira? Thalassio?
Yeah, Dalasiosira.
Sira?
Yeah, we got it.
I'm gonna forget that the next time I try and say it. So that's why I'm just trying to. So the reason Cheetomorpha is familiar is it's a macroalgae, not a phytoplankton. If I put Cheetomorpha is like saltwater uh, way to nutrient export. It's great. I don't put that in with larvae. They are planktonic. They need to open water move. They would get caught up in the Cheetomorpha. So while it's excellent at pulling nutrients out, that's like a reef tank sump kind of thing to do. Um, Cheetoceras is a phytoplankton that's completely unrelated. Damn those scientists for using so many like same similar sounding things.
What do you think of
Um,
the Ovacea? That was the second one they said.
It's the same thing. It's a macroalgae that's going to nutrient export.
Okay.
So if I was doing saltwater tanks, like saltwater shrimp, because I might have a whole bunch of them listed on because they have very similar planktonic larval stages, and why not? They are. That's another one. Like there's so many really good algae to have as like sump algae in there, and I'm not gonna lie, some of those macroalgae are super pretty,
Yeah, I
and
know.
I would use that.
Thompson Aquatics is like trying to do a escape with some macroalgae. That's like something he's
Oh, they're
working
so
on.
pretty.
He's like, it's
Some
gonna
of them are
take me like
so cool.
9 billion months. I'm like, oh my goodness, that sounds intense.
Yeah. So Cheeto and I don't know how fast the other one grows, but like Cheeto is a like think about how hair algae grows in our tank. It grows very fast. But that's what makes it such good nutrient export, right? That's why like
Mm.
I love giant duckweed because it grows so fast. Like, but that's the point, right? It needs to grow fast or else how is it going to suck all the stuff out of the water column?
Yeah.
If like Anubias doesn't do crap for nutrient export.
So when you say
I love
nutrient
it.
export, just to give us the definition, what does that mean to you?
It's absorbing some of the nutrients we don't want, usually the ammonia, nitrites, and it's pulling them out of the water column. And I say nutrient export because then you can remove that out of the tank completely. So it's not still in the tank somehow. So like floating plants are great because it's really like when they grow too much, you just like scoop a whole bunch out and either like give them to a friend, sell them, or toss it in the trash or compost pile, right? So that if you're taking it out or like cutting the plant and taking bits out because it's grown, that's how you're exporting it out of the tank.
Mm.
So I want a fast growing thing that I can easily remove from the tank, and a floating plant or hornwort are really good for that. People also use guppy grass, but every time I try and pull guppy grass out of the tank, it kind of breaks apart and then makes me angry.
Yeah, I'm so sick of guppy grass. I'm trying to remove it from every single tank right now because it's so
Yeah.
annoying to remove.
Yeah, and that's why I'm on hornwort because you pull on hornwort and just the whole thing comes out and you can just
Yep.
cut it as much as you need.
And don't get that.
That's
Then it
also
doesn't get the
why,
roots like guppy grass too. Guppy grass like grab on the
yeah,
things.
yeah, hornwort, I don't know that hornwort, does it even make roots at all? Like, I don't think
I
it
don't know.
does.
I haven't
Like,
seen
even if you
it.
try and plant it, it just doesn't do anything.
The only one that
Um,
like I float Anacris. That thing makes a lot of water roots. So I don't think I've seen it with hornwort.
and that's why I didn't do that one either. Hornworts, I mean, I get mine from Tim, who's one of the guys in GWAPA, so he's got a wonderful goldfish pond that just has just really, really good quality hornwort. It's surprisingly hard to get good hornwort sometimes, especially without a lot of hitchhikers. Like, I got some from Aquatic Arts that had scuds. I was not happy about that, although my croaking gourami is. Uh, yeah, I have it in just about every tank, and that's the whole point of it is it's a place for stuff to hide and feel like they have coverage, and it's mostly just nutrient export. So otherwise, like that's why I have hornwort, that's why I have floating plants, lesser duckweed. I know that you've managed to find a way to get it out easier than giant duckweed, but like to me, I do not let any of that in any of my tanks. It is plague. I'll do giant duckweed because for me it's a lot easier to remove.
Yeah.
And frogbit's my other one, but frogbit does roots all the way down to the bottom too.
What do you think of the
I think
floating bamboo, the high grows, whatever, the
okay,
grass?
so I love it. I love it in the right tank, and the problem is I keep putting it in the wrong tanks. Um, I think it's so cool how it's got little air bladdery things,
Yeah,
and it's got a
that's so
very
weird.
pretty leaf to it. And the Barreras I had in a 10-gallon tank with it really loved the roots coming down. I didn't feel like the roots were trying to grow into the soil. They were just there. They weren't aiming for the soil like a lot of other plants, I feel like
Wait, though, like
do.
the floating
Uh,
plants, their roots are trying to get into the
oh
soil.
yeah. I
Really?
oh my God, water lettuce.
Wait, but it's like I didn't realize it was trying to get into the ground. Like
I mean, I might be like a little exaggerating on that one, but like
dramatized.
yeah.
It grows down a lot. Like you're just like
Who
it goes to the
some
bottom.
Frogbit did that to me in a 5.5 gallon I was growing, and then like rooted hardcore. It was just so when I tried to move it, all of this like Rotella atria and everything came up, and I'm like, no, why did you do
Yeah. I
that?
mean, I wouldn't be surprised
Stop.
because Chad told me you could do red root floaters immersed. So I guess some of them can root into the ground technically.
A
So I guess
bunch
that
of
makes
them,
sense.
as long as they're on a moist substrate, they should be fine. I definitely had duckweed grow up a waterfall that way.
Wow. Okay.
Wasn't what I wanted,
A
but it
waterfall.
did. Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
because it
what.
was just
Sorry, I was gonna say. I think that might have been the answer that got cut off. You're saying how to stock a 90-gallon bow front paludarium. That was a
oh,
question.
I didn't answer that question. I moved on. So
okay.
yes, you can. You're gonna make me come back to that. It's a lot more complicated than we have time for,
So
okay?
wait,
So what I
you
recommend,
ignored it on
no.
purpose. That's crazy.
It's a complicated question. So what I recommend is once a year, GWAPA usually has a talk on pollinariums. Last year, we had a workshop where Nick and I threw a gauntlet at Nick and said, I challenge you to a duel. And we had two style UNS. I think that they were like the UNS style pollinariums.
Hmm.
So we set them up. And we're probably going to have another pollinarium talk next year, I imagine. That will probably end up being me. So Nick has done some of the international aquascaping competitions with
Different,
pollinariums, and he's
different Nick,
also
by the
been a
way, for
judge
anyone.
for that. Different Nick. This is GWAPA Nick. GWAPA Nick works at Capital Exotics, and he's a very well-known aquascaper, and he hates every time I bring it up. So of course I'm going to.
Does
But
he hate it as
he
much as
knows
you
he
hate
knows what he's doing.
answering questions about paludariums?
I mean, that's a really so we have two different styles of doing it. It's a very complex question. It's not something to do on a live stream unless it's like what your live
You
stream is
can't, you
about.
can't just be like, oh,
Um,
this is your bottom dweller, mid dweller
Nick and
land.
I do it completely different.
Oh man.
And I literally gave a 45-minute to hour-long talk on pollinariums
Okay.
more than
So,
once.
what about this? How about this? Are there one water thing and one land or slightly water thing that can go together without killing each other?
So the whole point of my talk about the invisible water line was that you don't have your land and your sea fighting each other. You have plants that can live on both to
Okay.
avoid that exact problem. So most of our aquarium plants being able to live at the water line, above and below. One of the biggest weaknesses I see with the international competition tanks is that they're not taking advantage of the fact that most of our aquarium plants can grow above water, and some of them are like flower beautifully and all this stuff. So, um, if you want to have another stream where we talk about a pollinarium, I actually have one I have to set up behind me. It's a very nice biopod.
Yes. Let's do it.
Some point I can talk about it. I do it very differently than Nick does. Other Nick, Guapa Nick, because he
Guapanick is
does
a
it
funny
from
name.
yeah. So Guapa Nick does it from like a traditional aquascaping, like building up the soil in the back kind of thing. I do it because a very different way because I worked with reptiles and amphibians first. So my land area and how I build it up has a lot more to do with like you can see the hardcore poison dart frog influence there. And also the fact that when you're setting up a zoo exhibit and you have all your bottom land space of that tank has to count for something and has to be usable. You don't just have a false bottom that sits in an area and does nothing. It has to have a usable something to it, right?
Right.
Substrate for plants or filtration. So my land areas almost always are my internal filtration in the tank, which is very different from what other people do. The other joke is that I am the person in GWAPA that like refuses to have external filtration. I don't do canister filters. I have
What?
two absolutely lovely frameless tanks. One of them is a water box and is just mwah. And I joke that I'm going to put sponge filters in them.
Oh my god. You're gonna make a lot of people mad when you do that one day. We do that. Some
So the
people
funny
really
part
like.
is,
They're like sponges are hideous. I'm like, just like put a plant in
oh
front of
yeah,
it or something. No.
but so that's the thing. If I make it a sponge filter and I don't tell anybody and I hide it and make it look good, they'll never know.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with it. I'm
Oh,
with that.
that's part of also to me being a little contrary. It's like if you're gonna fight that hard, I'm definitely gonna do it now.
Okay.
And it's still when it comes down to it, it's not perfect in every situation, but it's really good in a lot of situations. And it does, and there's this whole thing about sometimes you're like, well, you have to do a power filter because that's modern. And I'm like, that doesn't make it better.
Right.
And I'm gonna be the shill.
Oh god. Here we go. I mean, we made it this far without you shillings or something. Hey.
Jet Lifter from Swiss Aquatics. This is a Perrette foam filter. I know you're gonna show off yours too. It's just got a ceramic tile base.
Would you stop
No
being
fish are
so
hiding
like?
under this thing.
I was. I
I
was. Pre-
know. I was
I was
so proud of you. I
prepared.
was
I was
so proud of you.
prepared. I knew it was gonna happen at some point on the stream. Twins.
Yeah, I think is yours the 4x4 or the 6x6? You got one of the big ones.
I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe.
so you need to add a ruler to your fish room, or at least one of the.
No, I got a tape. I
Um,
got two tape measures in here, but they're not in arm's length.
yeah, Yeah, see,
Okay.
mine is right there.
Okay.
So this is a 3x3. So this is the smallest size because they go in the 5 gallons. I do Hamburg Matten filters for the 10 gallons, and I have like this giant box from Sierra with an actual E, not an I,
Okay.
which is how you know I just got something from Swiss Aquatics because he sends stuff to me in a Sierra box and it makes me happy because that I am a shill for Sierra products. I've been using them for the entire time I've been in fish
Nice.
and frogs actually because I started with Sierra Micron.
Mick asked Corey, have you kept Pseudomugil cyanodorsalis? I'm getting some from a Killy Club friend of mine in a few weeks.
I love killie people. I've never actually had killifish.
Oh wow. But what about the Pseudomugil? I think it's a
I
salty
definitely haven't had
Pseudomugil.
that one.
Okay, there you go. Well, it's good you mentioned.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's
Wait,
good you
wait, wait.
mentioned.
No, Pseudomugil are not killifish.
No, they're
They're the
not. They're
rainbow
rainbow
fish, right?
fish.
No, blue
Yeah.
eyes. Blue eyes. Oh my God. See. I definitely still have not had them. Yeah, because there's
I thought it was like, oh wait, she
I
has had them.
I no, I've had one rainbow fish and it was praecox. Pseudomugil. So they're intriguing because there is that group that does seem to do better with like slightly brackish water, like light. I would say they're lightly brackish. Um, because like they're not when people say brackish you kind of assume it's like 50% saltwater brackish and I think they like it that or lighter, right? Yeah. But I was watching I don't know, a YouTube thing a long time ago where some people were saying that some of the species only do well if you have some salt in there and I was like, I'm going to add that to my Pinterest board of
See,
future breeding projects. Let's
that's
not
what I
ask how many
asked.
pins are on that board. um but I think I had to they are very backburnered because there are a lot of Amphidromus species, and yeah, I have a feeling the Amphidromus are going to keep me busy for a while, on
Well,
top of my Africans and stuff like that.
I feel like it's good you brought the sponge filters because I feel like sponge filters are like synonymous with scaling when you have to scale things up. And I
Hmm.
guess one of the things we didn't touch with the scaling up and the breeding the shrimp is the aquaculture. The aquaculture aspect of this, the trickle
That
down.
was so smooth, Nick. That was so smooth,
I've
so
got to do
smooth.
something. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess one of the fun things. So the background that I didn't say in my earlier thing is being an ecologist and biogeographer. I had an opportunity because one of my mentors is actually he was a professor at the University of Tasmania. So I was considering doing a aquaculture master's at University of Tasmania. I chickened out because it's on the other side of the world in a very different place. Um, and it was very entertaining that I kind of chickened out because I talked myself out of it basically because I'm just like, hey, you have dyscalculia and you suck at math. Like, should you really be going into aquaculture when everything is math?
Right.
The entertaining part of it is that so I'm in Virginia, in Northern Virginia. All this stuff behind me is considered ornamental aquaculture. And ornamental aquaculture is not a huge market worldwide. I think it's not a huge market. It's only like $10 million. But compared to food aquaculture, um,
Right.
holy crap, food aquaculture has a lot. And I think one of the things that the Amano research kind of brought me back into was, as a scientist, I'm used to reading a lot of papers. I was a medical research scientist for a number of years. So I freaking love research papers. So I was reading a lot, kind of getting back into the aquaculture ideas because this isn't a hobby breeding thing. I have to run this as a system. I have to be able to scale. It's coming in as a small scale aquaculture. It is going to be a business registered as ornamental aquaculture.
Right.
And there's just been a lot of stuff that's happened since I last looked at aquaculture, and especially some of the saltwater stuff.
Isn't it
The
like I'm
fact
like
that
a. Sorry. Go ahead.
no, there's so much stuff available to you even as a hobbyist now.
Y-
Um,
Yeah, I was gonna say as a newbie coming in and just even just looking up research papers, I can tell like in the last even last 2 years, like the number of things on aquaculture is just like crazy. Even like last year,
Yeah.
like every time I check, there's a new paper that's actually
Yeah.
applicable even to just fish keeping.
Yeah. It's there's been a lot of changes. On the saltwater side, we have a lot more phytoplankton, the algae is available to us, which were not, back when I was thinking about this. There was a couple of species available, but they would not have been the species that I would use now. Like I have a couple that are like required, and a bunch that I'm testing, and they were not available back then. Like most of the strains, 2/3 of the strains that I want to work with were not even discovered back then, much less like isolated and in use.
Yeah.
Uh, and then you're just talking about like the foods, and the foods that are now available to us through places like Brine Shrimp Direct or Ken's Fish. Reef Nutrition is also they have TDO, which is an aquaculture food. Ken's Fish and Brine Shrimp Direct are bringing in not just I think flakes that are mass produced, but golden pearls, which is what we've talked about. Which brings up a lot of similar foods like Aquarium Co-op has been compared to golden pearls a number of times. Um, but golden pearls is an aquaculture food, and it's all these life stages, and it is meant to be used with fish and shrimp. And there's a lot of different foods and a lot of different food technologies that are basically supposed to be like an artificial food for all life stages. But we also have live foods available that are like the saltwater copepods that are available now that are like super crazy good nutrition
Really?
as
Okay.
well. Yeah, it's if I had to say, aquaculture is going through two major growing pains right now. One is brine shrimp, and the other is live foods. So
Yeah.
live foods are better than most of the prepared foods. Like, we've gotten a lot better with prepared foods, but there's just, especially with a larval, um, and this is especially true with ornamental. Like we're talking tangs, and we're talking like some of the stuff that's only now being bred. These like yellow tangs and hippo tangs in particular, like the breakthroughs or the fact that their larvae are like next to impossible to feed. And some of that has been having the right super, super tiny copepod available to them,
Wow.
which, those breakthroughs are happening in aquaculture, and the trickle down is really fast to the hobby lately. And the
Yeah.
fact that we have ornamental aquaculture happening in general with some of these is that, Biota and what is it, OSA, I think, they're bringing international ornamental aquaculture into places like the US. So there's this huge range of live foods with better nutrition, which is allowing us to feed a wider range of these, ornamental aquaculture species. And then to supplement that, we've also had a lot of synthetic foods being made for them. But synthetic foods have a problem,
Oh no.
and it's a trickle down thing that
Oh no.
freshwater is also seeing. Brine shrimp are a problem.
Really?
brine shrimp are brine shrimp are great. And I think we've seen this in the Discord chat a little bit about like different batches of brine shrimp not being that great, even if they're
Yep.
from the same supplier.
Yep. They're
So there, if you research aquaculture and brine shrimp right now, you are going to spend the next 2 days reading articles because there's so much about this right now. Aquaculture is trying to move away from its dependency on brine shrimp and dependency on like fish oils and fish waste.
interesting.
Uh,
So that's why I
for
had
two slightly different.
two papers on Daphnia that I could read from last year.
Mhm. Yeah.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I was surprised because I hadn't seen. I've been looking at papers since last year. Last year I was like, I don't remember a Daphnia paper that was actually useful like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, 2025. Yeah, those are because even in freshwater, live food is becoming more important because in fairy shrimp, all of a sudden, like you're getting a lot more stuff about fairy shrimp too.
So wait. So
Um,
synthetic foods got better, but now it's like they're focusing on live
better,
foods
but
still. Okay, better, but yeah, you said they have a problem.
yeah,
Brine shrimp.
we've gotten a lot better about some of trying to think about how to say this, the packaging of certain nutrients. So there's like VPAC is a vitamin pack where you can pack all these vitamins into a bioavailable capsule.
Right.
We're seeing this with like human vitamins and everything too. Like these
VPAC.
new bioavailable and they're like covered with this thing so that like they're easier to digest. So
'Cause I see
that's
that in
being used in aquaculture too.
The Ziegler sheets. They
Yes,
say VPAC
the
a
Z,
bunch.
yeah. Yeah, so that's basically a way to encapsulate a synthetic formulation of vitamins in a way that makes them bioavailable and readily absorbed because a synthetically made one tends to not be the most bioavailable form. The form our bodies basically do the chemical reaction they're like, oh, easy, you're mine now.
Hmm.
Um, Synthetic forms often require like an additional stage of chemistry to be absorbed. So that's why you can have like people taking what is it like magnesium or something, and most of it can get washed out because the body doesn't have a good way to absorb it. It's not that it doesn't want it, it just can't easily absorb that. So VPAC is one of the ways to package that up to make it more bioavailable. Golden pearls are really nice because they are basically another form of encapsulation, but they kind of allow a little air bubble in them. And that's what allows them to stay kind of floating in the water column a little bit more. So that makes them, if they're up in the water column, they're more likely to get eaten. So I think that's when like people are drawing a lot of similarities between golden pearls and the aquarium co-op. Um, it's because they're acting like golden pearls. So the technology that makes them float or very slowly sink is the same. And I don't know how much he's really changed the formula, but essentially that technology is what's being used.
But like
So
the idea behind it comes from aquaculture, I guess. So your golden
mhm.
pearls, is that for, was it for a larval kind of thing? Was it a freshwater?
Yeah,
Like,
the common shrimp, Pacific white shrimp that are used, that's a very common feed for them. I'm sure it's used for a lot of other fish, especially like in Asia. Um, and it was one of those things where I'm not sure how it first got in the hands of hobbyists, but like it's been well known for most of the time I've been dealing with fish. Um, And I mean, honestly, brine shrimp direct, I'm not saying that they were the first ones to do it, but they were the first ones I came across that had it, because they were basically taking a aquaculture huge container of it and breaking it down into smaller retail packages and making it available.
okay.
Uh,
So it wasn't their golden pearls, but they're like, oh, this aquaculture food. Like, was it
yeah,
always marketed from the beginning like this is like baby brine shrimp? Was that always the thing, or?
yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it was supposed to be a baby brine shrimp replacement. And like Corey mentioned, other Corey mentioned, it originally had brine shrimp in it. So it was supposed to be this like you didn't have to hatch baby brine shrimp all the time. You could replace it with this. Now it does have the caveat that it will make your tank dirty because if it's not eaten, but in salt water they live a little longer. In fresh water, it's like six of one, half dozen of the other because they're going to die pretty quick anyways. So to me, it didn't make a huge difference which one you were using. So I tended to use golden pearls instead of hatching brine shrimp.
Okay.
But um, brine shrimp were taken out of golden pearls because the demand for golden pearls was probably too high and it got too expensive. What people don't realize is aquaculture foods, some of it, it's important to keep a certain level of nutritional profile. But that's like the weird, like ash and crude protein weird thing that I don't really know how to interpret. 'Cause
Yeah.
it doesn't really relate to vitamins and stuff that well. They were trying to keep a certain nutritional profile and a certain price profile. And the time frame, as far as I can tell, on why um, golden pearls dropped brine shrimp is because there were a couple of years where brine shrimp was primarily coming out of like the Salt Lakes, um, and they had a couple of really bad years. And when you have major aquacultural farms that are producing millions of pounds of food, food fish or food shrimp,
Wow.
from one farm, and suddenly this one cog in the wheel that they rely on is gone. That can crash your entire season. So brine shrimp availability has been a major issue. Like that's still very fresh in a lot of people's minds. They're like, we can't have one source. They're trying to expand across like different parts of the world, like Brazil and China and different parts of Southeast Asia.
Right.
So like more parts of the world are trying to raise their own.
That's where you get like those
Sometimes they use,
the Bohai Bay eggs coming in. Like,
Mhm.
is that newer, or were
Yeah,
the eggs from China coming in back in the day too?
no, that's newer from my understanding. China, man, they see a market and they go for it, and their government is fully behind all of that. So they're dominating the aquaculture market, and they're perfectly cool with that. If they can become the new source and outproduce the U.S. in brine shrimp, they're going to do it. And they'll figure out things along the way, but they seem to be doing a good job. Um, a bunch of other places that are very heavy into aquaculture that also naturally have I think the one in Brazil was trying to encourage places that are already producing sea salt. So they have these salt fields already that are basically giant brine shrimp puddles. When you think about it, they're very um, saline. Like the saline amount in there is like ridiculous
Yeah,
because it's literally just concentrated salt water, and brine shrimp freaking love it.
I
And
do
there's
remember
more
like
than one species.
I was reading something where they like intentionally added the brine shrimp to like an old salt mine or something they filled with water. Like, is
Yeah.
that's like a thing everyone's just doing now? Like,
Yeah, I think the big thing that they were trying to do in Brazil is say, like, don't just do one thing at a time. You can farm two things. You can farm salt, natural sea salt, and you can farm brine shrimp. Um,
hmm,
and because the eggs are so easy for brine shrimp to separate from the salt, it's not that big a deal. And many parts of the world are doing that. Like there's all along the Mediterranean and all this other stuff. So they're saying like instead of relying on a couple of key producers that just do one thing, do two things at the same time so you're not so dependent on one thing, which is what I don't know, modern industry tends to get dialed in so much on one thing that they're
hmm.
like, my one thing broke and now I'm screwed. So,
So if sounds like so brine shrimp, it sounds like the problem is that it's seasonal, so people are scared. I see Mick say the 1990s 500% increase on price for
yeah,
brine shrimp. But then
yeah. And it's happened more than once.
if you have all these people doing these dual like all these different places, like does that create like a consistency issue? Like is there no longer seasonal concerns because if this place is having a bad season, that place is having a good season? Like,
Well, that's the goal. That's not yet the reality because a lot of times, like you can have scientists write a really good paper and they're trying to convince the government to do something about it. Doesn't mean the government listens. That doesn't mean somebody's going to put the funding behind it. That doesn't mean like there's one of the fairy shrimp papers is about like in Indonesia where they're saying like Indonesia is like perfect for doing fairy shrimp to replace brine shrimp among other things and Indonesia is like the biggest exporter of exotic like fish farming. Like
yeah.
my pearl danios came from a fish farm in Indonesia. They did not come from the wild, that kind of thing. But it's really funny how the paper specifically citing that in Indonesia, fairy shrimp are seen as a pest that need to be eliminated. So there's this huge mindset issue that they're having there, and it's just
Wow.
like those those fish farmers, I'm sorry, are not reading
Wow.
that paper.
That's
So
so
like
different. Like I'm trying to imagine why they would seem like a pest. Like it's just in the a thing in the puddle. Like why to them is a pest is so interesting. Like
I mean,
does it
think about it. Like
ruin something?
a lot of us are taught like the only good way to start is completely clean and sterile. So anything that you didn't put in there must be bad, or it
Hmm.
must be competing with something else.
Okay.
Um, it's the big problem that we have with like microbe theory, right? Like, oh, all microbes are bad, so we'll just kill all of them. And we've learned that that's not a great thing. That's been a very hard lesson to learn. But like the average person is still going to be like, nope, I'm going to bleach the crap out of everything, even if it
All right.
hurts them.
So
So if they don't know what these are and they don't know how they could benefit them, because if they're putting a small fish in there, they're saying, oh, this fairy shrimp is competing with them for food, then, and they don't realize that, no, when the fish gets larger, like they're going to eat them. I mean, they're not totally off base.
so why is it that fairy shrimp is now people looking towards fairy shrimp? Like they've been around this whole
Brine shrimp
time.
replacement.
I know, but they've been around this whole time. Why were people already like, yo, we should do fairy shrimp too, like for freshwater? Or, like,
Nobody knew about them.
is it
Nobody knew about them.
how? But they've been around. They look the same, like pretty similar. Like no one connected the dots. Like, oh, hey, look, it's like freshwater brine shrimp.
Well, you think about it. Okay, so how many people in the chat have ever seen a fairy shrimp?
I have
How,
now.
how, oh yeah, yeah, I told you to buy the eggs, man. Don't even. Like it's literally like in the comment of this video. Have you ever actually seen a fairy shrimp in person? Do you even know what a fairy shrimp is? And if I see one more article that calls them freshwater brine shrimp, I'm going to scream.
Well, that's what I just called them. So
No, I know, but like aquaculture, like there's huge advertisements in aquaculture magazines where they're like freshwater brine shrimp and then give no other information. So the first time I saw this reference, I'm like, what the hell is a freshwater brine shrimp? I already had like 15 papers on fairy shrimp. I just didn't know that that's what they were talking about because they like a lot of scientists who study them just call them fairy shrimp or the whatever the Latin name is for them.
Mhm.
But they're most of us as like fish people, you know, we're learning from other fish people. We get the same information kind of repeated down to us, like brine shrimp, brine shrimp, brine shrimp. Honestly, like up until very recently, even though I was a field biologist for a while and I should have seen these, I had no idea what these were, and I had no idea that brine shrimp had relatives in freshwater.
Really? So even like
Yeah,
you,
it's
field
just
scientist, worked at a zoo, like fairy shrimp just never
yeah.
entered your. Like that's just
But
crazy to me.
biology is
Wow.
weird though, because biology gets very like these are your specialties. And you don't ever look outside the specialty. Like I was studying to be a herpetologist, reptiles and amphibians. So you don't study anything else. That's one of the reasons I moved out of biology and into physical geography. So I wanted to become a physical geography because I wanted to understand the environment in which they lived and evolved in. And that has helped me a lot more in understanding all of this stuff. And why I can jump to like, oh, if I can do Amano Shrimp, I can do Stiffodons. Then
Right.
better. Um, the average person would be like, no, I breed shrimp or I breed fish. But to me, the association is if they feed similarly, can be kept in the same tank, their larvae can be collected in the same way, and the larvae are raised in the same way, it's easier and more efficient for me to breed these two very different things. They
Interesting.
occur on remote islands in the Pacific for the same reason.
Yeah.
Their larvae are flowing around on the ocean. So I should do the things with a similar lifestyle instead of doing a taxonomic group.
That makes
It's one of the
sense.
reasons where I was like joking that at one point I was a member of 7 different plant societies just so I could figure out how to do a rainforest terrarium
Wow.
because I knew there were plants from each one that I wanted and I wanted to learn more about, but because they were taxonomy based and I only cared about like certain rainforest species within a certain size, yeah, it was very frustrating.
That sounds like a good strategy. And honestly, with your question about if people have seen fairy shrimp, I guess the real question is, have you seen a fairy shrimp in the wild? Because, like, yeah, okay, we've
I
seen a
mean,
fairy shrimp.
for me at this point at all would be an achievement, right?
I,
Um,
because, like, I'm sure some people in the chat have seen them, like, yeah, okay, you hatched, or maybe someone had
yeah,
an auction, but like, yeah,
yeah,
I've gone outside. I've never seen aquatic isopods, and I've played in creeks and stuff. That's like another thing that, those
oh
have been
yeah, that
around
blew
the
my
whole
mind learning
time.
about them.
Yeah, that those
Yeah,
have been around the whole time. No one was paying attention. So I mean, it's like you feel like everything in the world's figured out, and then like very basic things apparently like people just are looking
yeah.
at.
We get stuck in a rut, and sometimes it's very hard to look outside of that. So one of the things I've been learning a lot lately is like always question something, always have a sense of wonder. Like never think that what you already know is like the end of it. Like it's like, okay, this is cool, this works, but what if? What about? Like so the question with fairy shrimp is like, okay, so like if brine shrimp are so cool, is there a freshwater thing that's just as good? And, that's how I originally got into
Yeah,
like Moena being the right size range. But then you get into the whole like, well, but they have a freshwater relative. Okay, so brine shrimp have some things that make them very easy to work with that the fairy shrimp are not quite as like you can't dump a whole thing of eggs and have them hatch in 24 hours. Fairy shrimp aren't going to do that. They are, some will, and then some will over the next day, and then the next day, and the next day. They have very different lifestyles, so they are hedging their bets in a very different way. Brine
Right.
shrimp have to go full tilt as soon as water hits.
Mm.
So that's kind of a pain, but for me, it's like, um, sorry, I feel like I
No,
should
you're
give
good.
Captain a proof of life. Uh, I think they're really awesome, but I think it's a mindset change, right? It's like what was the joke? Um, you either hatch baby brine shrimp or you keep Daphnia with green water.
Yeah.
But like you don't have people that do both. Like I do Daphnia with green water, but I don't do brine shrimp. But then I like over and over again, like we got people who do brine shrimp who are just like, I can't keep Daphnia alive, and like green water is too hard, and like because the methodology is so different. So
Yeah.
I feel like fairy shrimp is brine shrimp for green water people.
Yeah, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. So,
Yeah.
when you say you have, so okay, you said that the aquaculture's got two problems with the food. So, okay, we got the cycle of the brine shrimp. What's wrong with the prepared foods? Like it's gotten better. They're
Oh no no
trickling
the
down.
pear they're well the prepare food actually got a lot better. It was the fact that we have to take brine shrimp out of most of it. So like brine shrimp ends up being a lot of the problems.
Okay.
Um, so the other big thing about prepared foods, they are trying to move away from using fish meal and fish oils because what a lot of people don't realize is that to produce the fish meal and fish oil for these aquaculture foods, that's not fish waste from human food. They're literally going out and just destroying like anchovy populations
Oh my god.
for fish food.
Oh my god.
And this is not the fish food and like if you're going, oh my God, I'm looking at like the can of like whatever food I'm feeding and it says that in there. Dude, guys, it's not us. It's literally like the mass amount of food that aquaculture uses is driving a lot of this because the aquaculture numbers over the years, like we're talking metric tons in growth and metric tons in food being used. So it's actually ecologically devastating the way we're doing aquaculture. And the broader community has realized this. So a lot of the drive for the live foods is to get away from needing a lot of that. A lot of
Interesting.
the research into a lot of the phytoplanktons is to try and figure out, okay, let's use them for the oils and the protein that we need for a lot of these prepared foods. So we can move away from prepared foods that have this stuff in it.
Right.
Um, and at a hobby level, you get some brands like Shrimp Envy doesn't have anything like it in there. It's Shrimp Envy is just plant-based. They're not a huge producer, but it's one of the reasons that I went with one of their foods is I'm not saying other foods are bad, but if I can move more of my large volume purchases towards something that is not, you know, I'm trying to lower my ecologic impact as much as possible with this and
Right.
not get into this like, yes, I could do all these different foods that are available to me, but if I can avoid getting hooked on something that is doing some of these like fish meal and fish oil based stuff, then all the better for my business. And I can be part of that move towards a bunch of aquaculture that's just not reliant on that anymore. So there's been a lot of push to find alternative foods, both live and just not dependent on fish meal and fish oil. And man, algae is killing it when it comes to some
Yeah.
of these potential replacements for those oils.
Yeah.
Because guess where a lot of the fish were getting them from in the first place?
Yeah. Exactly. There's a, but that's what
Yeah.
is so interesting to me. Like, so they're destroying these populations
Oh,
of
and there's a
fish to
good
make
point that Cruz just
more
brought up too.
fish. Like,
Yeah.
I just
Eh,
I just confuses me like how that exactly, like why don't we just catch I don't know. It's confusing
I
to me.
mean, it's how we've always done it. When when it feels like it's free that you can go out there and grab it, you're just not going to pay attention to it. It's like human history, which is annoying because it just if we put enough effort into it, we can do something better. Um, And to Cruz's point, yeah, there's so much waste in aquaculture, and one of the other benefits of live food versus a prepared food is that you start removing some of that waste.
Yeah.
Live foods tend to get eaten more, so like I want to keep my prepared foods down as low as I can, um, and provide like live foods as much as possible, even with my larger adult shrimp, um, if I can, just to make sure that they're eating everything they can. Captains, the photosynthetic bacteria is part of that process, whether it's the red photosynthetic bacteria or the purple non-sulfur. Um, that is a really interesting group of bacteria that not only help with food, but they also help with the waste produced by food to
Mm.
keep um, it plays with that whole nutrient export thing. Do you have to export the nutrient out because that's also a form of waste? Could you recycle it in some way? Biofloc is another thing where they're like, it's a way to make microbes kind of clump on each other. And when the microbes clump on each other, then shrimp go, ooh, can I eat that? So you can
Interesting.
actually have waste be turned back into a food, and then they can eat it, which reduces your need to feed them. And the photosynthetic
Bioflock.
bacteria is yeah, it's a really interesting idea. And it's been around for about 15 years, but I think it's always evolving. And one of the reasons I got into the photosynthetic bacteria is because it is one of the groups that can. It's not great at flocking, but it's that it. I don't remove a lot of mulm from my tanks. I want to do as little water changes as possible, so I want them to focus through um, either getting more flocking and also just like moving through like that digesting um, excess food, excess snail poop, excess uh, shrimp poop back into something that they both can eat again.
Interesting. So bioflock, is that like you're putting the food down in the mulm, and because you've cultivated like this molmy, like all the microbes and stuff in it go onto the food, and then the shrimp are like following like the microbes, like, oh hey, something's going on over here, like, because when you say it, it sounds
It's
like a product almost like bioflock, but it's
it,
it's
it's
like
a
a
fancy term.
process.
It's a fancy term for getting microbes to clump together in the water,
Okay.
so that it looks like your water's really cloudy. And filter feeders love this shit. So tilapia is actually a bit of a filter feeder. So tilapia does really well in it, especially young tilapia. I imagine any fan shrimp in this, that would be like shrimp crack.
Interesting.
Some of the snails that also tend to filter feed a little bit would probably also do really well in it. But even with like the Pacific white lake shrimp, which is the most common one, that is produced in like these sorts of like biofloc aquaculture, um, they do really well in biofloc because biofloc's pulling the nutrients out of the water and clumping it together, and then those clumps can get big enough where the shrimp can then grab onto them and eat them. So
So
the cycle begins again.
bioflock, what is the humans doing to induce this happening? Because this sounds like it's like, oh, bioflock's cloudy water, but I'm assuming there's something you do to like promote it happening.
Have you ever used a product in an aquarium to clear out your cloudy water?
No.
Where it says it like makes it clump together and so they're called flocculation
Okay. I've gotten a
things.
product like
Like
in like a basket or something. I probably have them,
yeah,
but I haven't used them.
yeah. So there is products that you see from some of the big name companies that are like to help you clear your water. So your water's really cloudy, and what it says is it makes it clump together so that your filter can then remove it. So that's called a flocking agent.
Interesting.
So sometimes what they're doing is they're introducing a flocking agent, which is just this little particle floating around in the water that is very attractive to like microbes and stuff to cling on to. I don't remember if it's like ions or something, but they're um, very attractive to clump some of the stuff to. And in the case of the aquarium product, it's rude. No, I doubt it. I have a good reason on why that answer is no, Nick.
For
Uh,
drinking the PSV.
yes,
See, look,
Oh
no,
God.
wait, we're gonna do streaming. Let's see. This is why I was reading the comments, cause see, you can't respond to a comment without reading out loud for the
You
audio
just it's
listeners.
totally
See,
like ugh. So the flocking thing, like it'll make it like clump together. So they're
okay.
starting with something that starts a clump. They're working with microbes that like to clump. And then they're feeding it usually something like molasses or something to encourage
Oh
the
wow. Okay.
bacteria to grow faster than they normally would.
Like
Now,
sugar. That makes
I'm not,
sense.
yeah, so they're basically feeding it. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it that much, but I guess they're trying to encourage it to grow fast enough to do what they want as a food. And if it works for them, there's some evidence in other stuff that maybe like sugar-fed bacteria might not be as healthy. I think that was some rabbit hole we went down recently with Daphnia, but
Yeah.
um I'm sorry. I'm just
You're
gagging
good,
so
man.
much at the thought
No,
of
this.
drinking that
Well, I
PSB
I mean, it's just a question. If it has all these good nutrients, why can't you drink it? You know what I mean?
because because it smells like swamp water, man.
Now, give me a
Swamp water is even an understatement.
give me a second, cause I have to address Ben. Are you familiar with
Okay.
Ben in our channel? So Ben,
I don't know.
he's on a great quest for a free fish tank. He usually comes through. Oh wow, that's really red. It looks like
I
Gatorade.
mean, it's a little blown out, but I can
Yeah.
at least give proof of life because this is small enough for me to.
Wow.
This is
I mean,
probably more accurate.
it looks drinkable.
It's forbidden fruit punch,
Yeah.
and believe me, you open this top and you will not drink it.
Uh. Well, Ben says, "'Tis I, Beneth the Third. It seems I am in dire need of a free fish tank. You must grant it to me." And I said, Ben has evolved again because Ben he couldn't always say this many words. It used to just be like, "Can I have a free fish tank?" And then recently he's gotten very poetic. So he said, "Yes, I have again evolved. Every 2 weeks, I again reach peak intelligence. I've come back to demand a free fish tank, for it is necessary for my well-being." He makes a very strong pitch. He really does.
I do give credit for that one. I may be breaking out a little bit. I need to refresh my drink.
No, you're good. You're good. Listen, Ben, I would love to give you a free fish tank, but the problem is you have to pay shipping. So you're willing to pay freight? You claim to be in the Philippines. It's not gonna be cheap,
Mm.
Ben. It's not gonna be cheap. The tank could be free, but you know, what? Or you could come over here to visit someday. You know, maybe 4 years from now. Uh, Captain said swamp water smells like fresh flowers compared to the photosynthetic bacteria.
There
And
was
then
there was something I told Captain it smelled like, and I can't remember what it was.
Cruz
Like
said
it in the it.
Baculus
I've smelled worse.
subtilis does well for ornamental shrimp tanks.
Bacillus subtilis.
Yeah,
Subtilis. Yeah.
yeah.
So Cruz, you're correct. I cannot find somebody here that has it. I found a product that has it in there from Reef Nutrition, who's a US based company that does a lot of aquaculture stuff and is willing to work with smaller companies like me to get some of the stuff going. But don't get the wrong bottle. Yeah. So, question: is this phytoplankton or is this tea?
Let's see. If you take a sip out of it, then we have our
I
answer.
was actually trying to. So I've done that before. I have photos in the same glass as this one, and I play that game of like, is
Why?
this tea or is this phytoplankton?
Why would you do that? Why would you ever put that in a glass, like a normal glass?
I was moving containers, and then I was just like, huh, okay.
Okay, you do need that U
And
line. You need U
hey,
line
man,
coming.
these are glass. They clean really nicely. I would never reuse plastic for the two different things, but glass I'm perfectly fine with.
Oh, okay. You really can't eat anywhere, huh? You can't just eat anywhere. you,
Okay,
you
so
could go over and drink out the photosynthetic bacteria glass.
no, no, no,
No.
no, no, no. So the PSB is in plastic, so I will not make that problem. And also, there's no way you will mistake that. So the other thing is, so let me see if I can get this color right. So this
Yes.
color, there we go. I have a phytoplankton that's almost exactly this color. and
Nice.
it doesn't smell bad. The thing is, like, if I got it this close to my face, I'd be like, why do I smell kelp? Oh,
Wow.
this is a mint-based tea, so I will not make that problem.
Wait,
I
Cruz says
did.
he can get Ben some free fish tanks. This would be crazy if this happened.
Well, that makes a lot more sense because didn't Cruz also say that
Yeah, I think so.
Cruz, are you in Taiwan or Philippines? I think Taiwan, right?
We have proof from Ben that he has a fit. Like it looked like maybe a goldfish in a 10 gallon or something.
Mm.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think Cruz is going to be better for this hookup. Yeah,
That'd be
Cruz, I'm
crazy.
super jealous about how easily available just in Asia some of these are. And I'm not. So the thing about the U.S. aquaculture system, and I think this goes back into like why I was talking about how I'm like, yes, that food is awesome, and you'll never be able to get some. In the U.S., the deal seems to be that like when you're in aquaculture, you are this company that is doing tens of thousands of pounds of shrimp, fish, something. You are a very big operation. You're ordering food by the pallet. And I'm talking like one size. So if you were just doing golden pearl, like what is it? 5 to 50 is the smallest size,
Yeah, I think so.
microns.
Yeah, yeah.
So 5 to 50 micron golden pearl. And the smallest amount that you can order is a pallet. So, and you're supposed to use that within preferably 6 months.
Right.
Nobody's giving you samples, man, because they're like, if you need a sample, you're not one of our customers. We're not even answering.
Right.
Um, so I mean, like I'm not trying to be mean, but like unfortunately that's how it kind of works in the US. So unless you're going to be a big consistent purchaser, it's not worth any company's time to really do that. So I try and work through somebody like Reef Nutrition, see what they have available because they are one of the groups that work with a huge amount of aquaculturists. They are in the aquaculture industry and they are willing to be that go-between for certain products. Um, TDO is actually, if you guys aren't familiar with it, Chroma Boost TDO. They are, it is perfectly fine to use in freshwater. There's really no difference between a lot of freshwater and saltwater foods except for certain types.
I'm
Um,
sure. Really.
it's,
So like even on the
yeah,
aquaculture scale, because people say that like for the flakes and stuff, but even just like what you'd give to a larval shrimp, you could give to like a very small fish. Like, is it that
yeah,
interchangeable?
yeah. I mean, honestly, you just look at what is in it and see if it's meets the nutritional needs. Sometimes size and how it moves around in the tank is more important. Sometimes they're just like, let's just kind of start with a generic thing that works for most, and then see if it has some nutritional limitation, and then you work towards that. Um,
Wait, Cruz said no in Illinois. I could get you the Bacillus subulus, but you're buying the whole pallet.
yeah. See, damn it. See that again. I don't need the pallet. I need a smaller batch. No, it's definitely here. It's definitely available. So the bacillus is very somewhat similar to how people are using the photosynthetic bacteria. It's another one that can be, I think it's like on a slightly different step and a slightly different oxygen need versus light need than what the photosynthetic bacteria we're talking about is. Um, or even the purple non-sulfur bacteria.
Right.
So the reason I want the bacillus is because not only is it another good biofloc, it's supposed to be very good for immune systems,
Okay.
and it's very good nutritionally. So like it doesn't replace anything, but it adds a lot of good stuff to it.
Right.
So there is some evidence for Amano larvae that were fed that in addition did better. Um,
So what's the TDO?
so it So Chroma Boost TDO is primarily marketed as marine because Reef Nutrition started with marine. They did recently rebag their two most popular sizes as freshwater. It is another granule. It is
So it looks like a
it
liquid
has
in
a
this bag. Like,
no, so they probably have a really fine granule. Um, one of my friends, Catherine, who's my Amano partner in crime, she does some marine stuff, which is where I got a lot of my marine guidance on doing some of this. So this stuff, you can see how this is red. This is not brown. You
Yeah.
bastard. There we go. So this is actually like a really dark red. And I'm going to very badly pronounce the red algae that is the covering of these. So they basically are another thing of like an encapsulation. And then on the outer area is this red algae that is a really good just general food. Like the algae is very good for it's the chroma boost, right? So it's a very good pigment, like red
Right.
pigment thing. Um,
Xanthan. Xanthan or something.
no, no, oh yeah. So you're talking
Xanthan.
about the pig.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Astons? Yeah, I don't know why I'm trying to say that out loud.
Cruz says that they feed the large polyped corals with TDO. He said LPS. I had to ask him
Yeah,
what LPS was, but
yeah,
wow,
yeah.
it's
No,
that fine.
it's good stuff. That was B2, the B2 size, which is really great for Barreras. I've also fed it to the CPD. So if somebody was like, "Wow, you're like my male CPDs," I think when I posted a picture once, people were like, "Wow, they're really orange." TDO, like they have the natural ability to get that orange. You just got to give them the right food.
Right.
Um, yeah, I'm playing with a lot of the saltwater foods because of the Amanos, and it's just good stuff. Between aquaculture, which is largely saltwater based, and just some of the Amano stuff, I've been exposed to a lot of new things. So in addition to the red photosynthetic bacteria, there's a purple non-sulfur, which is a Rhodopseudomonas
Oh wow, now
species.
that's a fun name.
Yeah, I
Rhodopseudomonas.
practiced that one. Well, the nice part is I already knew how to say Pseudomonas, and then they just put Rhodo in front of it, and I'm like, yeah.
Okay.
So it's a
Modular words.
rod-shaped Pseudomonas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, if you can cruise, I would love that because
Cruz is like, I can
uh,
get you the powder. Let's go. That's not
yeah, and I'm
shady
pretty
at
sure
all.
it's white too. It's
Yeah.
pretty, yeah. Um, yeah, so it's another one of those like just really interesting low oxygen kind of setups where like we're just getting into all these like really funky like groups of bacteria that again don't necessarily replace anything, but like when you think about them in your grand scheme of things, they add a lot.
So how do you feel about
Just
spirulina? Because I saw Captain hyping up spirulina earlier, and
um
I've been coating some foods with spirulina, some of my foods.
like I'm not gonna bash it, but it's I think a little over. It's like a little overhyped. I think so. It's one of those things when people are like, "This is the new superfood. This will
Well,
solve all your
is it
problems."
overhyped because like does it actually add a lot of good stuff? But you're like, it's not hyped to
Yeah,
me because there's something better that I prefer. Like, is that what it is? Like,
you're gonna be hard pressed to convince me that spirulina is better than like the photosynthetic bacteria.
okay, okay, so that's
So
what it is. It's not that it's
it's
bad. It's
good.
not good. It's just that you have higher standards for what you're looking for.
Well, I think we need to not find the one magic bullet, and a lot of people sell spirulina is the one magic bullet when it's actually it's keep it in your suite of magic bullets, but you're going to need to load that gun with a lot more bullets. I think it's a valuable tool to add a lot of really interesting nutrients, and spirulina is a very odd algae that has very specific requirements. It's actually a pain in the ass to grow.
Yeah,
Um,
I was seeing that when I was looking up growing it. I was like, oh, this seems like
Too much
I
work,
couldn't
man. Too
do
much work.
it.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, you were a pain in the ass, and I'm just always buying you as a powder.
Yeah.
Uh, but like for the longest time, people were like, Spirulina is great," and I'm like, yeah, but like, so Captain's bringing up like chlorella. Chlorella is good too. They're good in different ways. So it's not always fair to do this one-to-one conversation. And I see this in a lot of research papers too, where they're just like, well, this thing sucks because it's less in this one nutrient. I'm like, yeah, but if it's better in another, and chlorella also, you have to be very careful about um, how it's raised. Like some of the like saltwater chlorella, not that good. Freshwater chlorella actually can be very good, but it's going to be very good in a different way than spirulina.
Okay.
So one of the reasons why I'm experimenting with multiple strains of phytoplankton for the Amano shrimp is because Teltraselmis is good. It's not bad. It's not great. It's good. It'll get you about 20% of your larva all the way through. And on an Amano, 20% of your larva could still be like 100, 150 like shrimp. So that's nothing to be
Nice.
upset about.
Good strategy,
But
right?
it's not that bad. But when I'm doing, I want the most bang for my buck. So I'm like only 20. For me, the way I learn to work with animals is that if I don't get 60% of the young of an animal to at least like the juvenile stage where you're like, oh yeah, they got to this size, they're going to be fine from here on out. If you don't get 60% of there, it wasn't successful.
Hmm.
Like this is one of those like BAP program things where it's just like, okay, you say 6 fish, but if they had a clutch of 300 and you only got six, something may
Yeah.
probably went wrong.
That's what me and Aaron talk about a lot because, like, we'll be like, man, like, we want to get better at getting the numbers up because you get enough to BAP, but and what success we want is like a tank full of that fish, you
Yeah.
know, we're like, and it's
Yeah.
like we were talking about the other day, it's like, oh, I'm getting these bad eggs. Well, there's probably a reason for that. Like, I need to figure out what can make it more successful, you know?
Yeah, so I'm very big into like the animal nutrition aspect of it. Um, so like one of my uh big learning lessons was I got three adult female Amanos buried from John's tank. Big, beautiful tank that's been perfectly taken care of. And he didn't usually have buried females. And I know that Amanos, especially like big honker, like these are full size females,
Yeah.
about as big as they ever get. So I'm just like, if they are that big and he doesn't usually see them buried, and especially how heavily buried they were, um, first thing out of my mouth when I saw them in person was, okay, so how many fish did you lose?
Right.
And he was like, "Oh, that's funny that you say that because two suddenly went missing," you know. And it was just like, yeah, because there's no way that they just suddenly bury up like this without a source of protein. But the bad part about that is that's very recent protein. So that was a trigger to get them to produce the eggs. You what, are you
People can't
telling me
see
that?
it. Oh no, I know. I was raising my hand, but it's like people can't see I'm raising my hand. So no, I was gonna jump and say like because there was someone in the Discord that was like talking about their Amano shrimp being buried like constantly, and I had
Mhm.
like given the theory like maybe they just have the ability to re up, faster than
Oh yeah,
normal shrimp. So now what you're saying is like clicking on my brain where it's like oh they like get a lot of protein like they can just immediately like is
they can
that
do
the
every six
trigger?
weeks.
Wow.
They can do every 6 weeks when they're healthy. Like when I heard about that, I was like, "What?" Like my numbers game for these shrimp is supposed to be if they produce 4 clutches a year per female. So those are the numbers that when I was breaking down my business stuff, I was expecting 4 clutches per female. And then they're like, "No, no, they should be able to do like every 6 weeks." So basically, as soon as they like as those eggs are maturing, you see their saddle developing. And I
Right.
was just like, "Oh, that's a lot more than I planned for."
Wow.
Uh, but you have to, the nutrition that goes into doing that is something that you can't just feed them all the off chance. And what you certainly can't do is use them as an algae eater in your tank. If you're only using them as an algae eater in your tank, if they're eating algae, it's because they're like, oh God, I have to eat the salad. There's nothing better.
Wait, wait,
Couldn't you
wait,
just
wait. We can't like go all this time just for you to tell us that they're not the perfect algae eater. Like,
Well, no, all the perfect algae eaters do this because the true Siamese algae eaters do this too. A lot of the actual algae eaters do this. I've so far only found like one exception to this. Um, and it's pretty much as soon as you put other food in the tank, they go for that
yeah,
because it's not algae is not nutritionally complete. They're biofilm feeders. They often want something more. And the only real exception that I've seen to this are some of the nerites, and especially the smaller Clithon nerites. They seem to be very determined that they need a hard surface with algae on it, and that's what they want. And feeding them other stuff sometimes can be an absolute pain in the butt, which is why I had to buy the nori strips because I'm like, you guys are eating yourself out of house and home. And I'm like, I keep transferring you like tank to tank, but they don't they're not detritus eaters. They're not like, oh, I smell a shrimp kibble in the water. I'm gonna go find it. Like the ram's horns, like forget what they're doing and they beeline for it. Uh, the clithons that I work with just do not do that. They are hardcore. I want that green spot algae, and it needs to be on a surface. But almost everything else is like algae. When I got a wafer over there, psh, screw the
Right.
algae. I'm gonna go eat that. And Amano are absolutely like that. So it's kind of the thing that I hate to say is that people are trying to breed Amano shrimp, but they're using them as algae eaters in a tank. I'm like, you got to pull them out and you got to dedicated feed them.
Yeah.
And if you're not dedicated feeding them, you're not going to get the other thing you hear a lot is that people get the wild caught imported shrimp and look at these females and they produce these huge clutches. And then they notice as they go along, the clutches get smaller and smaller and smaller. That is nutrition deficiency because the size of their clutch should show that the amount of protein they had right before they like started carrying those eggs.
Hmm.
Um, and the longer term nutrition deficiency they get, the smaller those clutches are going to be. And a well-fed female with the appropriate nutrition is going to have more eggs and is going to have them more often.
So this is starting to like explain why. Well, I've been saying like Amano shrimp. You can't just put them with any small other invert or something like. So are they really like that protein heavy? Like should we start thinking of
Oh,
them as
Rachel
like
O'Leary does not like putting females in her tanks.
okay? So like that they aren't just detritivores. Like they're predators.
They, I wouldn't say they're predators, but like you hear the story of people who are like, "Oh my God, my Amano like is eating my fish," and I'm like, if that fish is laying on the ground and still its gills are still moving, the Amano does not care that the gills are still moving. But if it's a fish laying on the ground, they're all over it.
Yeah.
The Amano didn't kill your fish, but it certainly is not going to wait for it to stop breathing.
Right.
Um,
Great.
like I mean, they can be very aggressive
Is
when they
this
think
like
there's
if
food.
if your owner passes out on the floor, like the mono shrimp will eat their owner?
Well,
Like
yeah,
they
no, like
say
the
that.
cats,
Yeah,
like
like the
the
cat.
dog will sit there and be sad about its owner dying, and the cat's just like waiting for your heart to stop beating. Yeah,
And the mono shrimp just start crawling out of the tank.
yeah.
En masse.
Yes.
That's
Cats still
terrifying.
love you. It's just different.
Yeah, yeah.
um, yeah. So the Amano shrimps, especially the females, it's super protein heavy. So, one of the things I really like about the shrimp envy food, like not just being a total shill, but I don't like all-in-one foods because like you just have that one option, right? That's all you can't modify anything. And what shrimp envy did was it's got multiple different foods on a schedule. And that
Hmm.
allows me to modify the availability of certain things. So what they have it set up is really good for like the smaller freshwater neocaridina and caridina that they work with. And if I feel that I have to have more protein because of just the amanos are just bigger protein whores, I can do an additional feeding of their protein food, which requires a multi-food system. And Japan's had a lot of these multi-food systems for a long time. I think Garden of Eater also has a multi-food system.
Wow.
I got a chance to talk with the Shrimp Envy people at AGA, and I got to talk to them in person. They're absolutely wonderful. Um, and I've tried their foods. The Amanos are all over it. And yeah, I think like I feed them other stuff, but like that's the core of it because
They got
I
a
can
schedule.
control it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can control. Oh yeah, even on their website, they're just like, this is the order in which we feed them. Like on this day, like so I have a weekly schedule. I can be like, on Monday I feed this, on Wednesday I feed this, on Friday I feed this, and on one day on the weekend I feed blur. Yeah.
And the idea it's like
And
not putting all the nutrients in one food. It's like complete.
yeah.
Because what I've
Yeah,
all I've
let
been
me.
doing is just like some stuff I'm feeding twice a day. So I'll just like maybe it's live food one feeding and a prepared food the other. Like
Yeah.
that's been. I mean, I'm not doing a different weekly schedule, but that I've been kind of trying to vary it up. But that seems like a extremely thorough
Oh,
multivitamin type,
I want
like
somebody
super
else to
health.
have done the
Not,
work for me.
yeah, like you don't even have to think about it.
I'm doing all this work about figuring out how to keep the larva like super healthy so I get these really high rates of like again, I'm not aiming for 20%. I want 60 preferably I want 80% or more. But that means that I have to feed the adults really well to make sure the eggs are good quality.
Yeah.
And then I have to make sure I feed the larva. But I learned this from frogs. If your adults are putting out crappy eggs, they're either going to be infertile or the tadpoles were super weak or the froglets were super weak. So you had all of these different stages where you had weakness, and they're like, oh, well, if I use a better tadpole food, and I'm like, you got to start earlier than that.
Yeah.
So
I've been thinking about that with fish a lot and the bad eggs because it's like, okay,
yeah, the
sometimes
Congos, right?
yeah, well, even just like the killifish, like that's a common thing, especially so sometimes it's like, okay, is this like if the eggs aren't even getting fertilized? Are they not
Hmm.
getting fertilized because of a nutrition thing? But then there'll be things like, for me, rice fish compared to other things I'm collecting eggs from, like it seems like almost
Hmm.
all their eggs are always fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
most of
your
them
food is
hatch
probably feeding them better.
for me. Yeah,
So
exactly. So
I'm
I'm trying to figure out what's missing because I feel like I'm doing a variety, but it must be something like very specific that I'm missing
I
sometimes.
yeah, I think so. I'm going to be a shill for a second, but think about your fish in the same context, right? So
Don't tell me to get a fruit fly culture. Don't tell me.
no, I mean yes, but no. Someday. Okay, so there's four basic foods. And again, figure out how to do this with your fish because this is the same thing I did with my frogs. So, they start with complete envy, which is your staple. This is the thing that they're feeding twice a week. For frogs, for me, that was often fruit flies. I had my standard food that I gave them most often, and that's the foundation that I worked everything else around. This could be your standard flake or something like that.
Okay.
But so for the shrimp, they're getting complete envy is their most often one. Food fight is a variation of that, which is complete, but with the barley and the snowflake stuff added in, so it lasts a little longer. So if I feed this on Friday, it'll get them through the weekend a little bit better, or vacation feeding. Um, so they're effectively the same thing. This one's just like an extended feeder.
Right.
So this could be something like something that lasts longer in the tank that takes them longer to eat. So you're feeding them more consistently over a longer period of time. Uh, Growth envy is the high protein food. When I want my girls to they need more protein because they're producing a lot of eggs, this has to be higher, and it's probably going to be a lot higher than what they were talking about for neocaridina and caridina.
Hmm.
If a neocaridina is carrying 40 large eggs and an Amano is carrying 1,700 small eggs,
Oh
there's
my
still a
god.
nutritional difference there. That's
Right.
probably protein.
Wow.
This stage, not only with shrimp, but honestly, I think this is the stage with fish too. Um, Packing them with a food that really tells them first they need to produce a lot of good eggs and gives them all the nutrition for eggs. This is often going to be different than your standard feed. Um,
That would
yeah,
explain why people see such a difference with live foods because that would be a lot of very high protein and probably
Daphne and
that's
Moena
another
are some
thing.
of my favorites.
Another thing though with the protein, which I when you mentioned the crude protein thing, is I didn't
Mhm.
realize crude protein included proteins that can't even be digested. Or so that's
Yeah.
another thing. 60% protein, but then compared to a 60%
Yeah.
protein worm, maybe it's a big difference still.
One of my favorites though, mosquito larvae. They last 5 seconds in a good fish tank, and so those Pearl Danios that I brought back from AGA, they were really rough after being in a bag for like probably 4 days. 4 days at that point. Like, I mean, it was a multi-day thing. I have no idea if they were bagged locally and brought in. It was a long time for those guys. They were rough when I got them. I spent the first 2 weeks feeding them just mosquito larvae because I just had a bucket outside full of them. I've never seen fish turn around so quickly and so nicely, and a couple of those females filled up right with eggs. So mosquito larvae, I mean, it's starting to get a little cold, but so like the Congo tetras that were like on eggs, I would. It's both a behavioral thing and a nutritional thing. I have one set of frogs called Mentellus from Madagascar. They need the seasonal and the nutritional change. So they had like a fruit fly standard food, which to me is like it's good enough nutrition to get by. It's not
Yeah,
good for long-term breeders. They need something more.
yeah.
So when the
That's why I
season
have a high.
changed to the yeah, when the season changed and I needed to pound them with food, they got crickets, which I could gut load more easily and I find more nutritious than fruit flies. Um, Downer is I'm allergic and I have to breed them myself for that size. But
Damn.
crickets, I'm allergic to like everything at
Damn.
this point. When you work at them with you're like I'm working with like thousands of them at a time, it's really easy to get allergies to them. I'm not allergic to
Wow.
fruit flies. I'm allergic to the mites that go in fruit fly culture.
Okay, so I kind of suspect I'm allergic to mites in my
hmm
cultures or something because when
hmm
I open some of them, I'm
Oh, and
like,
then everything
ah,
itches.
or just like my
Yeah.
throat just feels so like I'm kind of. That's why I've been looking at the mite
You,
stuff, but it's like so
yeah, you absolutely
crazy.
can.
It's so
You
crazy,
absolutely
but
can. It's worth putting down my paper.
okay, wow,
Because if I can to this day still keep fruit fly cultures in a decent amount, and again like actual like I will my skin turns red and blotchy and everything with and just all of a sudden like my entire body itches.
amazing.
Um, but if I can keep the mites out, just because I'm just very good about like keeping the area clean when I make the cultures, I start with mite free cultures. I do not buy from anybody who provides mites. I have a blacklist, and a couple of them are
Add
very
me
big
to it.
names.
Add me to it.
I'm not adding you to my
I got a lot of
blacklist.
I got a lot of mites right now.
Yeah, yeah, no. So that's why, like, you ask in the Discord, I will let you know who is mite free, and they're bug people who like when they also keep like beetles and roaches and stuff. Like, they are very serious about their mites. They're like,
Yeah.
I don't care if frog people are okay with this. Like, I am not okay with this. So I know people I've gotten mite free before, and I also know a couple of people that I will never publicly recommend ever again
Okay.
because of the amount of mites I've gotten from them. Um, but again, like if there's live food, I probably mess with it. But with those frogs, I would give them crickets, which are gut loaded, so they're like extra nutrient dense, and I
Yeah.
will also give them termites because
Yeah.
termites are little fat bombs.
Yeah.
And then they were pounded with food until they turned into balloons from food because that very quickly told them that this is the good season with all the food. So then all the females turned into balloons with eggs within like 2 to 3 weeks. So I think, especially with, since we're like talking Congos, I think they're a seasonality that if just feeding them isn't doing it, give them a season and just pound them with a very different, very
Yeah.
nutrient dense food.
Well, this is here. You rate my food recipe that I've been doing recently.
Is there any
Looking around
live
the
food in
room.
it?
Uh, hold up. Well,
That's a yes or no
I
question,
know.
man.
It's not live food in this. I do feed them live food. But this is one of my. So,
I
I've
feel
been
like this
making
is him
this.
avoiding the question.
No. I feed live food separately. This is my own prepared food that I've been messing with. But this is like what it looks like. But it's powdery, but like I can like make it into little
hmm
chunks. But it's black soldier fly larva ground up.
hmm
Then sometimes I'll do like a base like pellet, just like a random pellet, just like for
hmm
whatever's in there. And then a little bit of spirulina powder, some brine shrimp meal, and bee pollen. Sometimes chia seed powder, like a little bit. And then that's something that a lot of things have seemed to like so far. But I don't
Oh
know
yeah.
why I just combined those things. But
The fluval that has the black soldier fly larva is the bug bites. My fish have consistently loved them. I'm not sure I would put that as like a breeding level. Like they are a larva. They're not like the adults. And the nutritional profile of like the black soldier fly larva versus the adults is very different. It's like the difference between when I feed like fruit flies versus fruit fly larva. Um, So like that like that's one of my concerns is when people are saying like, "Oh, I feed insects because I feed fruit fly larvae." And I'm like, larvae typically are more fatty, so I'm wondering if I think that's why like to contrast that if you were going to like super heavy feed your fish, so like that's what you're starting with as your foundation, which I think has a lot of very good nutrients in it. Then
it's
the
like
next
my like once every 3 days I'm doing it.
yeah.
Like yeah.
The
I don't
other
trust
thing I
myself
would
that
think
much.
about working with is I really like earthworm flakes, but if you're feeding one of the like blackworms or tubifex, it might be a moot thing.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Ken's fish. So
I'm on team
there's
white
like
worms right now.
I don't remember if white worms are what is it, annelids?
I don't even know what that
Um,
means.
it's the earthworm group.
I Do you like red wigglers? I've been thinking about trying those, but I feel like they're kind of
I think
big, probably.
yeah, they're big. I think they're kind of pointless. Like I would try and do like black
Okay.
worms are probably as big as I would get for that one. Like for
Okay.
some reason a lot of people have been asking me about red wigglers lately, but
They've been
like
in yeah, they've been a lot of auctions recently
I
too.
okay, so I'm weird. I feed a lot of live foods. I do not like chopping worms up when they're alive.
Me either.
Like I don't know why I'm just like I have a line. Like I will feed a live whole food to an animal that naturally eats that. Which enough people are like, "Oh my God, that's already cruel. Like why would you do it?" But like I will not sit here and chop up something to make it easier to feed because like and I'm gonna say like the unemotional response is me going like oh yeah well you're just choosing the wrong food item blah 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 but like the other side of me is just like I don't want to do that to an animal and even if we haven't figured out how it feels pain it's reacting to that in a
Yeah.
negative way so I'm like
Yeah.
no
People are
no
telling me like just chop up the mealworms or whatever. I was like, man,
mm-mm.
I'm just gonna feed them to the things that could eat them because I well, first of all, mealworms are a bad candidate anyway because they're so damn
Yeah,
hard. You're gonna feel
yeah,
chopping them up. But I was like, oh,
yeah,
the Congo puffers, perfect. They'll eat them as it
yeah.
is.
And they love crunching and they love crunching through that. So that's like that crunching is very beneficial to them. Like mealworms feeding to like a bearded dragon, they have the jaw strength to crunch through them very nicely and they just sit there and crunch it and when it's crunched enough then they swallow it. My leopard gecko, he's not a good cruncher. He will grab onto it and then try and swallow it and I'm like, "No, no, no, if you haven't crunched it, like you can't even digest through the chitin. Like you need to crunch it so you have access to that." So I'm like, well, and that's why I'm one of the people. And I used to breed leopard geckos,
Of course
and
you did.
wholesale them. I'm just like, I don't believe in feeding them mealworms.
So wait, so Almano's not the first thing that you've wholesaled. You bred
Oh
and
no, no, no.
wholesaled leopard
Okay.
gecko?
S-
That's so
Yeah.
random.
So in college, I bred leopard geckos. I did the
Oh my
I was
god.
doing this was back when the carrot tails, the super hypo carrot tails, were still relatively new. And this was decent money right before the market crashed, and it's since come back. Um, that paid for like all my books and stuff in college. It didn't pay for housing. That's why you work for housing in residence life. Get that. But like my books and a lot of the extra money that I was spending was like through leopard geckos. But I was very picky about like what they ate because of my experiences at the zoo and everything. And like a lot of people at that time were switching over to feeding them exclusively mealworms or like young superworms. And I'm like, no, they're larvae, so they're very high in fat, which is great in certain times.
Yeah.
But also like a leopard gecko is just not crunching through them, and I've seen them pass
Yeah.
through basically undigested. So a puffer, awesome. They want the crunch, like they're like crunch, 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 and like ripping it apart. That's great.
It's
It's a
crazy.
great food for them. It's a natural thing for them to do. They will naturally go after like not just like larger shrimp, but like they will. It's just what they do. They're hunters.
Yeah.
Um, so it's just like finding the right live food for the thing, which is why I think for tetras and like resboras and similar size stuff, it's
Yeah.
I know people hate it, but man, mosquito larvae is where it's at.
Yeah. What
Bucket
do you think of
outside.
I need to get my cultures back, but like I really like the orange springtails, feeding them to things. Now the Congos are pretty big. The orange springtails are a little bigger than the normal ones. I was doing them more for the killifish,
I
but
mean,
like what do you
I could see surface feeders like killifish going for them. I mean, at that point, also like baby crickets would probably be great too, but like specifically for the Congos, like it depends on like what
or
are you having?
just in general at nutritional standpoint, like can you see it making sense or
We don't have a lot
working?
of nutritional information on springtails.
I unfortunately know. I was hoping you could
Yeah,
guess. You could
so I
guess.
like the orange and the red ones because if they're that color and it's not coming from food, they're definitely producing it themselves. It's carotenoids. I'm not gonna say no to that. I can't. I have no information to say it's a complete food. I also find that unless you have something really really tiny that happens to live at the surface, I don't know. Like, could you fill up a clown killie's belly with the springtails? Like that
Yeah,
would take
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
springtails.
No, no, no. The orange ones are kind of big. I was feeding them.
Okay.
I just don't have them like, or I'd send you a video, but like I was feeding
Yeah.
like 100 of them to like rice fish. They're
Yeah.
gobbling them up, you know,
Yeah. I
and
mean, if they eat it, do it. And what the biggest thing is that like a lot of the stuff is still untested. Like try it. Like what's the worst that's gonna happen is like the eggs are gonna stay the same.
right.
Um, I think the big thing is like figure out who's not giving you good eggs and then what can you do about it and the ones that typically I don't get good eggs from both like now I don't do a lot of fish, but I've done a lot of amphibians. And a lot of the fish amphibian relationships are pretty similar. There's probably you probably want to stop them breeding, give them a break, feed them really good nutritionally complete foods. So you may want to try off your standard. And then before you put them back together, you pound them with something super nutritious. That could be blackworms, mosquito larvae, bloodworms, like frozen stuff, like Daphnia, because they're too big for Melina, but like you could do Daphnia and pound them until you
Right.
see the females get full of eggs. Keep the sexes separated and just pound them until the females are full of eggs
Hmm. Okay.
and then put them back together. Like it's a
Okay.
very big thing with some of the barbs. Like I know the Odessa barbs, Select Aquatics.
I don't know.
I want to say it's Select Aquatics. God, his Odessa barbs. He's been line breeding them. They're so beautiful. Um, and that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, it's Select Aquatics of Erie, Colorado. So I've gotten some stuff from him. Not the Odessa bards, but he's put some stuff up on YouTube where he's been very clear about how he's breeding them, and he does separate them out. He conditions them separately and then puts them back together. Now he's also doing selective breeding, so he's very
All right.
careful about which males, which females to go
He's
together.
already separating
Uh,
them anyway, you know, kind
he's
of.
separating them. He goes through, he picks out the best ones. When you're breeding for color, the trick is, and this is a trick from horse breeding, you can pick out your nicest male, but you got to pick out the best female. And a slightly more colorful female is where you're going to get your best males from. Gouliad Farms, I think, says the same thing about some of their stuff. They want better females. Like the males are a little bit easy, but like the females are really what's going to get you like some of that consistency in your breeding. Um,
Hmm.
so if they're not breeding for you just like rice fish on the regular, some are just perfectly fine breeding all year round. I would say break them into two different sexed groups, condition them separately, and then by the time you get them back together, because I'm even thinking about doing that with the CPDs. I probably don't need to with the CPDs, but just letting the
Interesting.
females get huge and round and not
Yeah.
letting the males court with them for a while, so that they're just like full of eggs. And then let
No,
them
that's a good
breed
point.
and then break them up again and see what your egg quality is. Because it may take a couple of cycles of feeding them high nutrition without letting them breed for a while to get them back up to snuff.
All right. Great. More work, but that
Also,
does make
earthworm
sense.
flakes. Earthworm,
Earthworm flakes.
earthworm flakes. Yeah,
Earthworm flakes. Okay.
yeah.
Earthworm
I think
flakes.
Ken's has them, right?
Yo, wait a second. We have
Fried
not
shrimp also
shilled.
has them.
We have not shilled for the proper thing yet. Totally.
What are we shilling?
GWAPA. Well, the third thing in the title,
Oh,
nano plants for nano tanks. I feel like it's a perfect opportunity. Well, you've mentioned GWAPA a few times, but
yeah. So GWAPA on the 18th, if you're in the like Baltimore, DC area, in Northern Virginia, we're hosting a workshop on the 18th. Nano tank. It's. Do you have the photo up that you can share?
I can put the photo up of the tank.
Okay. So it's a custom made from Waterbox, which if you're not familiar with Waterbox, they are a very good high-end rimless tank manufacturer. They custom made some 2.5 gallon nano tanks that are also all-in-one. So the back of them, they're actually little rectangles, and the back of them is an all-in-one that comes with a little pump that you'll be able to recirculate through. And the it comes with the light and everything. So it's going to be a little planted nano tank. So the workshop ends up being where we're going to have people who are experienced aquascapers. So Alex from Tank Tested is going to be one. Nick from GWAPA is going to be one of the others. I know as fact they both have volunteered. So if you haven't met Alex from Tank Tested, there's that. Um,
Woo!
so they're both going to be there being mentors. We'll probably have a couple of other people. And everything is going to be provided for the tank. So all hardscape, all sand, substrate, and plants. The problem and the reason that we wanted to bring that up as one of our subjects is like it's a 2.5 gallon. What do you plant in a 2.5 gallon? Which is actually really fun. That's part of the reason we're like curating a little bit. And that's part of the reason that we had one of the topics tonight. So it's if you're interested, we'll link some information down below, and it's also in the Discord chat. Or if it is, it might not be in the Discord chat. We will add it.
Yes,
So if you want
I'll
to
put a
join us,
link.
you can either come and learn, or if you want to sign up, if you sign up for the workshop itself, you take that tank and everything in it home. So it's $60 for members, 85 for non-members. And if you want to sign up to be a member, we'll then give it to you at membership price. So that'll be $80 total for a 2026 membership and your tank.
Custom
So
water box.
yeah, I can't believe they got Waterbox to do that. That's really cool. I love Waterbox. They're very good high-end blueberry snails for the 2.5. Yes. And the nice part is one of the substrates that we're gonna have in there is going to be sand. So how you
Hey.
scape the rest of it would be very blueberry appropriate, and I'm kind of a little bummed that the timing of my captain's order and the timing of this workshop, it did not line up for me to get some little baby blueberry snails.
Oh man, I'm excited. I'm signed up. I'll definitely be there. We're
Yeah.
supposed couple of fish is supposed to at some point we're supposed to do a stream where he helps me scape a 50-gallon.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of like, this is the warm up because I don't know if I'll have
Oh,
been
so you're
ready to do
starting
the
off with one
50.
of the hardest.
I
So,
mean, come on. So what are we putting in a 2.5 gallon? Every plant around me is huge compared
yeah,
to.
well, that's one of the reasons we're going to talk about Nano. But I'm going to be a snot and say that, I also agree with the sentiment that Maryland ain't all that. That's why I'm in Virginia now. Oh,
Oh, come
mm,
on. Come
I mean,
on.
I can throw a rock and hit Maryland, but so I'm not that
Uh,
far away. But
I mean, oh man. I like Maryland,
hey,
but
hey, I can still
I'm,
be bitched at as a Maryland driver, so it's okay.
the Maryland drivers are only bad because they're not Maryland drivers. They're DC commuters, and they're the real
No,
problem.
no, no, no. You
They're the
say
real
that because you
problem.
haven't been in DC. Man,
Yes, I have. I have been in DC. It's terrible.
have you lived in there? Because
I haven't lived in there,
I
but I've gone
used
there
to
regularly.
commute from DC to Baltimore, downtown Baltimore.
Yes, it's
So
all the
I
D.
I
It's DC people that are too cheap to live in DC. Come on, man.
all of my car accidents have been in Baltimore.
Okay, well, I'm not defending
And
Baltimore drivers specifically. I won't defend because
there
I
are
did work
two
in
flavors.
Baltimore, and the drivers are
There
bad.
are two flavors of crazy. DC, nobody is from here. Maryland, the
Yes,
95 corridor, where people are also not from here, but also just have places to go for no
yes,
apparent reason. And then there's Baltimore, who's like at least crazy for a legitimate reason. I'll give you that. But like they're different levels of crazy. Because in
yes,
DC, everyone's a tourist. And Maryland, all the imported people just don't know how to drive,
yes. Okay,
but think they do.
I can agree with that.
They're
And the
they're different flavors.
Baltimore drivers are horrendous. So I can't
Baltimore
even defend
drivers
that.
know their rules and just choose not to care.
Yeah, 100%.
When you're like 1 o'clock in the morning and you just see somebody completely blaze through a red light that's been red for like 30 seconds and they don't even slow down and they're going at least 70 miles an hour, you're like,
Yeah, you don't
yeah,
trust red lights.
people wondered why for years when the light turned green, I didn't just immediately go. And I'm like, because I worked in Baltimore.
It,
You don't do
I
that.
I am with you. I'm 100% with you with that one.
I got some great memories in Baltimore, and I shit on Maryland just because I know it so well. Like I lived on the Eastern Shore and I lived in Southern Maryland too. Like only place in Maryland that I really haven't experienced is West. I go hiking out there a lot, but I
Okay.
shit on it because I love it. Old Bay
Yeah.
forever.
No, I feel you. I feel you. So, I mean, where do you get started with when you're looking for a nano plant?
Oh,
Because I feel like
so
people make a lot of there's a lot of pitfalls with plants. I'm talking about getting guppy grass out of my tanks, and there was a day I was like, oh, there's no way that I want the plant to grow fast. Now I'm like, oh wow, they're right. You really do want slower growing plants. Like,
yeah. So I mean, okay, let's talk pearlweed. Pearlweed is small. I happen to love pearlweed. Um, it's one of those like you could love to hate it and hate to love it. It's you have to commit to it though, like mowing it down. Like it'll fill in a big tank really well just because it grows super well. I think it looks great when it's really happy. It's very pretty. Um, but also, if I put it in this 2.5 gallon tank, I know every 5 days I'm going to be trimming it, or
Yeah.
it's going to take over the tank. Um, so it's one of those where that if I had to say why I love it for a small tank, the leaves are small. It doesn't get super tall because it's a naturally kind of just low rambling plant, right? So like the look it gives you in a 2.5 gallon that nice big bushy look that looks like it's a big plant in miniature. Um, its really only downside is that you would have to trim it a lot to keep it in that space. Um, a lot of stem plants can be the same way. Like any of the stem plants like Rotala, Ludwigia, a lot like that. There are some really nice smaller leafed plants that you can put in there. Atra is a really pretty one that gets very red under good, uh, not even good conditions. Like it's very happy to be at least vaguely red for you. There's also like a bunch of other red ones, but that one like it's got these small narrow leaves, a lot like pearlweed. It's very upright growing, but can also kind of spread. But it has the same problem. Even though an individual stem and an individual leaf isn't super big, what are they doing in the chat?
Sorry.
They
I'm
really
sorry.
are
Wait.
doing.
Stop. Sorry. Okay. I'm
I
so
was so
sorry.
good at not looking
No,
at the
I'm
chat and
so
then your
sorry.
face.
Leah. So Ben has gotten his sister, Leah, to come and say, "No idea what's going on here." But Ben has asked me to vouch for you to give him a free fish tank. He's my brother. I'm doing this for $10. Apparently, he requires assistance on begging on the internet. Can you tell? Like, is Ben even in the? Where is Ben? We can't even send him a fish tank. We don't know where he is. He says he's in the Philippines and he's 15. That's what we know. That's what we know. And he's recently improved his language skills quite a lot. You know, now
I know. I'm with
he's been at
Captain
the
on this one.
third.
He could have purchased one for that $10. Leah,
Yeah.
you made out.
Wait a
You
second.
made money.
Bro, what? I'm sorry. Okay, go back to talking about the Leafs. I'm so sorry.
Leah, he's gullible. Keep it up. Keep that money coming.
He's taking English classes just for this. No fucking way, bro. There's
Oh,
no...
okay. Let's be real. Like English is still a valuable skill to learn.
Yeah, but to beg
You
for
know what?
fish tanks.
It's a life skill that can serve him in the future. I'm not going to shame on that one.
Okay. So stem
Thank
plants.
you for supporting your brother, Leah. It's
You
still probably not getting him a fish tank.
finer bunch leaves for the nano tanks.
Yes. There are some really great stem plants that I feel like that Mayaka. There's a tiny little like it's only like that big around like Mayaka. Like it's not super big. Looks a little bit weird in a larger tank just because like the scale of the leaves and the stem. It's weird. It's so tiny, but then you have a bunch of stems that can look bushy. So I've been playing around with like, oh, I want to put some of these in the nano tank. I just have to remember they do grow fast, so I do have to trim them a lot.
Yeah.
So knowing what grows fast and what doesn't, and just knowing what you're getting into. Don't make your entire tank that, or else you're going to feel like you mow it to the ground every week and it grows back. And it'll be like that satisfying, beautiful for like a day, and then it's either undergrown or overgrown after that.
Mm.
So I'm a huge fan. If you couldn't tell already, I've given talks on ferns and I've given talks on aquatic aeroids before
Okay.
and floating plants, but floating plants would block the light on this one. Um, there are some wonderful uh, tiny aeroids and tiny ferns. So tiny ferns, there's a bunch of mini Java ferns that have come out. Not all of them are just baby whatever ferns. Some of them actually stay small.
Right.
So those are great ones to try. Any of the mini Java ferns, especially like the narrower leaf ones, like there's a mini trident, there's a mini like narrow leaf. I think they're absolutely adorable. You can use them just like you use the larger scale ones. And they also don't grow stupid fast. So when you get them looking good, you can keep them looking like that for a long period of time. There are other ferns that I was trying to remember. Um, there's a very tiny bulbitis.
Yeah.
It's like a it grows not very big at all. It's a little tiny bulbitis. That's another really, really good one. It doesn't look totally like the full-sized one on a miniature scale, but it's like super cute and has really good texture just by itself.
Yeah.
And then if you're being stupid rare, there's a couple of like very small filmy ferns, but they grow so slow that you're probably we're not going to have them available at this workshop for sure because mine has been growing really, really slow. But it's very cool. The other thing is like if you don't know about the teeny tiny aeroids that have taken over,
Well, I don't even know what an aeroid is.
Bucephalandra is one of them. Bus.
Okay.
So
Okay.
aeroids are the Anubias family. They're philodendrons and stuff like that. So what we're looking for are the super tiny Anubias. So Nana petite, Nana chili, Pangolino. There's a couple of like stupid small ones that just came out. You'll often find them in tissue culture.
Right.
So they'll start off. So yeah, Heteroclitid deformis is the super tiny one for
Okay.
the bulbitis. So there are some very tiny Anubias, and you're typically going to find them in tissue culture, and they're not going to get hugely large after that. It's going to take them a while to grow, but they're not going to get hugely large. Another one is going to be Crypts.
Okay.
Crypt Wentii. If you don't love Crypt
I
Wentii
like
or
that
haven't had
one.
it, then
No, I
I
love
don't
that
know.
one.
I don't know what you're doing with your life because it's seriously one of the best ones. They
But
do
does it
tend to
get
melt
too
and come
big
back.
for?
Wentii does,
Okay.
but Parva does not. So Parva isn't super colorful, but it is the pygmy um, uh, Cryptanthus. Cryptanthus. That's a bromeliad. Cryptocoryne. Too many crypts in my life.
Yeah.
So
Sound like a
in a
gang member.
Cryptocoryne Parva, there's like a regular one that gets like 2 inches, and then there's a mini, and the mini is tiny. You'll never see it grow unless you compare a picture of the tank like 2 years apart and realize it has gotten bigger. Uh,
Wow.
and they're available by tissue culture. The regular Parva is also sometimes available in like a planted thing. Since they don't grow huge, um, they won't outgrow your tank. And in this case, to yes, they grow slow as fuck. In this case, that's a really good thing,
Right.
because any of the crypts that do grow in reasonable crypt fashion are going to take over your tank. A Wentii, like I love a good Wentii, like green gecko or something like that,
But
but
at a
it's going to
two
be the full
gallon.
height of the tank.
Yeah.
It's going to be the full height of the tank, and then it's going to go. Poof, uh, not immediately, but once it's happy, it will. So you could do that and just make it look like a super large. Like a Wentii could mimic like in a large tank, like what the Echinodoris, like the big Amazon plants. So you
Yeah.
could kind of make the small Wentii look like one of those big guys. So
Oh,
totally
that'd be
doable
cool.
depending on the look that you want. So just
Yeah,
like
that'd be cool.
remember that you can make some of these look like other plants just at a smaller scale. So like Wentii isn't immediately out, but it would now be like the super background tall plant that's going
Yeah.
all the way to the surface.
Okay. You have to look
But
at these names they're putting in here because that like Cruz said a
yeah,
schmatologis. Like I don't even know. You're now in
where am
charge of
I?
the
I
chat.
see Bucephaland. Oh God.
You're in charge of the chat now
Okay.
because there's
Is
I
it
can't.
before Bulbitis?
Yeah, it's up.
Oh,
It's after Captain said nicely
Expectropatronum
done.
is definitely not that one. Oh, Schistoma. So Schistoma is an aeroid. I think it gets a little bit too big for this tank. It's very slow growing, so it won't do it immediately. I want to see Petori, I think is the species in there. Also, Schistoma arguably not really the best long-term underwater. It will live. It will live for a very long time. I've had it like explode once it's above water in a polydarium though. So like I think that's one of those like
Mm.
it will survive underwater, but it's certainly not thriving.
It looks cool.
Yes. It's very pretty and it gets this like subtle pattern on the leaves. But like every time I've had it in a polydarium and I've had it out of water, it just goes and is super happy. And I'm like, oh, now I feel bad having it underwater.
So good paludarium
Um,
plant.
yeah. So I wouldn't recommend Sylvinia just because in
We got her to
a
talk
like
about paludariums. We won. She talked about
that
paludariums.
that's a and if we need to get more in depth, that's going to be me coming back.
Okay. Oh, you're locked in for coming back. They don't want to hear me talk anymore.
Alteranthera, I if it's got small enough leaves, which I think the one that we're both thinking of probably does, again, you're just committing to chopping it on a regular basis. So I'm not saying it's a no-go. You just have to commit to it.
Is it just because it's a
This
stem?
It's a stem. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not as horrifically fast growing if I think about it, but like it's up there. So we talked about Bulbitis heteroclita deformis, which is the small one that is really awesome. And if you don't use it, I'm going to be sad. Microcoin is a form of Anubias. That's another one of the very small ones. That's awesome. Um, I am a boost plant fan. I just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
And then yes, boost. Parva is slow. Anubias petite white is adorable. So make sure you're getting, so you got to be careful. There's a bunch of Anubias whites out there. You have to make sure you're not getting like Nana white because that Nana gets pretty big. That's the leaf. That's not the plant. You have
Okay.
to make sure you're getting a version of petite. That's the one that will actually stay small.
Oh,
Because I have some bagged up right now. This is a full-sized petite.
okay.
So you can see like my finger tip is like the size of some of these leaves.
Right.
Um,
So the petite is
this is
leaf size.
yeah, so petite is leaf size.
You just
Let me
casually
do
just
some.
have. So, yeah. Okay.
No, this is actually going to be for the workshop.
Let's
So
go. It's looking promising.
let me yeah, so I'm going to show another one and I'm going to get water all over my floor. Sorry, CPDs. Oh God. Okay. And this is why I have towels everywhere. So this is dripping
Wow.
into.
That's a lot more than what you had in the bag.
So these, if they were to scale, are actually about the same size. So this is a barteri. This is one of the larger nanas. So you can
Wow.
see like the entire plant of the mini, of the petite, like for scale, slightly
Yeah.
different.
Yeah. Wow.
So that's the difference between nana and nana petite.
That's a big
So
difference.
I'm not saying that the bigger one can't go in your 2.5. That one's going to get broken up and used in the workshop. So that's why I have both of these pulled out to the side and they're not attached to anything. Normally I mount these, but like this is going to be kind of like the size plant that you would be mounting to something, a nice little rosette. It's got a pretty decent amount of rhizome on it. This is a big one with a lot of rhizome that we're going to be cutting.
Wow.
So
Wow.
these are going to the workshop
Well, and
to be
that does
used.
make me excited for the workshop.
Yeah, you don't want to know how much these would normally retail for. So,
Did you grow? Did you guys
stop
grow
it!
these, or
Stop
did you get
biting
them
me.
donated?
So, ironically, these are both that I got from Catherine, my partner in crime, my Amano partner in crime, and then they were going for. So the thing with GWAPA is like we get some plants that just kind of saturate the market, and then people don't bid on them as much at some of the
Yeah.
auctions that we have at every single one of them. So those were going for really, really low at a market, and I'm just like I can't. Those are super expensive plants going for super cheap. So I pity bought them. I've been growing them out for
Pity
probably
bought
like
them.
6 months. Yeah, well, I mean they're good plants, and I knew that at some point we would have a good use for them.
Right.
Take your moss back. Stop biting me.
What?
Your CPDs, you're supposed to be nice. They're
This
all like right here.
your CPDs are biting you. What kind of CPD, bro? This is crazy. You got
Angry
piranha
CPDs.
CPDs. Angry
Yeah,
CPD.
so when people say that they're shy, so the key is what you do is you get one of these Sterilite containers, the short one, the half size one, and you sit it next to your coffee maker for like 3 months and let them mature into full grown adults next to your coffee maker, and they will never be shy about anything for the rest of their life.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely noticed
That
a big
was
difference in fish that I
there
raised
is a
up
ram's horn on
compared
my
to their
keyboard.
parents. Ah,
Go back in your tank.
like when you raise up the babies, they're definitely a lot different in behavior than the
Yeah.
adults sometimes. Like they're way more comfortable and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is these were Aquahuna small size.
Yep.
And I got them with a set of Amano. And I'm just like, I have this problem. I can't just order just like one thing in a box. And it
Mm.
didn't fill the box anyway. So I'm just like, okay, if I'm paying shipping, granted, Aquahuna shipping is not that expensive. This is
Yeah,
kind of a me.
that's
It's
I'm
just me having a
addicted.
problem.
I'm addicted, man. I keep ordering from them, and I'm gonna do it
Yeah,
again soon. I'm getting the itch.
that's when I'm gonna get more wild caught Amanos from them, and I'm probably gonna get more CBDs because I want a bigger group.
Yeah.
But these were, it's one of those things where they were the small size, so they weren't the full size large guys. They were super skittish, just like everybody says they were. They were in the same style container where they had hornwort, they had floating plants, like probably like giant duckweed and sylvinia at the time, and then it was a bare bottom tank. Not a lot of room to hide, and I love my coffee. I was there every morning. My partner was there every morning. Anytime we went, because we were in a small apartment at the time, because we were outside of our house. So we were temporarily out of the house for like 6 months because we had a house fire. That was the, so, and everybody who was like, "Oh,
Wow.
you keep saying about this time I lost all my supplies and everything like that." It's because we had a house fire.
Wow.
So all the fish that I still had got stuck in Sterilite bins and brought with me. And this was back in the November when I said, go big or go home on the Amanos. So I had gotten my first batch of Amanos, my first batch of CPDs, and yeah, they were skittish and everything at first, just like what people say. And then every time we went into the kitchen, because we're working from home at that point, every time we went in the kitchen, we'd have to scare the crap out of the CPDs. And then after a while, they're like, yeah, are you feeding us? Are you feeding us? And then they just, freak out in the corner.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
Daniels
crazy.
did the
It's
same thing.
crazy. That's why I do like spending like time in front of the all my fish tanks if I can, cause like
Yeah,
I'm really starting to appreciate like yeah, everything is like really sentient and they do
yeah,
recognize you. Like a lot of the fish that
they get used to you.
yeah, a lot of the fish that don't get like credit for like oh they're smart enough to recognize you. Like I think a lot of them really can recognize you.
Yeah. I mean, so my newest batch of Pearl Danios are clearly like imported Indonesian pond bred guys. Had them for a week. They know who gives them the food. They do the flip out piranha thing now, and like they will jump out of the water if I'm not careful.
Oh my god.
They will, yeah, they're super enthusiastic about it. I wish I could just like bring my camera over and show.
It's funny because I feel like a lot
Um,
of like the videos you watch on CPDs will be like, oh, they can be a little harder to feed because they want to mid water, blah blah. That's not been my experience, but like you're describing
no,
like Parada CPDs is hilarious.
people say the same thing about Barreras, and I've had wild caught Barreras not do that too. So again, it's how you interact with the tank. Do they see you constantly? This is my work desk, so I don't work from home all the time anymore. But like when I do, they're right here, so they see me all the time. So like my wild caught croaking gourami, who's sitting there at the bottom, super skittish, always head at first, and now he's just like he's not there right now. No, he is right there. So he's actually down in the corner watching me right now because he's
Yeah,
like, "You're sitting in that chair. You gonna feed me?"
yeah,
You got up and walked. So as soon as I walked to the tank, he came to the front. And
yeah.
now he's doing his grumpy face because I didn't feed him. He's probably also wondering why the light is on this late. But yeah, no, you can. This whole like shy need to have a plan to take and everything. I'm like, there's two things I would say. Is like one, it was how I raised them. I didn't raise them from fry this way. I just raised them through their teenager phase. And the other one is that sometimes you just need some floating plants. And floating plants gave them so much more confidence because they're usually afraid of, a lot of them are afraid for something coming from the top.
Right.
And as long as you have the top covered, something coming from the side does not scare them as much. At least when it comes to like tiny little guys that are afraid of something eating them. Barreras, it was amusing how bold they got because they just had like the grass that we were talking about and a bunch of like I had like 5 different floaters in there. And as
Mm,
soon as it covered half the tank, the strawberry Barreras were just like, "What's up, yo?
interesting.
You gonna feed us?" And they were
That's
like
a good
all at the
point.
front. And I'm just like, the only thing that changed was the floating plants. Like, come on, guys.
All right,
So yeah.
duckweed's
Okay, but
back
I
on the
think
table. No, joking.
yeah, I know, right?
Yeah,
Are
I
we
think
okay?
there's some more plant stuff that got names that got thrown
Boost,
in there.
boosty boost. Yeah. So I'll go back. I'll warn about any of the white Anubias. They grow stupid slow. Sometimes they fail to thrive, especially if they're coming out of tissue culture. They can fail to thrive, and they just grow algae like nobody's business. I think Anubias in general grow algae like nobody's business. You can just tell really easily on the white ones. So Um, if you're not experienced with Anubias, don't make that your first one.
Okay.
So I will get to Boost. I'm not ignoring you. Um,
There's a feather one or
okay,
something weird.
Iridarium, Ouya, and Fenestrosterium are super rare aeroids. I recommend them in polidariums above the waterline or in a waterline where they're going to get flushed back and forth. I don't recommend them as much underwater. Granted, you can say the same thing about Bucephalandra, but I worry about it. I imagine Parrot's Feather would eat the tank if you don't keep it trimmed. Um, but if they are that small, that would be pretty cool. I'm not saying don't try stems and just like keep your scissors ready and have fun with it. Um,
They at least got a cool
Fish
name.
tank. Yes, they're very cool, but they're really rare and uncommon, and I don't see people keeping them long term is the
Hmm.
problem. And I can't tell if it's because there's like people with less experience, more money than experience getting them, or because they're one of those plants that just takes a long time to fade out. Um, they are riparian plants. They are water's edge plants, just like Bucephalandra. But they tend to have these really long, narrow leaves, which imply to me that the water that they get is flood waters. So like when it's flooding, it's very rapid and it's flowing over them, and they got these long leaves to keep them from getting ripped up. Um, I don't know. There's a number of plants that live on that edge, and some of them are perfectly fine being submerged, Java ferns. Others are not nearly so tolerant, and you can kind of only find out by trying to submerge them for long periods of time.
Right.
And if they go a couple months, that does not mean that they are going to survive long term. I'm talking years. Some of them will go like 6 months to a year and then start fading. It's because they needed the seasonal change.
Hmm.
But it's hard to tell. Did you mess up, or is it like just the fact that they've been underwater for too long? It's hard to tell.
Plants need seasonal change too now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if they are not evolved to be underwater all the time, they absolutely need seasonal change. Not the aquahuna. Yeah, anytime somebody says aquahuna, there's a caveat. I know I'm getting wild caught animals or Indonesian import animals. They are not always the highest quality. I come with that risk. I treat everything that comes in. All my Amanos, the thing with my Amanos is my wild caught Amanos will stay in one tank. They will not get mixed with my captive bred. That's the nice part about saltwater larvae is I can completely separate the hatchery and the captive bred ones so
Yeah.
that anything that the wild ones have, because like treating wild shrimp is kind of hard. Like I can't prophylactically treat them and not worry about killing them. But what I can do is get the larva into saltwater.
Yeah.
Anything but the larva surviving that saltwater dip. I don't know, man. Like
Yeah. That's
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 going to
pretty
be pretty
sweet.
tough. Most things are going to die, and
I
then
guess
they're going to be
that's
in fresh water
one
again.
argument that people had for brine shrimp still being good is like less chance of contaminants as a
Yes.
food. You know.
Yes. Yeah, and that's one of the nice parts about Amano. I can do the same thing like ram's horns. I can take the eggs and hatch them in a different tank. And other than like the surface of that gel, which you can probably put like a meth blue dip in, just like you do with eggs, to sterilize them a little bit. That means like any ram's horn I put into like the hatchery tanks that are supposed to be clean, like super clean, like no wild caught stuff in there, or no stuff I didn't breed, means that I
Mm.
know that those rams have zero chance of ever
That's a
of
good
carrying worms or anything
question
like that.
because I need. I That's what I hate about the snails. Partly is I know that they are carriers of a bunch of stuff. So basically, I need to kill all the snails, and then I can do what you're saying. Get like one of those little the gel egg stuff,
Yeah.
and then or what if you got rid of all the snails and then just all the eggs hatched? Wouldn't those snails that just hatched in those eggs be fine?
Um, so I like making sure that my snails are at least, if you're worried about the stuff that transfers to fish or humans, it's usually like one generation clean is fine. Like I got some snails from Captain. I'm pretty sure that they probably don't have anything. Like they did not come out of an outdoor pond, or if they did come out of an outdoor pond, it's okay. They're living their best life in a jar in my like little phytoplankton collection. Um, they like the biggest thing is that I just want to make sure that like my because this is a business and I'm going to be doing wholesale, I'm being a lot more careful about being like an actual hatchery and
Right.
doing biosecurity.
Okay.
So eventually what I want to have is like moving to a bigger space where we're talking like the wild caught or imported adults all always are in one area, and then all the stuff that's captive bred is in another, and then like all my cleanup crew that I want in there. is also going to be captive bred so that I can just make sure that that chain of like potential pathogens is broken.
Yeah, that's nice
Is
though.
it overkill?
No,
Probably.
I mean no. That's very. I feel like if you're doing stuff at scale, you want to control all the small stuff. So, because it's like you said, even just with the bright, if one cog goes wrong in your machine
Yeah.
of producing thousands of shrimp, then it's a big deal. So, yeah,
Yeah, and I want to make sure that I have like clean stuff and I'm not introducing anything else to it. And even the captive bred stuff, like a lot of people are like, but you're getting captive bred Amano shrimp. And I'm like, they're coming from another country and they're most likely pond bred. Or even if they were tank bred, they're still coming from another country. And I'm just like, at some point they could have access to water or something like that that could have been external, like, or they were fed something that was kept external. Like,
right.
why? I'm gonna treat all Amano the same. So, in like, yes, those are better, and they're certainly the Taiwan colored and captive bred ones are better quality. Like they have been very solid. Um, but at the same time, yes, Bob, that is who I was trying not to talk about. But at the same time, it's um, it's overkill for the average hobbyist. But when you're going for like a big operation, it's I think it's worth
Yeah,
the couple of steps extra.
for sure.
So I know I've been kind of avoiding Bucephalandria. So Bucephalandria is absolutely by far, in a way, the one that is like kind of the safe bet for a 2.5 gallon. I don't like mixing a whole bunch of different kinds. I like to have like one be the star of the show. The skeleton ones tend to be, there's a couple of them that are like skeletons and some of the larger ones. They are bordering like a little bit big, and a 2.5 gallon, depending on how much room you want for fish to swim in, dare I say that word, or whatever you're putting in that tank. Like if you're putting a lot of fine leaf things in there because you're having smaller shrimp like Caridina or New York Caridina, that's probably fine. Captains mentioned blueberry shrimp. They are not as small. They also, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we also want to make sure there's enough sand around for them. So I would leave more sand open area. I'd probably have a hardscape piece that has a bunch of stuff mounted to it, like a Bucephalandra and maybe a Java fern and stuff. I probably wouldn't do stems in there. Um, I'll say it. Like there's going to be some people who are going to fight about putting a beta in a 2.5 gallon.
Oh
Um,
no! Oh
no, this is
no!
not your opinion. This is mine. Um,
Oh
some of them are pretty damn big with long fins, and like you put a whole bunch of plants in there, where's the fish gonna swim? I get that. But also I'm gonna note, I mentioned like earlier, I keep sparkling gouramis in 2.5 gallon and 5 gallons.
I know I did. I was going to dive into that a little bit, but
Yeah.
then
Now
we kept
now
going.
I will also mention these come with lids. So we know they're jumpers, so they come with lids.
Yeah.
Um, there are smaller betas that are also shorter finned. You have to make your own decision on that one. But these larger ones with long decorative fins, I think, are much better in a larger tank. A small sparkling gourami, though, is going to rock one of these tanks like nobody's business. Don't fill them up too much. I really love 2.5 gallons for like the smaller anabantoids. And I did get a couple of Barreras in there as dithers, but like just make sure about your bio load. And again, like if you fill it with plants, there's no place for the fish. But if I
Yeah.
do blueberry snails, I would have to give them more room to move around.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't pack them as much as if I put a sparkling gourami. But I'll also say like my croaking gourami is about the average size of a beta, a Petco beta. And I don't know that I would put him in there. He moves around a little bit too easily in there, and I'm just like, I've heard people putting like more geriatric betas that aren't moving around as easily in one of those. So like, again, use your own thing,
Yeah.
like use your own judgment. Um,
So
don't always listen to,
your team.
random people on the
I was about
internet.
to say your team don't put beta in 2.5 or team
I'm
depends.
I'm team depends.
Okay.
There is never going to be a solid rule for everything.
Yeah.
And somebody's saying like absolutely can't. I'm like, well, I already don't believe you. Absolutely can't. I
Yeah.
also kind of don't believe you either.
Yeah.
right? I'm sure there's going to be a case where like putting a sparkling Grami in a 2.5 gallon is also a stupid idea. There's always a stupid idea for everything. There's a way you can do a 2.5 gallon that will just make it a stupid idea. So just make sure everything is in balance. Do you have enough swim space for
Okay.
them? Do you have enough of the things that they like to use? Like if a beta wants to sleep on something, do you have a space for it to go sleep on something? Is the flow in that 2.5 gallon from the pump going to be too much? I mean, it's tiny. It's a tiny little pump, and you maybe there's attachments I think that are like 3D printed that you can put. So instead of like one blast, you could make it kind of like a waterfall thing across the
Yeah.
back, like some of the Fluval stuff. But um, yeah, again, like I'm most likely I've got some shrimp that are not Amanos that are probably going to go in there,
What do you
and I'm
think?
probably going to stick. I got
Sorry, go ahead.
3 lonely little Barreras that I'm probably going to stick in there.
That sounds like a nice 2 for 5 to me. Uh, what do you think of Fish to Keeping said? Captive bred stuff or full parasites are not any cleaner than wild caught fish.
I kind of alluded earlier that I'm not a huge fan of some of the stuff coming out of Indonesia. Um, One of my new pearl Danios, no fault of the person catching the fish, clearly has a facial deformity. It's very smash face where it should be more pointed. Um, so it's not just, and I see the rainbow shiners come in with a lot of issues too. So they're a lot easier to get nutritional issues with. So you can see them a little bit easier if they're not doing a lot of quality. Um, yeah, you can get captive bred imported stuff. Like I care more about, is it imported? Is it like bred here in a pond, or is it like somebody like tank
Yeah.
bred it and generally has a good reputation?
Well, when
Um,
you're referencing, I think also at the time the captive bred shrimp specifically, do those come in with less, or are you just saying yours because you bred them a specific
that
way?
that particular Taiwan supplier does captive bred wild type and then 3 of the colors, and I've found them to be very good quality. That Taiwan supplier is one of the suppliers for London Town, and I think all of us that are local to London Town understand that London Town, they don't play games, they only play with good suppliers. So that happens to be an international supplier that I have a lot of respect for because the fish that they have come in pretty good, and the shrimp as like a side project they're kind of doing occasionally seasonally um, seems to be pretty good quality too. But at the same time, those when I talked about separating out like imported stuff from the stuff I raise as a hatchery, they're still going to be, I'm not making an exception for them. They're still going to be kept separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this
It's
is this is something to
make a
jump.
rule and stick with it.
Yeah. To jump back into the take size thing is so interesting. I've like this has been a topic I've been thinking about a lot recently. The betas is like the easiest target because that's the one apparently the only fish people care
It
about.
was
But like,
goldfish before that. Let's
yeah,
be real.
really, you think it's
Yeah.
that's what it
Uh,
is? Is this people gotten the message on goldfish that they need to find a new fish to like focus that
a
on?
lot of places just don't sell goldfish that way. Like Walmart even took them out of their whole like pet section for a while because they got so much shit for some of the stuff that they were selling. I think betas are kind of the next goldfish. People see them in the cups and they think what they can get away with. And we have a lot of people that are just being more ethically minded, which is not a bad thing. The problem is when people get like these very rigid lines without taking into context like what a user situation or users a person's situation is. So like one of the things I talk about a lot is I really love native plants. I talk about native. I'm an ecologist, so of course this is me doing. It's my first house. I have a garden now. I'm going to do native plants, and I want to do local ecotype. And if I tell somebody that, they're like, "Oh my God, that's so narrow and so rigid, and how could you?" And I'm like, "I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just I'm going on this little ride myself because I mean, I had the ego to say I'm an ecologist. This is easy. It is not. That's a supply chain issue. But I challenged myself to it, and I'm like, I'm going to share my story about that. But like, if you can learn something that makes this fit your goals better, that's awesome. And I'm going to communicate all the reason why I think this fits the goals in general better than what's currently being done.
Hmm.
But I'm not going to force you or shame you for doing something different. And I think the betas are kind of the same thing. It's
Yeah.
like, did you know better? No? Like, I'm sorry, like, yes, you like the way Petco's and PetSmarts are set up, you absolutely can be ignorant of that. So I'm not going to attack you on the internet for that. But like, if you want to try better, is there an absolute answer? Not really. Because there's
Mm.
people who are probably going to flame me for keeping sparkling gouramis in 2.5 gallons.
Oh, I was gonna say, if you go on Reddit, they say that like no fish can be kept in a 5 gallon or lower, and it's starting to it start. One thing that annoys me about it though is like I feel like there's so much with the fish like breeder. There's so much like do as I say and not as I do. Like
Yeah.
the more fish rooms I go in, it's like no one is following these size rules are just made up. Like and
Yeah.
people like and it's just like
Yeah.
who came up with the idea that like no fish could be kept at a 5 gallon or lower. Also, Johnny says it said in all caps, "Who is this woman? I think I love her," and donated $2 and said, "I like the way she talks." Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
I try not to be a
go.
raging bitch on the internet. Um, like
Thanks,
it's one
Johnny.
of those things. Like, I mean, I have 1 gallon jars where I've looked at Uline on how much they cost in mass. I have put fish in fish jail in the 1 gallon jars. I have shrimp in fish jail in a 1 gallon jar right now. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And it's one of those things like I think once you get to know the animal really well and tell when it's stressed or not, like there's good and bad in every situation.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Reddit is one of those things where you start seeing like Reddit, Facebook, pick a lot of these social medias. You see it all the time. Sometimes there's like anytime you have a recommended action that is a hard rule, I'm just gonna be devil's advocate and just be like,
I'm
okay, but
totally
why?
with you. I see that's refreshing because like I was like, am I the only one that as soon as someone tells me that you can't do something one way, I'm like, well, and sometimes you do find out, yeah, okay, I see why they say don't do it this
Oh
way.
no, no, like I think there's
You
some
know?
absolute validity in like telling a general public like you probably shouldn't put a fish in a 5 gallon because
Yeah.
like somebody bought a koi and put it in a 5.5 gallon. Like let's be real, that happened to me at a Petco, and they're like the koi keeps jumping out, and I'm like, koi pond. What they're jumping out of the pond? They're like, no, no, no. I put them in this thing, and then it come to find out it was just like this like tiny little um. It wasn't even a half barrel because a half barrel is like 30 gallons, but it was like something smaller than that. And I'm like, they're koi. They're not even goldfish. They're koi.
Right.
And I'm just like, who the hell sold the? And like it turns out, like the other, like one of the other people sold it to them, and they're like, they never said they were putting it in something that tiny because when somebody says, "Hey, I want this," you're like, "Cool, I'll get it to you." I'm assuming you did the research.
Yeah.
Um,
Mistake.
it, yeah, and it's just like there's a lot of gray area on stuff, and it's really it's a little bit like research has become a dangerous game. Between this and AI slop, it's become a dangerous game
Oh
because
my god.
everybody's like
Yeah.
my way or the highway or AI slop.
Yeah.
So I'm coming in as like I'm gonna share my experience and just say like, hey, this is where I sit.
Yeah.
Here's the other side. There's gray area. You got to pick where in that gray area you're gonna live, or you
Or
just don't take the chance.
with the beta thing, it's just been more interesting because now they've been citing these research papers to try and give scientific validity to their opinion, and it's like the worst. They literally like it's like they put betas in four
Uh-huh.
different size containers for seven
Uh-huh.
days, like
Uh-huh.
rotated them, and like first of all, there's a lot of problems there already. But when you look at the
Rotate.
sizes, the difference
Hmm.
between small and medium is like 2 liters. The difference between like medium and large is like 15 meters. So I'm like, wait, I think
Oh
the
yeah.
largest one they tested was like 19.3 liters. So I'm like, bro, like, there's so many problems.
It's these.
Yeah, I'm like, there's so many problems here. Like, and it was only for
Yeah.
7 days. I'm like, you just see this to prove that this domestic beta that's never seen a pond in 1,000 years, like,
Yeah,
needs
like
more.
could we do better in a lot of respects? Yes.
Yeah.
Are you necessarily doing bad by putting them into a 2.5 gallon like aquascape tank that has enough room for them to swim around, but also has enrichment for them? It's like tell me more about the beta because like there's a lot of like giant
Yeah.
like the giant betas have become a thing. I'm like if it says giant on it, just no. Just like straight up
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
But like because those things get big. And don't assume that the size of your beta now is going to be the size of it finally, because they're typically like, juvenile, teenager, like they're not done growing. And anything that has like super long fins, I prefer to put it in something that has more room, just because you don't want it to always get like stuck and caught on, plants and hardscape. Give it the open area, slow water to get around as it wants and decide whether it wants to interact with some of this stuff. But like the smaller placats are very close to, like, they have reasonable finnage that's much closer to like wild type, much closer to what I see with like a sparkling gourami. They're probably a bit on the big side, but they also, with a little aquascape 2.5 gallon, could give them a lot more enrichment than the average person puts in their tank. So it's
Yeah.
debatable.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I did have one other small plant thing, because I see a
No, no,
notice
no.
about
Please go back
Anubias
to the plants.
congoensis.
Yes.
So Anubias congoensis, like the thing you have to be careful about is a happy congoensis is a big congoensis, or can be, depending on the variety. There's a couple of different plants going under that name right now that are very different on what size they get.
Oh,
There are a
fantastic.
couple of Anubias that are commonly available as smaller plants that do grow anywhere between 1 to 4 feet in height. They're commonly sold. So Hastata, I think, is the really big one. Um, but just beware when you get a tissue culture plant, especially the tissue culture,
Yeah.
look up how big it's actually going to be, because you may get stuck with a plant that ends up growing real big. And the problem, especially with like an Anubias, like no Bicephalandra will ever do this to you. Even a crypt won't do this. But like the way Anubias do roots and grab onto things and anchor is so tough that getting them off, you're going to have to cut off all the roots to get them off. So if it's the
Wow.
wrong size, uh, get in there with a knife. As long as it has healthy leaves, you can cut all its roots off. But like you're going to get in there with a knife and have to cut the rhizome off of whatever
Wow.
rock or something you have in there. Otherwise, you're going to like pull the whole thing out trying to remove it.
That's
I
crazy. They're
have
that
done
strong.
that.
What do you think of this
Yeah.
Hydrophila serpillum? Someone put Temperate put that in earlier about that for nano tanks.
So I'm not familiar with that particular one. I love is it Hydrophila or yeah.
Yeah.
Why is
Oh,
chat
here's
not letting me? I want to. There
copy
we
and
go.
paste. Let's go.
Hell yeah. You you know it. Swamp weeds, love it already. I like really weird common names, and I think that's one of the reasons I really like native plants, because damn, those names get weird.
Yeah.
Um, I'm I see this is available from Tropica. I'm not familiar enough with it to say. I have a feeling it kind of reminds me of pearlweed. Just keep your scissors ready. I love Hygrophila, like as a genus. I do mostly the larger leaved ones.
Yeah.
I think they're really cool in pollinariums as like one of those aquatic plants that's coming up out of the water, and they also like to transition to wet areas above water really nicely. So, um,
I think I might
but
lean into them as my stem plants of choice for creating
yeah,
cover because they're just kind of nice looking and they're
there's
easy
some
to
big
trim.
leafy species. This looks more like it's a small creeping species, so I'm definitely not familiar with this one. I would treat this, going back to what my comments were about pearlweed. If the leaves are on a small enough scale and it tends to be a little bit more on the creeping side, give it a try. The worst thing that can happen is that you're gonna have to trim it more often, and like I'm meaning like weekly. Um, don't be afraid to mow down like an established stem plant with a lot of roots in the soil. Don't be afraid to mow it down to like a couple of sets of leaves and let it grow back.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's way. I like what you say about scale. I think that's the thing about aquascaping. I need to understand more scale. So I'm sure that'll be covered in the workshop. But that's definitely one thing I'm hoping to take away from that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Brett,
it's we'll see what we haven't gotten the plant donation yet, so we'll see what comes in. So we might be talking more about that, but like
yeah,
there's kind of like a couple of different ways to do a really small tank, is just keep everything really small. But if you're trying to do like an aquascape, one of the styles is trying to do like an aquascape but in miniature. So you're really looking for the plants that are really small in scale. And one of the things that I really hate is like there's some really, really good small plants, that get lost in bigger scapes, and this is the perfect time to use them. People like to use huge swaths of Bucephalandra, but sometimes it's fun to just see a much smaller plant or like of the Anubias where it's less that big chunk and more just small individual plants as like spread around, kind of like mimicking a larger scape is a lot of fun.
I like that a lot. And Brandon, yes, I know you have. He has three 2.5s. One has a betta, one has a pea puffer, one has a scarlet batis. He was like, he's not gonna mention my 2.5s. There you go, Brandon. There you go.
Well, I heard some guy had some Scarlet Batis that might make it into my 2.5.
There you go.
Except I'm not setting it up that day. I'm probably walking around spraying plants. But
Uh,
um, yeah, there's one of the other things that I think would look really good in there is some of the dwarf hairgrass because they're only like this big. Look at foreground plants. Utricularia graminifolia. Often also like such a pain to get in these big, beautiful carpets that everyone really likes. But on a smaller scale, you could probably pay a little bit more attention to them. So if you look up carpeting plants, the Iwagumi style, where they just have like that one species and it's just this lawn, like look up some of the species used for that because I think they would be very interesting to be used in a nano tank this small. Not as a carpet plant though. I don't think there's any good plant to be used as a carpet plant though because it would be halfway up the tank.
wow.
But think of them as like the clumps of plants that you would have elsewhere that would be in a larger scape, like something much larger, like tufts of hair grass could be like val in a larger tank. Um,
So you want to do
you could like
a dwarf val in a nano tank?
that's not the longer so the problem with val is it grows a little fast, but also like its leaves are kind of wide. That makes me feel like it might not be a good scale in that tank. Like I would probably do Yuji has done everyone dirty, let's be real. You fall in love with it and then it breaks your heart. Uh,
Wait,
I think like a taller, like a, you know how you see Val in like the really big tanks and it just does this big, like it just like swaths over. Like if you did that with a hair grass, this scale would look right. But like a smaller Val is still like the width of my finger.
yeah.
That's very big in a 2.5 gallon. And
Because
once
I
you have a
have
lot of
some in the
those,
2.5, and they take up a lot of space. They take up a lot of space.
yeah. So I think you have to decide if that's the look you're going for, and if that's um I feel like they're a little bit wide. Like I would almost do like a taller hairgrass, like a hairgrass that gets too tall to kind of make that bow look, but like in super miniature.
They
Like
do
if
get
you,
wide. Yeah.
yeah, it's, um,
Oh, I like how this one looks. The Downoi.
yeah,
The
it wants hard water though. It's kind of a pain. Like when it's happy, it's happy. I think it's lovely. You can only do a few rosettes of it though, because the rosettes are like this big. I love it, but you have to be aware of like how you're setting up that tank because I'm pretty sure it's a hard water lover and if it gets along with some of your plants. Giant willow moss, you probably don't want the giant one. I love giant willow moss. It's
yeah,
super
that's
pretty.
pretty
I've got it
cool.
in my tanks, but it is giant. You probably want some of the smaller mosses. Like I think there's like a mini Taiwan moss that I would probably recommend over that. If you want moss to look like moss in a nano tank, give up now. Like you would have to mow that down to the
Come on.
wood like all the time. Like it's not gonna like it doesn't look right, right? It's gonna look no matter how short you keep it, it's gonna look too big and bushy. Like it makes a
No
better like
moss for the nano tank. Okay.
I mean no, or use it as something else. Like the giant willow moss, if you had it like say you had if you wanted a super simple non-complex, no CO2, no fertilizer tank. You could do Anubias, you could do Bucephalandra, you could do some of the both of the tiny ferns, the Bulbitis and the GWAPA fern, and you could have like a giant willow moss in the back looking like fake stem plants.
Mm. Yeah.
So it gives you that bushy texture, especially with the tiny little leaves. Super easy to take care of. Um, I love hate Savassertang because it doesn't cling to anything and tends to break apart. That is my only warning. I think it looks awesome. It's highly recommended to use in like the breeding containers because the eggs tend to fall off it more than moss.
Yeah,
Um,
I've been noticing like for breeding, it's so much better. I wish I could grow it faster
yeah,
because it's like fry and eggs surviving. It's so much better.
yeah. So I would warn about that because it's probably going to break apart a little bit in your tank. So just be aware of it. Spiky moss is kind of a fun fake stem plant because it tends to grow up. So just plan that to look like a vertical, like taller thing. Flame moss is another one that can do that. Um, and if you do Physidins, try and do some of the smaller species. If you have the money and the patience, some of the really small Physidins on wood, I guess, would look mossy, but they can still get a decent amount of height to them, and it's just not quite the look that I'm looking for. Yeah, rosettes do love hard water. So I can grow down eye in my water because I have stupid high GH, and it's just the KH that's really low.
Yeah.
But then if it's happy, nothing else is. So I'm like, ah, shit.
It's not worth it for the
Um,
plant. We got to keep everything
yeah,
else.
yeah. Yeah,
And
I will fully admit I'm not the bonsai tree look. I don't really like that because unfortunately, like being an ecologist, like I can't unsee how unnatural that is. Like it looks like something died out from underneath it or something. It's why I'm like very picky about like my wood, rock, and substrate combinations. Like I don't like mixing types of wood or mixing types of rocks because it doesn't look natural. And like my brain is trained as a ecologist first and being out in nature, so like while it can be very artistically cool, my brain's like wrong, wrong, wrong. It doesn't happen in nature.
oh my gosh,
um
perfectionist.
so I don't get to enjoy it because my brain is screaming it's wrong. I'm not telling people it's wrong, but it is definitely annoying in that respect. Like
Yeah.
my brain just can't do it. Yeah, it is. Johnny said I'm getting tired with stem plants. I've always been tired of stem plants. That's
I'm
why I
just
don't do
reaching
very
that
many
phase.
of them.
I'm reaching that phase. I'm reaching that phase. Also, my
I
panda
mean,
cores are breeding like
hornwort.
crazy right now.
Hornwort's a stem plant, isn't it? Are we counting that as a stem plant?
I think so. Yeah,
I
it's got
mean, then I'm
stems.
great at stem plants. The big joke is like being president of GWAPA, I'm like the anti-stem plant burst. I'm like,
I
I
mean,
can't.
it makes sense. You're the president. You should be an elitist. I mean, I feel like that fits.
I
You're
help
plant
I help get
elitist.
stuff. I help stuff run. I talk about all the other plants. Yeah,
Paludariums when
it's
they beg you enough once a year.
oh yeah.
That's it.
No, well, no, I've done floating plants. I've done I did a talk on ferns as well. Because I love certain groups of plants that just are not talked about enough. I do push when they're like, "Hey guys, this doesn't live in underwater all year."
Yeah.
I do that.
Yeah.
But we did have a polydarium thing last year. So if I'm doing polydarium again, it has to be something like really, really different. It may depend more on like if I get the time to set up my biopod polydarium because that will be using the method. I haven't talked about like the method of me doing like a false bottom filtration thing.
Yeah.
So
You have to come back and do the paludarium thing ASAP because people are asking about that a lot. Just in my streams in general.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like a big thing people
it's
are
a
trying to
very
figure
low
out.
priority because I don't know if you heard, I'm trying to breed these Amano.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, yeah. So unfortunately, that's a little bit of lower on the priority. Got to get these guys going. I can come and chat, but like my ability to actually show is going to be a little bit harder.
No chat. No chat's fine. That's all we need.
Yeah.
We just need the
Well, so
recommendation.
I'm a little bit weird. So what I'm talking about is definitely going to be a lot easier with like examples, unfortunately. Just because I'm a weirdo and I'm basically taking like the zoo and frog false bottom stuff and then turning them into, hey, cool, I'm gonna make this part of filter. And I tried to
Mm,
explain it to Guapa Nick, and he was just like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah.
yes, but like that's so weird.
Okay. I mean, I'm fat.
Not
I'm fascinated.
yeah, not wrong, but you can tell that like I did not learn how to do this from the aquarium hobby.
Right. Okay. Well,
Um,
it's something different. That's what everyone's
yeah,
always looking for. Like, what is that thing I haven't heard of? So that sounds
yeah,
intriguing.
yeah. Well, yeah, ask me sometime next year.
You know, we haven't.
Gotta get this whole thing going.
You haven't even told us how to ethically keep fish in D&D yet.
Yeah. So the thing about me and D&D is that my characters so far have not always been particularly nice. So the way to ethically keep fish in D&D for me is to eat them. Every fish I've come
Wow.
across is like, "Can I eat this?"
Wow. Okay.
Doesn't always end well. See, I warned you. It's not gonna. So being a frog person, one of my characters that I adored, the DM was we were having a lot of late night conversations and decided to homebrew a little thing where I had this basically this bag of holding and I could just pull frogs out of it. And
Wow.
it sounded like a great idea at the time. There's a whole backstory thing about why I had this bag that just had frogs vomiting out of it, especially the more upset I got, like frogs would just start hopping out. There's a whole
So-
story behind it.
wow.
And I'd have to roll dice to see what type of frog it was. And we had this it was 100 and we had 100 different frogs listed and
This
everything.
is
And
this is a
um
lot of work for a very
it was
like
just it was supposed to be a
niche
random thing that was
mechanism.
fun.
Like
Yeah.
you got
It was supposed to be a random thing that was fun until we found out, like, we did make it a way where if he was concentrating really hard, then he could pull out one that he wanted. And every and my team thought he was very like just naive and sweet and that he was very much a himbo and they didn't realize that he just doesn't know the language, so he doesn't communicate well. Also he was not a particularly good guy. And they started to figure out that he wasn't the greatest guy because he found out like clearly he has this bag of frogs. He must love frogs, right, and everything. And everybody who I was playing with also knew that I love frogs. So they were not expecting my character to basically find this lady who makes soup, and she's like, "Well, I don't have any meat to make soup." So he just starts pulling out bullfrogs for frogs' legs
wow.
and handing them to her to pay for to basically be like, as the payment for food, and as long as he could give her more bullfrogs than was needed for soup for us, that we were fine. And then everybody started looking at my character a little like, wait a second, what? Like
Yeah,
he
so
literally was just like throwing them into boiling water, like he didn't care. And they're just like and they're just like
wow.
uh,
Is this
something
what the
suddenly
frogs were
feels
for the whole
off.
time? Like were you
I mean,
thinking
no, because
frogs
I
were
was like, I would get like poisonous toads and poison dart frogs and stuff like that. And then he was like drawing them in a book because he couldn't write. So he was drawing them in a book and you didn't really know what, and like there were some symbols in there. You didn't really know what he was doing. Um,
how much time of the campaign was consumed by you guys just figuring out
well,
these
not
frogs coming out of the bag? Like,
Oh no, the random name generator things like you can basically we just pulled up like random list of frogs and threw it into an Excel sheet and everything. It
yeah.
didn't take us more than an hour. But the funny part is I didn't get to play this to completion, but it was one of those things where one of the options for my character was basically he was the end bad guy
Wow.
that they were traveling around with the entire time.
Wow.
Like that was one of his potential endings that he was
No,
just gonna turn on them as the big bad.
that's cool.
Yeah, and it like and the first clue was the fact that he didn't always treat this like this bag that they're like, "Oh my gosh, this bag means so much to him." They hadn't figured out by the time we just lives went elsewhere, but they hadn't figured out that he wasn't voluntarily keeping the bag. The bag followed him. Like
Oh,
if he left the bag somewhere, it just appeared with him like a few hours later.
that is strange. That's a little suspicious. Do you think you would have
But none
won
of them knew that.
against the squad?
Depends on how much they thought he was a good guy or not.
Okay. Okay.
Because again, they thought he was a himbo, and one person was starting to pick up on the fact that he was more intelligent and just not good at communicating, and then another one had realized that like it picked up on the whole like throwing frogs into a boiling water was probably not a good sign.
Yeah.
So like it turns out like later like a couple of people they hadn't really put anything together yet, but and he had like basically a panic attack, which turned out to like they were like very empathetic about, and they're like, oh my god, trauma backstory, so sad. This is why you're with us. And I'm like,
He's
that was a
evil.
warning. That was a warning, but okay.
He's evil. Wow.
No, there was a choice. So there was a godlike figure. And if that godlike figure ended up being good, then he was on the side of good. If that godlike figure ended up being their enemy, he had more loyalty to that godlike figure and would turn on them. And that was something that
Uh,
so I established his relationship with that godlike figure, but I left it up to the DM to decide on which way that godlike figure would come back in the
that's
story.
cool. That's cool though. That's cool.
Yeah, leave a couple things for like the DM to just kind of play with. And especially because I wanted the choice of him being good or bad to not be me in this case. I wanted like he had a strong. He was morally gray, basically. He had didn't always make the decisions for the best reasons, but he had a strong line. And the thing is that people didn't realize that his strong line was his loyalty to that godlike figure.
Mm.
And he was just along for the ride.
I like it's not up to you too, because then it's just like it's a natural
So
part
it
of your
would have been a surprise
character.
to me too.
It's
Yeah.
not just you being a jerk. Also,
Yeah. Yeah.
this is the first time anyone's fallen in love with a guest before. You know, earlier Johnny was like he even gave
I'm
$2.
taken.
I've never had someone say $2. And Johnny said, "This woman has given me some good ideas about things I never knew?" Question mark.
Yeah. Yeah. He was not a warlock. He was actually I really like playing rangers. It's a thing.
Yeah, Rangers are
So
cool.
he was a ranger. I just really played with his I really played with the whole like moral ambiguity because it's just like he was a little bit overpowered. He was at least at any given time he was at least one level ahead of everyone, and the
Mm,
rest of the party did not know.
mm,
So that was like one of the things because this was one of the things where like how much do we want to play with this, and how much
yeah,
especially with like some of these characters at certain levels, like you can't tell the difference. Like sometimes it's super obvious the level differences when they hit certain milestones and start using something.
yeah,
But if you decide not to use that thing, at least not use that thing around them, and everybody levels up, so they're not going to know at like what level you actually got that. Like he subclassed in something that I kept secret, and I don't remember what it was.
yeah.
But like
I
it
always
was one
liked.
of those.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say I always liked Rangers just because I wanted an animal companion. That's what I always
I did
wanted.
that. That was great.
Yeah,
I love the animal companion.
yeah.
I also I did an animal companion for an artificer because there's one of the classes where you can have the guardian dog, the mechanical guardian dog. I know, I'm sorry, D&D people. I am like murdering this, but it's also like past my bedtime. Um, and usually when I'm talking D&D, there's alcohol involved. So the so the artificer has like the guardian animal, usually a dog, like mechanical dog. But again, same DM, very good friend of mine. I mistyped something in our chat and I sent the flamingo emoji, which just turned into a running gag. And I'm like, well, I really wanted to play an artificer, but like now you want me to have like a flamingo as an animal companion. She's like, well, actually, I'm willing to homebrew. Like she was always willing to homebrew something as long as it was like within bounds, but a creative
Yeah.
use and backstory. So I did the artificer with the guardian companion, except it was a flamingo that he was riding because he was a gnome.
Nice. Well, it's nice where you could actually, customize, mix things up a little bit.
Oh yeah, like he'd lift up one wing and he had stuff under this wing, and he'd lift up another wing and yeah.
I like
Occasionally he would break down.
Pooja said we need to run an In My Tanks campaign. Then Ben said we need to run a Give a Bit a Free Tank campaign. And then Pooja just timed him out.
Oh,
Well, I know you said it's past your bedtime, so I mean, I'm sure we probably have gone longer than was probably wise.
another time, everybody, another time.
Yeah, but thank you for coming on. I mean, everyone seems to have been really enjoying. I mean, I feel like I could talk to you about a billion things forever. So definitely, you're welcome to come back. Show for whatever food, whatever club you want, man. I mean, as
But we
long as
didn't
they
even
stop
talk about
yelling at me.
shell envy. Didn't talk about shell envy. It's
There's a
okay, you don't
shrimp
feed that to
and
fish.
okay, okay,
Oh, this is shrimp, the one that has the calcium and stuff in for their shells, so it's good for shrimp and snails.
okay,
You do
okay,
not feed that to fish. That was not totally pertinent to that part of the conversation.
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair
I
enough.
I don't think you shouldn't have to do a calcium food for your fish. That would be awkward. But I think you should put a bucket outside for some mosquitoes while there's still some.
Okay, heard. Well,
Throw some leaves, throw some leaves in there. Make it some slightly scummy water. Give it a few days. As soon as you have them, pour the entire bucket through a fish net and throw it all in with a Congo Tetris.
okay. I guess I'll have to try and give that a try.
Have
Any
you ever fed mosquito larvae?
Oh my gosh, I was just talking
Is
about my mosquitoes larva history. Like, I don't want to do this publicly, man. Like, that's
okay,
private
okay.
life.
We'll take it. We'll take it in the DMs. We'll take it in the DMs. I won't shame you publicly about this one. If you're afraid of getting mosquitoes in your house, okay, so publicly to everyone, if you're afraid of getting mosquitoes in your house because of mosquito larvae, I understand. But I don't think you understand how much fish love mosquito larvae because that lasts approximately like 30 seconds. They do not live long enough. Oh
Mm,
my God. I've never seen fish hit a live food so hard as mosquito larvae. Oh,
noted.
yeah.
Noted.
Yep.
Well, any last things you want to say to the people before you dip out?
Mosquito larvae's gold. Yep, yep. Spoiled and want only Daphnia. What, Captain? What crack do you feed Daphnia? And what is it that you haven't already sent me? I don't know. Daphnia is also kind of cracked. So I don't. Do you have Daphnia cultures?
I have some, but I just don't have a giant one. That's what I need. I need to dedicate like a larger container to them.
Yeah, go big. Do at minimum green water because that's a lot healthier for them. Go big and just make that like the only thing they eat for like a week.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
thinking about it.
and
I
then
have
I think I got it.
I have two 10 gallons that just turned totally green. I'm thinking about taking the fish out of them and just putting Daphne in there.
Yeah, might as well. If you find that they don't, so like I found some green waters like the Daphnia just don't seem to do well or clear on. That's why I was working so hard to get like a good green culture, green water culture, and why I jumped on like Captain's because it doesn't require aeration, and it's just like because I have a couple that Daphnia and Moena were just like, I don't like this stuff. I'm just gonna die now because I'm
Right.
not eating it. So just heads up on that one. Otherwise, Captain.
Oh my.
Captain's Green Water seems good so far.
Okay. Next time, one of the topics has to be just green water and algae for sure.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. No, I can definitely do that one.
Because definitely there's some aspects that we talked about today where like yeah that could be a whole topic itself like green
Write that
waters and
stuff.
algae. Yeah,
Yeah,
a
write
hundred
that stuff
percent.
down. We'll talk about it. The annoying part is the saltwater stuff is way more formulaic than the freshwater stuff, and it annoys the crap out of me.
Yeah, for sure.
They got that as a well-dialed machine, and then like freshwater's like, yeah, all green water's the same, and I'm like, if you call Euglena algae one more time, I'm gonna smack somebody.
I look. I won't do it when you're around, but when you're gone, I'll look it
I
up
will
and
I will pull up the
it looks
Protus
green.
family tree. I mean, yes, because they stole it from algae.
Oh my gosh. Now this
Yeah, yeah.
other thing is it's plagiarism. It's stealing algae's whole flow.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, plants technically did the same thing too. It's like it's unclear if like algae evolved into plants or plants are like something that like stole the chloroplast from algae. They're
Mm,
not the only one that stole it from algae. Euglena like definitely like stole it from algae. Like it is straight up the chloroplast from algae, but in an animal that is not algae. Um,
sounds very scary.
it is not going to be an all-nighter. It has 5 more minutes, and I'm like cutting the
I
light
know
off.
you just need to
Uh,
leave. You need to leave.
yeah.
That's how they suck you in.
No, my other half's going to come in here and be like, "You never shut up about this stuff, do you?" And I'm like, "Correct."
Yeah. I got that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Euglena's fun. Like I poke fun about it like being an algae, but that's just most people don't realize that most Euglenas don't have chlorophyll. So it's like, how do you call it an algae when most of them don't even have chlorophyll? It's just the ones that we work with do. And those, I think, are the when people are like, yeah, green water feeds rainbow fish. I'm like, that's probably Euglena. That's good
Mm,
fish food.
okay.
Yeah,
That makes sense to
totally
me.
stealing chloroplasts. Because Euglena also move around a lot, and they also, while they're photosynthetic, they will also eat other things too.
Yep. And Beto said all I know is I'm getting a poison dart frog. Well, I am poison dart frog curious, so that
I
might
like how
be
they said, I like how they said one. It's like I'm
uh,
getting a fish.
really. Okay,
Sure.
so
hmm
okay.
You're
Oh god.
starting with one. You're
Oh god.
starting with one.
Oh god.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can start closing up. I know people are starting to head out.
No,
Um,
let's say goodbye.
it
Let's
was
do
great
it.
talking to everybody. If you are free on the 18th of October and happen to be in the Northern Virginia, DC area, GWAPA is having that uh, mini nano tank workshop. And also, if you want to actually get the tank and set it up, again, like it's 85 for non-members, 60 for members. Check the GWAPA information, and yeah, come join. We got
Awesome.
some spots left.
Well, I'll definitely be there. So, guys, come on. If you're in the area, 5 hours, it's worth the drive, right? Come on.
We do actually have people that regularly come from like Richmond and Pennsylvania and stuff. So I don't. I just hear excuses.
Yep, exactly.
Vampire crabs is one of the plans for the pollardarium. So
Perfect.
yeah, 100% up on vampire crabs. Are super super cool, and probably what I'm gonna keep instead of going back to frogs, because frogs require fruit flies. Vampire crabs do not.
Sounding really nice for the vampire crabs to me right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie.
get some of the squishy little isopods, like the little powders and the whites and the
The
stuff
crabs
like
will eat
that, and
those?
yeah, they're
Oh
soft enough to
hell!
eat.
Oh hell yeah! Oh
They're,
hell
they're
yeah!
basically like little crabby empanadas.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
I'm I'm putting an order. Well, Corey, it's been great
Google
talk.
Google Play points for a membership. What?
Oh wow! Hey, thanks for the membership, William. Appreciate
I
you.
I got some membership points. I'm gonna have to check that out.
That's awesome. All right. Well, I'm kicking you off so you can go to sleep, but you definitely got to come on again. This has been fun.
We'll get something sorted.
All right.
Probably not for the rest of October, but we'll get something sorted after that.
Well, I'll see you on the 18th regardless.
Great. Hope to see somebody else there, and bye.
Bye bye. Whoo. Okay, guys. It's just you and me now. I know. You've been dying. Oh my gosh. Just get rid of her. Come on. We just want to talk to you. I know. Can't wait to watch the replay, Corey. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, guys. Wasn't that fun? That was fun, right? Uh, Met Corey in person a year ago at ACSM Swap and had a great time. Been connecting with them over Discord for a bit or over the last few months. We've been having a good time. And yeah, Corey's little brown frogs in the chat. So big appreciation. Yeah, 10% I was going to keep putting in random things to keep her around. Trust me, we'll have to bring her back. I love chatting with Corey. Wealth of knowledge, and also, it gives me a break to talk too because she's got so much to say. You guys want to listen to her anyway. LeBron Frog says, "Thank you for tuning in." This is Corey in the chat. That was a lot of fun. At least an hour longer than I thought I would last. Yeah, no, that was awesome. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that it went a little long. Gosh, how long were we talking? Oh my gosh, you almost hit 4 hours. Yeah, yeah. Go to sleep, man. I'm so sorry. See, I'm ruining people's lives here. Like they just come on and we just end up talking forever. But that's what is so great about doing the live streams with people and talking about a common interest that you don't get to talk to just everyone all the time. Is you legitimately just get kind of caught up in it. William said that's kind of the thing with the hardest working fish stream. We go long. Pause. That's right. That's 100% right. The hardest working fish stream moniker is really picking up steam, and I think that's because we actually have been working hard recently. Like, I think we said hardest working fish stream before, but I feel like it's been almost like 30 hours content the last week. Now, quality versus quantity, that's always the argument, but at least for this one, this was 4 hours of gold, in my opinion. I usually only get to chat with people like this at shows, so this was super fun. Yeah, man. We were loving it. Maven said, I thought mine were long at 3 hours. Yeah, listen. I in the pandemic, I was streaming video games. So, I'll be honest. 4-hour streams. I've done many 24-hour streams in my life. This is actually kind of nice. It's a lot more relaxing. I just get to talk about things I enjoy with people, and it's a lot of fun. So, and again, like Corey said in the chat, we don't. One of the great things about the internet is you just don't get to talk to people in real life. Even if you have friends that live around you, you don't get to talk to them in real life all the time. So just having an excuse to get up on here and then add in like the people in the chat, it's like now we have like a whole group conversation, and you get to learn all sorts of things because everyone does stuff differently. I mean, we had Cruz in the chat like randomly, like who is this person that just, he's got all this aquaculture experience seemingly. Maybe him and Corey need to connect somehow, get her that algae. Like that was kind of cool and just random. It's like you never know who's going to be in the chat. It actually could be someone that knows as much as you, or knows like one thing you missed, or has a great question, and because they asked that question, everyone else gets the benefit because we didn't even think of that question. So that's one of the fun things about the chat aspect. And I'm just gonna plug the Discord here, because I'm not saying go harass her, but Corey is in the In My Tanks Discord. Okay, so I'm just saying some cool people are starting to coalesce in our Discord. So join the Discord if you're trying to hook her up with algae as Cruz was or anything. I put the link in the chat. I think it's in the description. Stephen P said 4-hour stream for Nick is a light day. We need to get to a place where a 4-hour stream is like, more normal. As like the 5-hour plus stream should probably lessen a little bit. Timber said, I know nothing. Only thing I'm good at is killing stuff and not killing it again. Wait, that's actually pretty good. And I'm not going to lie, guys. You have to do some, at least if you're in my area on the East Coast, do some water changes. Like the cold front, most of my quarries are going absolutely nuts. Like the pandas have been losing their damn mind. And I got a bunch of stir-by eggs earlier, so do some water changes on your quarries. Feed them a bunch of worms and shit, man, because they're going bananas, absolutely bananas right now. Like I think even with the laptop cam, you can see they're just going all over the mop, in and out for the last hour. So my project of getting all the beta albumarginata out of here so they stop eating the eggs has been pretty successful. There's one or two. I think my F2s are being held by a male in there, so I kind of left him alone. He has eggs in his mouth, so he can't eat them anyway. But yeah. So hopefully after the stream, I'll check this mop, and maybe it'll be a bunch of panda eggs. Fire. I'm in Washington State. My quarries went crazy last night. I got easy 200 eggs. What's up, Skipper Squirm? Yeah, no, the quarries right now is Corey season. Okay. I got my stir-by eggs right here from where I collected them earlier. And again, even with the webcam, you can see I got a decent amount in here. Let me count them. Okay, it's at least 30. I'm not actually going to sit here and count them. That's going to be a waste of time. For me, at least. Don't count your eggs before they hatch anyway, man. Come on. I learned by looking rather than talking. A little mix of both, Steven said my outlets aren't any better. They are, in fact, worse. Wait, what outlets? Man. A lot of tanks you got there, Nick? Ben, where are you? You're in Chicago? Yo, you got it. Oh, my gosh. What's up, Jeffro? How's it going? Seriously, let me know if you're watching on the replay or here live, if you think we should bring Corey back again. If you do think we should bring Corey back again, what should we talk about? What should the main 3 topics be? Okay? Let me know. Should we bring her back? What should we talk about? I feel like breeding Amano Shrimp was a pretty tall order to beat as a first topic. That was like fascinating, the stuff that she was saying there. So definitely, I do watch back parts of streams sometimes, just to like see if I missed anything, try and improve with the streaming aspect, but also just information. Like people come on here and say a lot of useful stuff, so I actually find myself watching back my own streams to like, wait, what was that they said about that? This will be one of those for sure. Like I was watching the featherfins one back, just going through each catfish species and just some of the things he was talking about. Black Planets had been in and out, but Corey was a great guest. Yeah, she was a lot of fun. William said Ben is self-replicated. Yep. Yes, William, I have an alter ego. Steven said Ben split into two so they can give each other free fish tanks. Well, Ben like allegedly had his two sisters in here also asking for free fish tanks, but the confusing part was like they said that Ben paid him $10 to do so. So the question just like $20, it feels like you could find a fish tank for $20. So now we're starting to question, like, is this like a situation where he turns in his cardboard and marker for the day and walks into a mansion? Like, this is just cosplay for him, like it's some kind of sick joke. Ben got hella accounts. Yeah. Oh, they also claimed that he was learning English just for this free tank campaign, which is almost unbelievable. But then at the same time, his language did improve dramatically recently. So it's either English classes or he figured out how to use ChatGPT. One of the two, but something happened. What happened to Ben? I seen a poisonous frog spit milk on a dog face when I was in a child in Panama. Wow, that is wild. Steve said I'm back. What's up, everyone? Definitely. I want to get Corey back. We gotta talk. Fish steak. That was funny. We gotta talk to Corey about the algae. That's one. Now we need two other main topics. People keep asking about paludariums. That sounds like it's not gonna happen. Not until she has time to do the demonstration. Dart frogs. There's a lot of dart frogs there. Steve, I wish you were here because I know that one species of dart frog you're looking for. Well, I don't know. I'm trying to remember what it was. But I was like, you should ask Corey because apparently she has bred every single one. She said paludarium 3 times. I'm American. I speak English already. Okay, well, you're telling us different things now than you've told us in the past. Okay? And that's not what your sister said. They said you were learning English for this. So, I mean, you're putting us in a position where we just don't know what to believe. You know, with the Corys, it's interesting. So I was watching them spawning, and I don't know why, like, I didn't already realize this, but for some reason, I was like, oh, they, like, stick the eggs on the glass, and when they do that, that's when, like, they get fertilized. But, like, oh, okay, I see. They do the T position, the eggs are fertilized, and then the female's carrying the eggs around to find a place to put them. I know that was probably, like, obvious to everyone else, but, like, as I've been watching them today, that has solidified in my head, like, oh, okay. I understand what's going on here. So I can see 3 different panda Cory females carrying eggs right now. This is crazy. I moved the bettas out of there. I'm trying to see if the half beaks will eat the eggs also. I feel like it'll be harder for them to physically, but you just never know. All right. Steve said he's looking for Raidomea fantastica true normial. Sure. That corresponds so much to my EBAs 8 their fill, and I still have about 200 plus eggs. Nice. Are they the Habrosus Cory? No. Or are you asking something else? But I did, my Habrosus have been, I think I have more fried than I thought, because now I'm seeing ones that are huge compared to the ones I haven't seen. So I think some of them might be big enough to bat, but there's no rush. I'm just going to hold on to them for another month. But I think my Histatus Army dreams are coming to fruition. Panda Cory money? Well, I'm hoping these stir-by eggs all hatch. If I got some stir-by, that'd be nice. I really need to get the killifish pair out there. There's probably eggs that I got eaten during the stream because they were still spawning. But Hasbro, like the inbred guy. Okay. I decided I want to work on a long fin panda Cory that doesn't look the way I don't want it to. Steven said the Corys are also bad at fertilizing them all, at least the Osteogaster group. Well, let's see. I guess the pandas and stir-by are both Hoplosoma, right? So we should be good. For some reason, my green Aeneas, they haven't spawned for me in a while. I don't know what's going on with them. Black Planet said it's crazy how they hold them and swim around looking for a place to find them. Best thing about Corey is still not cute though. How do you say all that and then that sentence was still not cute, bro? What's wrong? Who hurt you? What's wrong with you? If I kissed a frog, would my princess come back to life? It depends on your princess, honestly. I mean, is she nice like that? Like, I feel like not everyone would be nice like that. So, just let out 50 peppers today. Hey, let's go. Steve said, so damn sticky. Yeah. You know, Steve is the hottest up-and-coming hobbyist breeder and best breeder of Nanochromis transvestitis in the world, but apparently he's just now breeding his first Corys. It's incredible. Don't kiss a poison dart frog. Ah, they're fine. Peppers are underrated. Peppers are cool. I just got Corydoris agizii. I think I really like them. I like the whiter bodied Corys with black spots. You know what I mean? That's what I'm into, man. You like what you like. The stir-by are cool, but I'm like, man, I want to go even more down this path. But I got to get the stir-by going first. But this is one of the ones I got a group of. So we'll see. We'll absolutely see. That's why I caged them, Steve. Wait, what? You cage? You're caging the Corys? Pin said, okay, I'm breaking my act from mode to ask a genuine question. No! Don't tell us about the act. What size airline tubing do you guys use? Everyone say what size airline tubing you use, please. Ignore the fact that Ben broke the fourth wall. Johnny, Corey's happy he lives at home with a partner to make it weird. He's talking about his frog. William said, yes. Aaron said, why do you care? You don't even have a tank. About the airline tubing. That's funny. Maven said, my Corey is a spawner albino Aeneas. The albinos I just need to do just because it feels like they belong here. Jeffro said, I like to see W111. Yeah, the Vulcans, the super expensive cone heads. All right. We got a billionaire in the chat. My apologies. Critter said, food grade 1/4 inch PVC tubing. Ben said, Black Planted. How many chapters did you miss? What? Ben, give me a fish take, I'll tell you. Under gravel plates with a suction cup till the eggs harden helps a lot. Ah, I see what you're saying. You put the suction, like you're putting it on the side. The plates on the side with a suction cup to cover the eggs. Yeah. Because they're so sticky. I see what you're saying. Yep. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. That's a great idea. Captain's critters, I have standard as well, and it keeps falling off. I know some people use heat to mold them on. And Black Planet said, "Crave catfish, that is brilliant." Yeah, that's really smart, honestly. Because if you try and move them too soon too, then you can you actually could kind of break them, kind of a thing. I felt like I broke a few of the stir-by ones trying to move them, but I really didn't want them to get eaten by the killifish, so that would have solved that problem. So genius. It takes between 10 and 15 minutes to harden. Yeah. At the very least, it's not super slow. It does harden relatively fast, but just having that, oh hey, even if it's just I can't get to this right now, just having something to keep them safe that's pretty smart. I'm trying to see if I can see any eggs already. I do see a few panda Cory eggs. Let's go. Johnny said, tonight I learned something new. Yeah, I learned a lot of new things. This was a long one coming, though, because the first time I talked to Cory, it was oh yeah, I could talk to this individual for a long time. And it's fun because I obviously am a lot less knowledgeable, but I was proud of myself a few times. She referenced a paper or something. I'm you know what? Maybe I don't give myself enough credit, because she will reference a paper and I'm I actually read that paper, and I just kind of like thought to myself, like, is this the level of like nerd that I've become? Like someone's referencing a reference research paper on like an algae or on copepod, and I've actually read it. It's like, oh shit, I really do put some time into this at this point. Now, do I understand the paper all the way? No, but it's like, okay, I'm doing some work. I'm working on it. Captain said, use heat shrink tubing on the airline and what you're trying to connect it. Yep. It fixed my airlines from popping off. Heat shrink tubing has heat activated adhesive. William said you didn't read no paper. If you really just read the title. Sometimes, if the title agrees with with my opinion, then yeah, just what else do I have to read besides that? Pop said Johnny Gentleman. Thank my lady. Hope to have you again for stream, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, man. Imagine how Johnny, you gonna act this way every time you learn something on stream? Is that like your ultimate love language is knowledge transfer? Oh my goodness. I am like, hey, if you have suggestions of people I should bring on stream, by the way, let me know. I feel like I've been doing a decent job of I have enough fish acquaintances, to keep them coming, but I'm always open to meeting some new people I haven't talked to before. So definitely let me know. But that is one thing I enjoy the most, the kind of streams I enjoy the most when I get to talk to people. But it is nice when I just get to make up shit and we just bullshit for a while. Crazed Catfish, this summer's coming to Australia. OMG, it's warm today. Oh, yeah. Yo, could you catch some Pseudomygil melis and send it over to me? But I'd really appreciate it. They're selling them for $200 a pair over here. I'm dying. Yeah, just let's go over to Queensland. Can't be that hard, right? Let's get a net. Greg's just laughing. He. Come on, man. No. Yeah. I mean, I was joking, but like, I volunteer as trim new. Actually, we could make it $1 million. What? Come on, man. The tariffs can't be that bad, right? Right. There's no way. We picking any eggs tonight? Ugh, bro. I need to take a bath. I need to take a bath. We got to save the eggs for I don't know what my next stream will be, honestly. I don't know when or what it will be. We have some events. So we have some events coming up this weekend. Yeah, were you the one that were asking me about? Jeffro asked, did you ever find one of those cool polos from the club? Were you the one asking me about the XL? Was that what it was? Because I did acquire another one of the polos in the XL size because someone had asked me to do so, and then I forgot who it was that asked me. But actually, okay, I thought I could find it real quick, but I forget where I put it. But I do have it unopened. Luis gave it to me, so I do actually have one. So hey, man. Well, we can make that happen. I don't know where you are, but I can send you the shirt. That shouldn't be a problem. I mean, you're a member of the Isopod agenda, so it's probably equal trade. Equal trade, fair enough. Yeah, man. But I mean, the Melis situation is just drastic, and I'll give Brenton this. The Signifer are looking a little bit better. But still, it's not. They're looking better. They're not as hideous, but like, I'm still hating. For sure. I'll say that much. But I'm hoping some really cool breeding stuff. We'll have some cool breeding streams. But this weekend we got some events. So Saturday, is the CCA. That's when Zinzo and then the Uruguay guy is talking, and then they got like a huge raffle, huge auction. Here's my issue. Leave it to Nick to selectively breed them for beauty. Wait, what am I breeding for beauty? Johnny said we learned something new. You don't forget who you learned it from. That's true. Have you seen the ones he claims to look good to compare? Wait, I've seen the ones of what? Man, I really missed some. Oh, the signifer. Right, right. No, I'm not. No, I'm not selective breeding the signifer. I'm gonna get BAP for them, and then I'm gonna I'm gonna get a monster fish and feed them to. No, I'm joking. But this weekend, that's the one. So it's got the CCA 2 double speaker auction raffle. So here's my issue. And good night, Johnny. Thanks for hanging out, man. Appreciate the 2. And thanks for being active in the chat. But here's the problem. So I want to go. I have a birthday dinner with Jessica's dad's birthday, and it's at 5:30, and that is in Pennsylvania. So the problem is CCA, I forget exactly where it is, but it's not in the right direction. And then they're doing a double speaker situation, which I'll be honest, I like speakers. 2 speakers in a row, if they both have an hour, that is kind of a lot for me personally. But beyond that, and the fact that I'm tired and my weekends have been like devoured by events and bullshit for like the last 3 months, I'd really be going for, part of one speaker and then the auction. But double speaker, that's pushing the timeline for me to get to this thing at 5:30 quite a bit. And then plus like the raffle. So like basically what I'm saying is I don't think the timing is going to work out to where I can go to the meeting and go to this birthday dinner thing. And I've skipped out on a bunch of things to go to fish events recently. And I also made Jessica, well, I didn't make her. I said she didn't have to, but she accompanied me to the clash and sat at the auction with me for hours and hours and hours. So I just feel like, yeah, I'm probably going to just have to bite the bullet on this one, maybe send some proxy bids or something. And then we got ACM on Sunday anyway, so I'm gotta do that one, or at least catch fish to send to that one. So yeah, too busy crushing papers to listen to both speakers. Yeah, I think that it's just not gonna work out, even though I do really want to go, because I think the auction is it looks like it's gonna be great. If you guys are in the area, it looks like it's gonna be a really nice meeting. And I agree. Look, Jessica was suffering at the Clash auction, and I was too. And then the thing I was waiting for all those hours, I missed because I was talking to Jody, and I got distracted. And like, just in general, like, guys, I like auctions. I enjoy your streams when people quit. That's when you know you're on top of the world, Johnny. I appreciate you, Johnny. I'm glad you enjoy them. But I like auctions. But listen, no one likes sitting for like 6 hours. Too many times in a row. And like I did the Clash auction. Didn't want to do the PVAS auction because I was already fatigued, but I did do the PVAS auction. So it's like, I don't think the CCA one is going to be that long just because I don't think they have as much time. But like also it's kind of like I'm going to go to ACM and that'll be auction, which probably won't be as long either. But you get what I'm saying. It's like all these things stacking up together. The fact that I already have a scheduled conflict. I'm probably not gonna make it. But that being said, Friday probably opening the stream, so Saturday probably not, and then Sunday we probably can do a post ACM auction report. Johnny keeps going with the facts. Yeah, I'll tell Jessica hi for sure. The fish will always be here. Well, about that. Aaron said just as amazing. The partners on interest and still rolls out-of-state fish meeting clubs. Can't beat that. I told her she didn't have to come, and she did. So I appreciate it. We walked around for a bit, and we were at the auction, and she read 2 books on her. She had finished 2 whole books on her phone while the auction was going. So I was kind of like, yeah, man, this is like taking. I'm with you. Cause that's the thing. It's like I'm into the fish stuff, but like honestly, like no, I feel like all day auctions are like really exhausting for many people who are into fish. And like when you already have been doing an event for multiple days in a row, like sitting in an auction for 6 to 8 hours is tired. It's tiring. It's fatiguing. Unless you're constantly bidding on stuff the whole way through. But yeah, no. I a partner that's uninterested but still supportive. I'm grateful. Also, another thing, like I always say, is I've been dating her way longer than I've been into fish, and I got into fish when she was out the country. So it's not like, oh yeah, I was always in the fish. Like, you know what I mean? It's like she came back from being out the country, and I've never shown interest in this ever, and I had like 20 fish tanks. So it's definitely like it's definitely been a lot to take in all at once. So I appreciate that also. The most you had to deal with before was like just like played video games. But then I totally stopped playing video games, and now I only do fish stuff for fun. So quite the switch up. Quite the switch up. I guess drugs could be next. Thinking a lot about opiates recently, you know. Copium, opium, hopium. Those are all pretty nice, I hear. I don't know. What else? Oh, Nas. People doing Nas now, the balloons. Bob said I also drop video games. Who needs them when you got fry to feed? It's true. Steve said I got you. he's got the opium. The opium. The copium. I feel like we're on the edge of turning things around in the fish room. I feel like if some of the eggs and stuff hatched that I've been working, and I'll do like a breeding update stream, but I've been trying to make things more efficient, but still keep my main, like, I don't really want to do the breeding tank thing because I don't like how it looks and it's not enjoyable, but like still trying to find my happy medium of like breeding fish in tanks with other fish and not necessarily optimized for seeing everything. But a lot of it is just doing a few things small things that I've been having a hard time being consistent on. So if stuff kind of like comes together, then maybe I'll find myself where I can finally have a tank full of one fish that I bred a bunch of, and I can feel like we've made it somewhere. Which, while I'm giving myself credit for reading a research paper every now and then, even the BAP, I've BAP'd 20 species this year. Now, we might look and it might be like 10 snails or something, but I think I'm going to hit 30 species this year. I do. I think I can hit 30 species. And hey, I guess BAPing 30 species in 1 year is something. Now, the quantity of each species is what I'm not happy with. Like, okay, I've had enough to BAP, but like I don't got 100 of any fish besides super red plecos and hill streams. So, yeah, that's kind of like what I want to work on. Steve said 2 days later, Nick is begging for snooper chats. Come on, man. Hey, man. I know what to do for super chats. I have a great... I don't know the points if you write them articles. I got to prove a point, man. I have a great stream idea. Guys, I have a great stream idea. I'm going to hold on to it for a bit. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to hold on to it a bit. I won't do it immediately. But listen, Johnny was like, he's donated $2, like just getting some knowledge or something. I think this stream idea I have, Johnny will like the topic of. 1 second, I had the thumbnail made already. I put it in the Discord. I'm gonna put it up. I think this one would be fire. Okay. I think this one would be an absolute banger of a stream, and just as informational as this one, truly. And really, if you're a YouTuber, I think, it'd be great for your channel, because I think we'll show some technical stuff. So like, here's the thumbnail I got cooked up for the stream idea I got. Okay. I think I should do a fish tube thumbnail tier list. Okay. So I'm kind of right now just like looking at some channels, collecting some thumbnails and stuff, but like eventually this might be what I gotta do, because I've been thinking about it. Some of the thumbnails are kind of jacked up, Some of the thumbnails are kind of great, you know. We might have to take a look, rate them, see what we could learn from them. I learned that I realized that MD Fish Tanks has been like photoshopping the same face of him looking at things. Like this would definitely be a low tier one. And then we got the AI slop, of course. It's kind of implied, but I think Florina obviously has the best thumbnails. But yeah, that's definitely got to be a stream one day, maybe like next month. It can't. It's too scary in October, Thumbnailception. More about dwarf-sized plants. That's not bad. It's not bad. Someone suggested doing one about some top dwelling fish pics. That I think that would be an interesting one to like research. I feel like everyone kind of. I say that in my head. I'm like, everyone kind of knows the top dwelling fish, but maybe good to like as a group bring up some top dwelling fish. We can all discuss our experiences or our thoughts and theories about them. You got pygmy hatchets. I feel like are kind of underrated. Half beaks. I need to work with them more before I say they're underrated. I think the platinums right now have not been too difficult, so those might be kind of underrated. Dwarf size plantscaping ideas. Don't tell me about them for 5 to 6 hours, please. Wait, which ones? Aquascaping substrates? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like that. Hey, man. We're going to get to it. And then I've been working on my like aquarium industry, niche industry news stuff and my fish journalism. I'm warming up with these descriptions. I got some great journalistic descriptions for these guests, man. There's no chat GPT, no AI, okay? This is pure creativity. Top dweller substrates would be a good one. Yeah, I definitely have to get a guess for the substrate one because I just... That's probably a little out of my depth. But you guys let me know. So my thing with some of the like niche industry stuff, there's like some interesting things going on. And first step is, okay, can I get this information verified? Okay, second step is this even like of general interest? Ben said I got a topic. You're never going to guess what it is. Oh, my God. And then, like, general interest is actually helpful. Now, I've actually think I found a few things that would be that way. Because even just explaining how some things with the supply chain and stuff works, or, like, us just looking at that and figuring out and, like, taking a company and breaking it down, I think it would be really interesting. So, I'm going to do some of that soon. But I'm just working on basically all those other steps, verifying information, figuring out if it's actually worth talking about of general interest, and then I'm just gonna talk about it. So that's definitely something I'm really hoping to do more of. You selling your Hesperosis? I mean, one day when I have a bunch. Bob, I used to click the synonym tool in Microsoft Word, and I tell ChatGPT to rewrite the whole thing. I don't use any ChatGPT for my descriptions. I might use a little Grammarly just to check my spelling for the most part. That's what I used in school. I used so much Grammarly. Ben said I've got it. Oh, I read that. Yeah. A stream about hill streams with Jody. We did a stream about hill streams with Jody, but people do keep asking for Jody to come back. So I do think we're due a stream with Jody soon, but yeah. I guess we could talk about hill streams again. I don't know. I'm sure me and Jody could find something to talk about. So that could be a good one. I saw Fish to Keeping in here earlier. I'd love to do another thing with Johnny sometime, because that was pretty fun at the Clash. He had a lot of jokes, man. He had a lot of jokes. Okay, Okay. Any last comments, questions, and concerns? I should probably wrap this up. I can't believe that you guys got me going for almost 5 hours again. This is. I blame you guys for this one for sure. Some people are. I'm purposely, like, I know the chat sometimes will increase when we need more silk and honey. That's fucking hilarious. I know the chat sometimes increases when they sense it's about to end. Like, they keep goading me into talking about more things. Like, I get it. You understand. I'm susceptible. I'm very susceptible. But not tonight. I'm actually tired because I went to bed at like 8 p.m. yesterday. It was glorious. It was so glorious. So, hey, hardest working fish stream. You asked about topics. Don't blame us. Oh my God, I'll blame you every day. Yo, if you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. Why? I don't know. We just seem to be having fun in there. It's kind of a funny thing. Yeah, why should people get in the Discord? I don't know. If you want to hang out with people in the chat more, you can go to the Discord. I do post stuff in there. So if I ever skip out on streaming, you'll at least hear from me in the Discord usually. And people like to yell at me in there about how I'm not starting on time or whatever. You guys always got something to complain about. Yeah, nerd out about anything. I was in the Discord talking about Star Wars with Anti-K for a bit. So you just never know, man. You just never know. Everyone's got all these interests, you know. And every now and then, one you just don't expect crosses over. Ben says fish tank, fish tank, fish tank. Exactly. Ben, you can ask for fish tank. Discord is the best place to keep up the latest fish too. Yeah, people do share links to videos they've been watching in the YouTube. That's nice. Because you guys know I'm pretty bad at keeping up with that stuff. For sure. So, shit. Listen. Thank you again to Corey from GWAPA. If you're around in the DC, Baltimore metropolitan area, the DMV, whatever you want to call it, come through on the 18th. It's going to be a great nanoscaping thing. Sign up while there's still slots for the custom water box tank. If not, still worth coming. You can meet Corey. Try and ask her about paludariums in person. Good luck. Good freaking luck. But yes, very grateful for all the time. And thank you to everyone in the chat holding it down. William for the membership. Johnny for the 2. And Ben for the reminder that, you know, some people are struggling more than us. So look, Ben, we're rooting for you. Hopefully you get your free fish tank eventually. But until then, you poor bastard, keep begging in the chat. You know, we'll ban you every few times, but it's all good. Ben is like a fixture in the stream. So, you know, with that, I'm just gonna time him out just to end the stream. That was like 6 fish tanks. Yeah, okay. Timed out. Fish tank, fish tank, fish tank. This has been In My Tanks. Look at all these tanks here, Ben. You can't even say anything about it. Well, you got a second account. But good night, In My Tanks. I'm out. The Corys are making love, man. This is crazy. Yeah, I can't show that on stream. In My Tanks out.